Ling Qingyu was designed by her future mother-in-law to marry her fiancé's sick third uncle in a wheelchair. I thought I would have a bad life after marriage, but who knew that the other party gave her a house and land, and spoiled her to heaven. The only bad thing is that the husband coughs like he is going back to the West at any time. Until one day, Ling Qingyu discovered the secret of her long-standing sick and weak husband. Chapter 1. Did I hurt you last night? Ling Qingyu never dreamed that as soon as her fiancé left, her mother-in-law sent herself to another man's bed. When she regained consciousness and wanted to run, the sound of opening the door sounded in the dark room, followed by the angry voice of the man above her head. Who asked you to come here? Before Ling Qingyu could explain anything, his wrist was strangled. The man roughly pulled her away from the bed, threw her like throwing garbage, and said in disgust, "Get out of here." With a bang, Ling Qingyu was thrown on the carpet, and the pain made him burst into tears. She wanted to leave with her soft body, but she failed several times. I can't get up. She explained something broken. As a result, it was like a kitten, as if it was deliberately hooking up. The sound made her panic. Headache, I guess the man will think that he is deliberately seducing him. Unexpectedly, the next moment, a gust of wind seemed to flash in front of her and grabbed her arms excitedly. "It's you." The voice was full of surprise and joy. "No. You admit your mistake." "Well." Before he finished his words, Ling Qingyu's lips were blocked. The man's domineering breath mixed with a faint smell of tobacco poured into her mouth. Soon, the man covered her like a mountain, acting domineeringly and rudely. Ling Qingyu struggled desperately, but was even more restrained. The man seemed to squeeze out the last ray of air in her chest. In the long night, she didn't know when the torture would end. Even if you escape the invasion of the student's parent in the afternoon, what's the difference between the fate waiting for her? Hiss, "My shoulder hurts." The man bit her heavily and said dissatisfiedly, "Focus on it." After that, it was a stronger plunder, which made Ling Qingyu completely unable to think, and could only be forced to follow the man to sink in the dark night. The next day, when Ling Qingyu woke up, he found that the clothes on his body had been neatly dressed, but he was a little less embarrassed. Thinking of last night's experience, she suddenly sat up and met the deep long eyes of the man in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Against the sunlight outside the window, the man's facial features made people look a little unreal. He could only vaguely see that his skin was a little sickly white, and there was a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose. He looked elegant and lively. His back was straight. Even if he was sitting in a wheelchair at this time and slowly pushed towards this side, he could not hide his nobleness to the bones around him. When he saw the man's face clearly, Ling Qingyu was so shocked that his whole body trembled. 3. Uncle San. How could it be my fiancé's third uncle? She was almost violated by a parent last night. In order to protect herself, she smashed the man's head and ran to find her fiancé Lu Yan. At that time, Lu Yan was in a hurry to go on a business trip, so he gave her to his future mother-in-law to take care of her. Who knew that she was moved to another room after drinking the milk handed over by her mother-in-law? But why? Why is it Lu Yan's third uncle? Ling Qingyu only felt ashamed and angry, wishing he could dig a hole and drill down. I will be responsible for what happened last night. Lu Shen pushed the wheelchair over, and the sound was as warm as the mountain breeze. His eyes are sincere and his tone is sincere. Ling Qingyu was slightly stunned. Just looking up, he saw Lu Shen covering his mouth and coughing lightly. There was an indescribable loneliness in his voice, and then he laughed at himself and raised the corners of his mouth. Of course, the premise is that you don't think I'm a useless person. As long as you are willing, we can get the certificate today. Get the certificate. Ling Qingyu's eyes and pupils shook. Before yesterday, how she hoped to settle the marriage as soon as possible, so that her family could no longer use dirty means to design her. So she rushed to Lu Yan, thinking that the two of them would get the marriage certificate first. But Lu Yan felt that she was making a big deal and rejected her. Ling Qingyu really didn't expect that these words came out of Lu Yan's mouth so easily. Ling Qingyu gritted his teeth. For a moment, she also wanted to just ignore the promise and run away from her original family. But when he returned to the cage, he shook his head in fright. No, this person is no one else but his fiancé's third uncle. And it is also the rumored cruel man who can stir up the forces of the Kyoto side, kill decisively, and use vicious means. She doesn't want to get involved with such a person with a complicated background. Seeing Ling Qingyu shaking his head, Lu Shen didn't seem to be too surprised. He laughed at himself. Qingzhen's face was weak and sickly white, and he coughed twice again, as if he was about to die. It's okay. I understand. How can a normal person be willing to live with me, a useless person, for the rest of his life? Ling Qingyu's heart became dull. Hearing Lu Shen's words, she didn't feel well, but now she just wanted to escape from the predicament in front of her, so she could only awkwardly say, "Uncle San, it's okay, then I'll go first." As soon as the voice fell, Ling Qingyu got up anxiously. Unexpectedly, his legs were weak, and he fell straight forward. Lu Shen's face changed slightly, and he pushed the wheelchair forward with sharp movements, stretched out his arms, and held the people in his arms. The two warm bodies fit together, and the fragrance rolled into his nose. Luo Xin remembered the taste of last night, and his throat rolled unconsciously. Lin Qingyu's cheek pressed against Luo Xin's warm chest. Listening to his majestic and powerful impact, he was very embarrassed. But her legs are so numb that she can't stand up. A man's gentle inquiry fell above his head. Did I hurt you last night? Lin Qingyu's face instantly turned red like a boiled crayfish. Enduring the numbness, she pushed Luo Xin's chest to stand up straight, feeling a little upset. Just now, she felt an unprecedented sense of security in an instant. This feeling made her feel at ease, but the next moment she wanted to scold herself fiercely. What are you thinking about? This man is my fiancé's third uncle. Lin Qingyu was so ashamed that he wanted to drill a hole again. But Luo Xin didn't seem to notice her embarrassment. He reached out and gently grabbed her wrist and asked, "Am I too rude?" Lin Qingyu was so shocked that he quickly shook off his wrist. It was not right to shake his head, and it was not right to nod. Sorry. Luo Xin apologized solemnly. Lin Qingyu looked up in astonishment and saw Luo Xin's extremely sincere eyes. This person seems to be a little different from that rumor. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Luo Xin confessed to her seriously. I'm sorry, I didn't know how to do it last night. Lin Qingyu's face, which had been stopped, turned red again. What on earth is she doing? How to discuss with my fiancé's third uncle here about whether he could do it last night? Luo Xin looked at his drooping little head, and the corners of his mouth rose faintly. At this time, there was a violent knock on the door, knocking on the door almost trembling. Luo Xin, open the door. Luo Xin, you beast, let my daughter-in-law out quickly. The sound of shouting outside the door came in, which shocked Lin Qingyu's face. It's Luo Ye's mother. Her nominal mother-in-law to be. Pushing her to Luo Ye's third uncle's bed, he shamelessly came to the door to arrest the adulterer. Lin Qingyu was extremely embarrassed and didn't know how to deal with this situation. Suddenly, a man's bony hand broke into his sight, holding her hand tightly, giving her a rare sense of security for a moment. The man's dull and deep voice sounded in my ear. Don't be afraid. Just put all the responsibility on me later. After a short while, Luo Xin let go of her, pushed the wheelchair to the bed with a relaxed expression, and slowly tidied up the messy bedding. When he touched a touch of red on the sheets, the corners of his eyes darkened, and he silently covered the place with a quilt. Lin Qingyu looked at Luo Xin's back tidying up the bed, and his heart was sour. Unexpectedly, at this time, it was Luo Ye's third uncle who was taking care of his own decency. Click. Mrs. Luo outside the door opened the door and rushed in. Chapter 2. The former mother-in-law came to arrest the adulterer. Lin Qingyu froze in place, only feeling that the blood all over his body rushed to his forehead, and he was ashamed. But Mrs. Luo didn't mean to blame her at all. Without saying a word, she took people behind her and roared at Luo Xin like a calf. That appearance is difficult for people to associate with people who are calculating themselves. Luo Xin, you are too much. Do you think you are doing human resources? Unexpectedly, he bullied my daughter-in-law who has not been to the door. You 3 rooms don't look at our second room as a human being. With that, she turned her head to look at Lin Qingyu, who was pale and embarrassed, and spoke righteously. Ayu, don't be afraid. Auntie will take care of you. Lin Qingyu didn't respond and looked at the ex-mother-in-law with guard, and his heart was even more confused. Luo Xin, who was sitting in a wheelchair, sneered and pulled up the corners of his mouth and sneered softly. The second sister-in-law came so early. Such a good calculation, I'm afraid even the old man will call. As soon as Lin Qingyu frowned, Luo Ye's mother hurriedly dragged her out and said as she walked, Ayu, don't listen to him back. Don't be afraid either. Don't worry, there is an aunt to take care of you. Lin Qingyu's mind was in a mess at this time, and he couldn't tell who was a human or a ghost between Mrs. Luo and Luo Xin, so she could only refuse. Auntie, I want to go back and be alone first. But Mrs. Luo didn't give her a chance at all. She grabbed her wrist, dragged her to the hall with great strength, and complained to Mr. Luo, Dad, Lao San defiled my daughter-in-law. Ayu's innocent body was given to him, and he has to give an ought today. When Mr. Luo heard this, he was furious and shouted at the second floor, Beast, get out of here. Lin Qingyu stood in place, pinching his palm with his nails embarrassedly, and his heart felt as if he had been stirred by a knife. She is nominally Mr. Luo's future granddaughter-in-law. Now that something has happened, how should she face Luo Yang and the old man in the future? Mr. Luo is obviously not feeling well now. He covered his heart and looked at the housekeeper. Go. Hurry up and bring that rebel down to me. The housekeeper went upstairs in response to the sound, pushed Luo Xin's wheelchair into the elevator, and took him downstairs. As soon as he arrived at the living room, Mr. Luo raised his crutch and knocked on the table to reprimand. Tell me, what's going on? Before Luo Xin could open his mouth, Mrs. Luo ran to the front to grab the white. Dad, my uncle was given medicine by people in the mall last night. When he came home, he saw Ayu coming to our house for a temporary stay. Unexpectedly, he came up with her idea and asked the servant to take Ayu to his room. When the sound fell, several bodyguards brought in the servant with a blue nose and swollen face. The servant knelt down as soon as he came in. "Old man, spare my life. It was my ghostly trick that I listened to the third master's words. I dare not do what the third master asked me to do." All the unfavorable evidence pointed to Luo Xin in an instant. But Ling Qingyu always vaguely felt something was wrong. Suddenly, her face changed. No, this matter was not done by Luo Xin. Last night, Luo Xin went back to his room. At first, he had a more woman in his bed. He was angry and told her to get out. That tone doesn't seem to have known about it first. But later, I don't know why, I suddenly asked for her, for fear that it was affected by the medicinal power. Thinking about it, I was sleepy and weak after drinking that cup of milk, and that cup of milk was brought to him by Lu Yan's mother. It's all done by Mrs. Luo. Thinking clearly about the problem inside, Ling Qingyu quickly said, "No, Grandpa." Before he finished speaking, Luo Xin laughed at himself and raised the corners of his mouth. "I know it's useless for me to say now. It's true that I hurt Ayu, and I'm willing to accept the punishment." Ling Qingyu was stunned and looked at Luo Xin in surprise. She didn't understand why Luo Xin had to admit everything. It was obviously not his fault. Bang! Mr. Luo raised his crutch and hit Luo Xin directly on the shoulder. "Beast! You beast!" Luo Xin snorted and accepted the stick in a daze. Ling Qingyu's heart was deep, and Mr. Luo's angry low roar sounded in his ear. "Say, how do you deal with this matter now? If I marry her, I will be responsible." Luo Xin was straightforward. Mr. Luo snorted in a low voice, with a slight disgust on his face. "If you marry Ayu, are you responsible? With your bastard appearance, you have to ask for you to take responsibility." With that, Mr. Luo looked sideways at the housekeeper. "Go, bring me the whip." The housekeeper's face was stagnant, and he couldn't help begging for mercy for Luo Xin. "Master, I'm afraid the third master's body can't stand it. There was a car accident and I haven't recovered yet. How can I stand your whip? Go, stop talking nonsense." The old man stared, and the housekeeper didn't dare to squeak anymore. Soon, the housekeeper took a long whip. The old man held a rough whip in his hand and looked at Ling Qingyu. "My old man wants to ask you today, would you like to marry me, a bastard? If you don't want to, I'll kill this kid today to make amends for you. The rest of the compensation conditions are up to you." Ling Qingyu looked at Luo Xin uncomfortably, and Luo Xin also looked up at her, and his pale face squeezed out a smile at her. "If you are willing to marry me, I will give you a family. Although I am a useless person now, I will try my best to treat you well. If you don't want to, you can avoid it, and you don't have to watch me be beaten." Before he finished speaking, the old man asked the housekeeper to kneel in front of the ancestral plaque. With a hiss, the long whip fell on his back. Luo Xin was stunned, and the back of his white shirt was instantly stained with blood. Ling Qingyu's heart trembled, and her eyes were sore. She suddenly felt that Luo Xin, who was kneeling on the ground, was no different from herself, who was wrongly accused of stealing things by her sister. No one listened to her explanation, and no one believed her. Like him, she is a fish that has been tricked and slaughtered on the cutting board. And what he just said really touched her, saying that he would give her a home. Maybe, if she marries him, she can escape from that wolf's nest-like home. But Luo Yan. Her relationship with Luo Yan for 3 years. And what should I do? Ling Qingyu closed his eyes in pain, and the scene of parting with Luo Yan appeared in his mind. Yesterday evening, she told her family's plan for her, and proposed to get the certificate first to block the family's thoughts. But Luo Yan said, "Ayu, I always think that as a mother, even if you don't like your daughter, you will never do too much. Is there any misunderstanding between you? Ayu, don't worry. My mother will take care of you. There will be nothing to do. You can live in our house at ease. Ayu, I don't want to marry you. I hope to give you a marriage proposal ceremony and then get the certificate. Ayu, this archaeological opportunity is rare. I really don't want to give up. Wait for me, when I come back, we will get married." Luo Ye's voice in his mind was gentle and dreamy, as if it was still resounding in his ears, which made Ling Tingyu's heart hurt like a crack. However, the sound of whips in reality, one by one, cruelly pulled her back to reality and let her face the bloody truth alone. "I can't go back. Something like this happened last night, and she and Luo Yan couldn't go back." Ling Qingyu opened his eyes, and there were a few more determinations in his eyes. "Grandpa, I'm getting married. I'm willing to marry my third uncle." Chapter 3. Get the certificate first. Mr. Luo breathed a sigh of relief without a trace, and his face was slightly stiff. "If you marry Lao San, you can't call me Grandpa. I have to call Dad. Otherwise, the generation will be in a mess." Luo Xin, who was kneeling on the ground, smiled weakly, and then pulled the wound, and his face turned a little pale. When the old housekeeper saw this, he quickly looked at Ling Qingyu. "Third young grandmother, hurry up and help me and help the third master into the wheelchair." Ling Qingyu was a little embarrassed by the call of the third young grandmother, but he still stubbornly helped him into a wheelchair with the old housekeeper. Luo Xin sat in a wheelchair and looked at Luo Ye's mother weakly. "Second sister-in-law, I don't know if you are satisfied with such a result." "I am satisfied." Third, don't have a grudge against your second sister-in-law. As a mother, I know very well what's going on with Ayu and Ian. You said that Ayu gave you an innocent body, and you should be responsible for her no matter what you say. With that, Luo Ye's mother walked towards Ling Qingyu and gently grabbed her hand and rubbed it. Ayu, although we are not destined to be mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, we are still a family. If you have any difficulties in the future, please feel free to come to me. Ling Qingyu already knew about the original committee of the middle at this time. Naturally, it was impossible to be intimate with her. He pulled out his hand indifferently and said in a calm voice, "Second sister-in-law, if I marry the third master today, you and I are the same, and I hope you can call me brother and sister in the future." Mrs. Luo's face staggered, and then she raised the corners of her mouth and smiled and said, "Good. That look looks relaxed and happy, and there is no sadness of losing his daughter-in-law." Ling Qingyu remembered Luo Ya's words of leaving, saying that she was taken care of by her mother, and nothing would happen. She couldn't help laughing sarcastically. Luo Yan probably wouldn't have thought that it was his good mother who pushed her to his third uncle's bed with her own hands. Luo Xin looked at Ling Qingyu's attitude towards his second sister-in-law and lifted her lips happily. It seems that the second sister-in-law is in a good mood. That's right. It has been negotiated with the Chen family. When it is dealt with here, the second lady of the Chen family will be welcomed in. Here, I would like to congratulate my second sister-in-law first. When the voice fell, Mrs. Luo's face suddenly turned pale. Ling Qingyu and Mr. Luo looked at her together. Mrs. Luo's face was extremely unnatural for a moment, but soon she was very scheming to explain to the old man. "Dad, what Lao San said is true. The Chen family, who owns the golf course, contacted me again and again, intending to get married with us. They said that Luo Yan, a child in our family, is of good character, careless and progressive. This is very rare in the circle of rich people. But I refused again and again. After all, our family has a marriage contract with the Ling family, so we can't break the trust. But now that Ayu is going to marry his uncle, I can contact the Chen family. Mr. Luo is an individual, so he naturally knows the winding road here." He lowered his eyes and didn't take a stand. Mrs. Luo couldn't control the attitude of the old man, and supplemented, "The Chen family's family background is good in all aspects, and marriage is very helpful to our Luo family." "Yes." Luo Shen directly affirmed Mrs. Luo's idea, which made Ling Qingyu embarrassed to stir his fingers. And Mrs. Luo smiled excitedly at Mr. Luo. "Dad, you heard it? Lao San said so, there is no problem with this matter." Mr. Luo stood up with a crutch, but still didn't say anything. Luo Xin smiled and said, "Miss Chen is pregnant with twins. She married our Iron, which is a cost-effective deal. The second sister-in-law must be secretly happy." When Mrs. Luo heard the words, she was stunned. "You? What did you just say?" Mr. Luo stamped his crutch and left with a cold snort. "This is also what some of my former business partners told me. It is said that the child accidentally conceived by the second lady of the Chen family in the nightclub has a special constitution and can't be miscarried, and she wants to find a pickup. As for the authenticity, I'm afraid the second sister-in-law has to check it." After saying that, Luo Xin asked Ling Qingyu to push him to the garage. Along the way, Ling Qingyu didn't say anything, and his heart was bitter and embarrassed. If there is anything else she doesn't understand now, it would be too stupid. It turned out that Luo Yan's mother had always disliked the Ling family and never thought of letting her in. During the period when Luo Yan was away from home, he solved himself early and stuffed himself to the disabled Luo Xin. The uncle asked for a future niece-in-law. No matter whether she can get a name in the end, for you Luo Yan's mother, it is a troublemaker. This is really vicious. And at present, this situation is even more pleasing to Luo Yan's mother. Luo Xin, who lost his position because of a car accident, was blocked by the daughter of her family who was not valued. How could there be a day to turn over in the future? Ling Qingyu looked distressedly at the red on Luo Xin's back and bowed his head and said, "I'll call a car. I'll take you to the hospital first." "No, go to the Civil Affairs Bureau first and give you an explanation." "But what's the wound on your body? Don't get in the way. Wearing a black suit, you can't see the blood." With that, Luo Xin called his assistant and asked him to bring down his suit jacket, household registration book and ID card, and said to her with a little anxiety, "Get the certificate first." Soon, Zhou Nan, Luo Xin's assistant, brought everything and asked people to go to the Ling family to ask for a household registration book in the name of the Luo family. When he arrived at the garage, Zhou Nan also had an extra medicine box in his hand. He quickly dealt with Luo Xin's back before letting him put on his clothes again. That action is very skillful, and it can be seen that he does these things a lot in everyday life. After finishing the treatment, Zhou Nan drove the car over and helped Luo Xin into the car. Until he sat in the car, Ling Qingyu still had some unreal feelings. She looked at the scenery passing by outside the car window and thought that this trip was to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a permit, and she had a lot of thoughts. After being silent for a long time, the man's low voice sounded in my ear, and I couldn't tell whether I was happy or angry. "What are you thinking about?" Ling Qingyu took a deep breath, turned around and looked at Luo Xin calmly. Let's talk. Luo Xin's face was slightly gloomy, and then he showed a little weakness and fear and asked, do you regret it? With that, he turned his face away and coughed lightly twice, as if he was going to hang up in the next second. Zhou Nan in the front row. This play can get the Oscar Little Gold Man. Ling Qingyu shook his head quickly and whispered, no, I just think marriage is a big deal, and some things need to be clarified before marriage. Luo Xin still coughed, but he made a gesture of invitation like a gentleman. Ling Qingyu pondered for a while before asking, Uncle San, have you ever killed people? When the voice fell, Ling Qingyu subconsciously touched his neck, feeling that his head would split in the next second. No. Luo Xin answered without hesitation. Of course, he didn't miss her cute little expression. He moved slightly and approached Ling Qingyu, and his slender fingers rubbed the side of her fair neck. Don't worry, I won't hit my wife. I won't hurt you. The side of Ling Qingyu's neck is very itchy, like a caterpillar squirming. She moved shyly, avoided Luo Xin's touch, swallowed her saliva and asked, what about other illegal things? No. Luo Xin regretfully withdrew his rubbing fingers and rubbed them twice between his fingers. That feels damn good. Like slippery white tofu. He held the glasses on the bridge of his nose, always reminded himself that he was a Sven now, and explained gently. In his early years, he was quick-willed and did fight with others, but he never violated the bottom line of the law. Zhou Nan, who is driving? Do you call fighting? You call it unilateral KO crushing, okay? The entertainment venues operated do not involve peach color business and do not stain powder. These are all my principles. When Ling Qingyu heard the words, he was obviously relieved, but he couldn't help committing the teacher's occupational disease. He warmly reminded, then don't fight in the future. It's wrong to fight. Okay, listen to Mr. Ling. Luo Xin held Ling Qingyu's hand and looked like he was talking well. Ling Qingyu's face was astringent, and he felt like he had been teased. Zhou Nan, who was being fed dog food while driving in front of him. I shouldn't have driven. I should be under the car. Luo Xin rubbed Ling Qingyu's hand and tried slightly to prevent her from pulling away. After seeing her hesitation, he asked again, is there anything else you want to say or ask? Ling Qingyu blinked his eyelashes twice and was embarrassed to open his mouth. I still have 2 conditions. Chapter 4. Negotiate the conditions and give the appointment. You say? Silly girl, it's normal to have requirements for marriage. Luo Xin breathed a sigh of relief on his face. Ling Qingyu was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect the big man in Kyoto to be so talkative. Taking a deep breath, Ling Qingyu explained, I want a small house. The area doesn't need to be very large, just a small apartment. My name should be written on the house book. After marriage, I don't want to live in the old house, so I live in a small apartment. If I get divorced in the future, the house will also belong to me. She wants to ensure that her future is worry-free. When Luo Xin heard about the divorce, his heart stung and he asked, what about the second condition? When I got married, I wanted to move my household registration, by the way. She really doesn't want to have too much entanglement with her family anymore, so she especially needs a house to move out of her household registration. But she didn't say these words. After waiting for a long time, Ling Qingyu heard Luo Xin's gentle voice. Ayu, don't worry, although I'm disabled, I still have the money I gave you to buy a house. With that, he glanced at Zhou Nan. Immediately transfer the house in the Bund Bay to his wife's name. Okay. Zhou Nan responded and dialed the phone to deal with it. When Ling Qingyu heard the words, his eyes widened in shock in an instant. The Bund Bay, is it the property near her school? That's a house in a prime location. It's hard to find a house. Even a small house costs tens of millions. That's it for her. In a trance, the car arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. As soon as Ling Qingyu got out of the car, a little fat man ran over panting and handed it to Zhou Nan with a brief bag. Assistant Zhou, use. To do it as soon as possible. Zhou Nan glanced at it and handed it to Ling Qingyu respectfully. Madam, this is the property given to you by the third master. Take it. In addition, the household registration book was also taken out of the wife's house and will be dealt with together later. Ling Qingyu was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Mormor took over the property certificate. In the past few days, she was anxious, as if hanging in midair, but at this moment, she rarely fell to the ground. She never thought that this rare sense of security would be given to her by Luo Yan's third uncle. Ling Qingyu's heart was sour and astringent. He pursed his lips and said, I will treat you well in the future. Okay. Luo Xin raised the corners of his mouth happily. Ling Qingyu pushed Luo Xin into the Civil Affairs Bureau. Under the guide of Zhou Nan, the two almost applied for a marriage certificate. Ling Qingyu's head was dizzy all the way, but he didn't notice that the cold-looking man rarely showed a happy smile when taking wedding photos. When she got the little red book, she was robbed by Luo Xin before she could take a closer look. The certificate should be given to Zhou Nan to apply for household registration transfer. I'll send you back to Ling's house to get the necessary things. Luo Xin explained seriously on his face, but he thought in his heart, just kidding, is it for you to get a divorce in the future? Divorce is impossible. Ling Qingyu nodded and said well. The car arrived at Ling's house soon. At the door of the Ling family villa, Ling Qingyu did not ask Lucian to accompany him back, but only said that he would come back soon. As soon as she entered the living room, Ling Qingyu saw her father and mother sitting on the sofa waiting for her. Mom and Dad, I'll pack up something. With that, Ling Qingyu turned around and wanted to go upstairs. Stand up. Father Li stood up excitedly and stopped her. As soon as Ling Qingyu stood still, before she could react, her mother rushed over indiscriminately and slapped her. With a snap, it resounded throughout the living room, followed by a mean voice. Ling Qingyu, why are you so cheap? Unexpectedly, he climbed into the bed of Uncle Luo Yansan. You are shameless. If you do this, how can Miao Miao marry into the Luo family in the future? Ling Qingyu sneered and smiled sarcastically. Her sister Lin, Miao Miao, could not marry the Luo family, which is what they are concerned about. Her parents originally designed her to destroy her innocence, so that Ling Miao Miao married Luo Yan instead of herself. Even though he knew his family's thoughts early, at this moment, Ling Qingyu still felt that his heart was cut by a knife. The more she thought about it, the more wronged she became. She couldn't help defending herself and shouting, I didn't climb on Uncle Luo Yan's bed. I am also a victim. Victim? What a victim? Ling's mother's voice was raised a little, and the fly did not stare at the seamless egg. You and Luo Yan are not married yet, so you live in someone else's house. You are so self-respecting, how can you make others respect you? But don't you know why I went to his house to live? Ling Qingyu looked at his mother with scarlet eyes, and his tone was a little tougher. She wanted to see if there was a trace of guilt on her face, but it was a pity that she didn't. At this moment, she is really fed up. I'm fed up with the endless humiliation of my parents. The daughter, who has always been soft and easy to pinch, suddenly choked, and Li's mother was even more angry. What kind of eyes do you have? Are you still reasonable? You ruined the matter of Director Gao, and we still have to wipe your ass. With that, Ling's mother raised her hand again. But this time, Ling Qingyu directly grabbed his mother's wrist. Mom, the third master is outside. Are you sure you want to fan my face so that I can't see anyone? Mother Ling has more or less heard of the name of the third master. She withdrew her hand sadly, and Ling Qingyu didn't go back to the second floor to pack her luggage. She doesn't have many things and nothing valuable. Those sisters don't want to return the second-hand goods to her. She didn't bring any, only some teaching materials and important certificates and documents. As soon as he went downstairs, Li's father's mean voice came over. Others also marry daughters, and I also marry daughters. Why did my daughter get married like a money loser? Let me ask you, where is the engagement? As soon as the ending sound fell, Luo Shen was just pushed in by Zhou Nan. When his eyes touched Ling Qingyu's red and bloody cheeks, the long eyes behind the lens were cold. Ling Qingyu was stunned. Zhou Nan noticed that his grandfather's eyes were wrong, so he hurried forward a few steps, blocked in front of Luo Shen, and helped explain, the third master is worried that you have a lot of things and wants to come in and help. Ling Qingyu's eyes were scarlet, and his cheeks were hot and painful. He felt embarrassed and did not dare to look at Luo Shen, so he didn't find his terrificing eyes. She carried a small bag and quickly walked to Luo Shen's side. She held his wheelchair in both hands and said, I've taken it. Let's go back. With that, he was about to push Luo Shen away. Not in a hurry. Luo Shen raised his hand to stop, and his slender knuckles pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose, always reminding him to maintain an elegant figure at this time, and the corners of his mouth slightly bent to look at Li's father and mother. But this smile made Li's father and mother feel creepy. At this time, Luo Shen had calmed down the urge to kill people just now. He patted Ling Qingyu on the back of his hand and said, Your father does make sense. It is reasonable to require a dowry to marry a daughter. This is my poor consideration. Third master. Ling Qingyu was anxious and was reluctant to let Luo Shen take advantage of this group of ambitious family members. Luo Shen still patted the back of her hand and comforted her in a gentle voice, I have a measure. With that, Luo Shen looked at Li's father, how much do you think is the right amount to give? In fact, Ling Guosheng was just a bitch, and he didn't really want to get a dowry from the third master in Kyoto, who was discouraged by everyone. Although this man is now disabled and has no connection with the person in power of the Lu group, there are still more or less residual forces. This is not something that Ling Guosheng can provoke. He said with a stiff smile, the third master is watching. Look at the market outside and give as much as you want. Luo Shen seemed to nod after thinking. In the morning, I promised Iowa a house in the Bund Bay. I'll think about it again. What else can be added to the wedding gift? At this time, Ling Miao Miao, who was yawning, heard this as soon as she walked to the living room, and her eyes widened in surprise in an instant. The house in the Bund Bay. That's the mansion in our Kyoto mansion. She took Li's mother's arm excitedly and said coquettishly, Mommy, I want to live there. Chapter 5 Give a betrothal of 9,009 million. 9 million. Ling Miao Miao said brilliantly. Mommy, you don't know that there is a little sister in my circle. My family bought her a house there, which is so good. Good. Ling's mother didn't even think about it. Ling Miao Miao kissed her mother's cheek happily. Great, thank you, Mommy. Mommy is the best to me. When I move there, I will invite my little sisters to hold a party. At that time, they won't envy me to death. Ling Qingyu raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. He didn't feel surprised, but there were still bursts of stinging in his heart. Everyone in this family thinks it is reasonable to give her things to this sister. If she refuses, it means that she is wrong, that is, she is not grateful, that is, she does not know how to be an elder sister. Luo Shen looked at Ling Qingyu, who was hanging his head, and only felt that his heart hurt as if he had been stirred by a rusty knife. He couldn't wait to pull out the people in front of him immediately and whip him fiercely. But he can't, and the character can't collapse. Repressing the anger in his heart, he took a document from Zhou Nan's hand and handed it to Ling Guosheng. How about another piece of land as a wedding gift? I don't know how much the engagement money should be given, or take an auspicious number, 99 million. When the voice fell, Ling Guosheng's eyes widened in surprise. Ling's mother and Ling Miao Miao also looked rich. They didn't expect that this morning star could still get so much money. Ling Qingyu pressed Luo Shen's shoulder in shock. Before he could say anything, Luo Shen held her hand and rubbed it twice. Don't say anything. Father-in-law is right. There is no one who doesn't give a wedding gift. If it is spread out, will I still have a reputation in Kyoto in the future? When Ling Guosheng heard the words, he quickly glared at Ling Qingyu. That's it, you can't be so ignorant. Who is the third master? If it is spread out that the wedding gift will not be given, is it Marzable? Luo Shen nodded slightly. How much dowry are you going to give, father-in-law? As for me, I don't rely on my wife's family to make a fortune. Frankly speaking, just give a meaning and return a gift. That's it, that's it. Ling Guosheng responded and looked at the living room. How about giving a few antiques to accompany him? The third master gave it to us more than 90 million yen. It's not interesting for me to return it again, isn't it? In the end, it's the money in the pocket that doesn't want to be taken out, but the Ling family actually has nothing to get. Only a few antiques in the living room were photographed by him for a lot of money. Luo Shen looked up at Ling Qingyu. Do you like these antiques? Ling Qingyu fell in love with the blue and white porcelain antique at a glance. That's the most precious antique taken by Ling Guosheng. At that time, when she took a closer look, Ling Guosheng warned her not to touch her. She said that her 8 characters were not good, and her life was declining. She was afraid that she would touch it and the antiques would fall to the ground. Sure enough, Ling Guosheng followed Ling Qingyu's gaze, and his heart trembled. As soon as his lips opened, he heard Ling Qingyu pointing to his baby. I think that's pretty good. Luo Shen frowned slightly, as if he was not satisfied, but he still asked Zhou Nan to bring the antiques to Ling Qingyu, and asked, is there anything else you like? Ling Qingyu looked at his father's painful appearance and pointed to several antiques with relief. Luo Shen shook his head. Your vision is not good. You have to learn more from me in the future. If you want to learn high taste, you have to smash the one in your hand first. Smashed? Ling Qingyu looked at Luo Shen in surprise. Luo Shen nodded and reached out and swept the one in her hand to the ground. With a bang, the blue and white porcelain vase fell to the ground and broke into pieces in an instant. Ling Guosheng's old face wrinkled, only feeling that what was broken was not his antiques, but his heart. Luo Shen pointed to the antique that Ling Qingyu had just pointed out again. Since it is the dowry given to you by your father-in-law, you can smash it. Have a good time. Anyway, I don't like these things at home. As if he was encouraged, Ling Qingyu's long-suppressed rebellion emerged. She walked over and smashed all the antiques that her father and brother usually didn't allow her to touch. The sound of antiques falling to the ground is very relieved. Cool. Ling Guosheng covered his heart, and his face turned blue in pain. And Luo Shen's eyebrows have always been pampered. After a long time, Ling Qingyu finished smashing and walked back to Luo Shen with some embarrassment. He lowered his head and said, I'm so defeated that I actually gave you the dowry from my mother's family. Before he finished speaking, Luo Shen interrupted in a gentle voice, it's okay. The most important thing is that you are happy. Ling Qingyu also knew that Luo Shen was venting his anger for himself, and his heart was warm. At this time, Ling Guosheng saw the two of them fighting each other, and his heart hurt so much that he couldn't breathe. He could only interrupt the two with a stiff smile. The son-in-law. When is the wedding gift? Give it now. Ling Guosheng exhaled softly, and Li's mother and Ling Miao Miao's eyes lit up in an instant, both of which showed excitement. Luo Shen pointed to the fragments on the ground and wrote lightly that I really didn't pay attention to this kind of money. Several people whooped and said, yes, yes, yes. With that, Luo Shen made a gesture, and Zhou Nan came over. Immediately transfer 99 million to your wife's bank account. Also, transfer the land to your wife. Luo Shen looked at the whole person with the elegant appearance. Ling Shongguo, oh, I forgot to tell my father-in-law that the Bund Bay set in the morning has been transferred to Qingyu's name. This father-in-law doesn't have to worry. With a ding, Ling Qingyu's mobile phone rang. She subconsciously took a look. It was really a bank's text message, showing that 99,9999 had been credited. Ling Qingyu cooperated with Lu Shan and said, "Thank you, master, it has arrived." Soon, Zhou Nan hung up the phone and reported, "Third master, the land has also been transferred to his wife's name." Ling Shengguo was completely dumbfounded. "Third master, oh, no, son-in-law, the engagement money should be given to us. Be our parents." "Well, it's reasonable, but generally rich families don't like the dowry. Thinking that my daughter would marry her mother-in-law's house in the future, I gave the dowry to my daughter. I'm not afraid that you will turn around and let the bank earn a handling fee, so I will give it directly to you. Aren't you kidding us?" Ling Miao Miao looked at the antique fragments all over the ground and couldn't help pointing at Ling Qingyu. "Is this bitch asking you to play with us?" The voice fell, and with a snap, Zhou Nan directly slapped Ling Miao Miao. Zhou Nan was a practicing son. This slap directly made Ling Miao Miao's eardrums buzz. Ling Miao Miao has not been beaten since she was a child. She stared wide-eyed for a long time and couldn't say a complete word. You, what are you?" The last person who pointed at the third master's finger has been chopped. "I didn't do such a heavy hand because you were your wife and sister." When the voice fell, Lu Shan looked at Zhou Nan angrily and scolded in a low voice. "Be presumptuous." Chapter 6. Ling Qingyu has never had a better time. "Zhou Nan, how can you do it? You have forgotten how I usually teach you, and now we are out of power, and I have become a useless person. We can't be like before," Lu Shan said, patting the handrail of the wheelchair angrily, with a look of hatred. Zhou Nan lowered his head. "I'm sorry, third master, I can't help it. I can't see anyone saying that you are bad. You have to put up with that. This is my wife's family. And I just promised my wife that I would not do anything to others in the future." Zhou Nan immediately faced Ling Qingyu and bowed to apologize. "Madam, I'm sorry, I made the third master lose his trust in you. If you want to blame me, blame me. Don't blame the third master." In fact, Ling Qingyu didn't feel angry, but felt very happy, which was unprecedented. But she couldn't show it. She just nodded faintly and didn't tell Zhou Nan not to be impulsive next time. Ling Qingyu felt that he also seemed to be getting worse. The corners of Lu Shan's mouth secretly raised and looked at Ling Guosheng. "Father-in-law, it's really my fault this time. But after all, I am also an elder, Ling Miao Miao's brother-in-law. Today, I am the arrogant of my brother-in-law. I taught my sister-in-law for my father-in-law, who doesn't know the order of growth and childhood, and insulted my sister." Ling Shengguo was choked and couldn't open his mouth. Lu Shan glanced at the antiques on the ground and said, "In this case, the wedding gift has also been given, so I won't disturb my father-in-law and mother-in-law to clean up. Come to visit again next time." When Ling Shengguo heard this, he felt even more heartbreaking. There is no wedding gift. He also smashed the antiques in the living room. These antiques are all his treasures. There are no people at home to support the scene. How can you invite your friends to come home to sit in the future? Alas, Ling Shengguo has a headache and his heart hurts. Ling Qingyu smiled maliciously and quickly pushed Lu Shan's wheelchair away. Zhou Nan took a step later and looked at Ling Guosheng and Li's mother and warned, "The third master asked me to leave a message for you. His wife did not humiliate people casually. In the future, you'd better weigh your mouth." As he said, Zhou Nanli turned around and left. In the living room, Ling Miao Miao was the first to react and stamped her feet in anger. "Mommy. Ling Qingyu, that bitch, what's her basis? How can she get more than 90 million yen as a wedding gift, as well as a house and land when she marries a cripple? Mom, I'm so angry. These should have belonged to me." Ling Shengguo was very angry, while Li's mother narrowed her eyes strangely to comfort her little daughter. "Baby, don't be angry. When the bitchie's mobile phone arrived, I took a peek. There are not so many digits, and there must not be tens of millions." Ling Miao Miao paused and looked at his mother suspiciously. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure. It is estimated that it will cost more than 900,000 yen. Ling Shengguo narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at his wife. "Do you really see clearly?" Ling's mother emphasized that she didn't believe that the Morning Star had such a good life. She was sure that they just united to lie to us. Think about it, Luo San was deprived of power after the car accident. How can there be so much money to allocate? That land. Ling Shengguo thinks that money is a small thing, but land is a big deal. Ling's mother sneered sarcastically. Maybe it's some kind of idle land that can't be developed, and it's useless. And it was said to be for that bitch. Who saw it? It's just acting. Ling Shengguo also thought it was reasonable and nodded. Now, Luo San is already a useless person. He himself said that he had lost his position and asked his men to pick up their tails to be a man. You didn't hear it just now. The more Ling's mother belittled Ling Qingyu's partner to be worthless, the more she felt a headache. Ling Shengguo didn't respond this time, and his heart was very complicated. From his point of view, in fact, Luo Sanye is much more competent than Luo Yan, but his disability makes him, a father-in-law, a little unable to raise his head. Ling's mother rubbed Ling Miao Miao's shoulder again. Now that your sister has married that cripple, you have to fight for it. When Luo Yan comes back, try to win the good thing. Ling Miao Miao nodded shyly. Outside the villa, As soon as Lin Qingyu got on the bus, he heard Luo Shen's embarrassed voice. I have wronged you. I can't get that much dower now. I'll give you 90,000 yuan first. The rest will be made up later. Before he finished speaking, Lin Qingyu shook his head quickly. No, that's fine. I know you are angry for me, and you don't want your family to look down on me in the future. I really appreciate you. Thank you for helping me so much. Since I was a child, no one has ever given me. Even Luo Yan has never done this for her. Luo Yan is a scholarly person and obsessed with archaeology. He always advises her to be patient with her situation, saying that it will be fine when she gets married. Lin Qingyu has never experienced as cool as just now. It seems that the bad luck that has accumulated in my heart for many years has been swept away. With that, Lin Qingyu handed over the documents of the land. I don't need this either. Thank you. Luo Shen took a look at the document and took it for a long time. If you want it, feel free to contact me. Okay. After Zhou Nan sent Lin Qingyu to the Bund Bay, he sent Luo Shen to the old house. As soon as Luo Shen was pushed into the study, he heard the old man's thick voice. Are you here? The old man waved his hand, and Zhou Nan and the old housekeeper retreated knowingly. When only the old man and Luo Shen were left in the study, Mr. Luo solemnly went to the safe, entered the password, took out a document, and threw it to Luo Shen. It's for you. I prepared for your wedding before. Luo Shen opened the document, looked at the equity transfer letter, and raised the corners of his mouth. Don't you think I'm getting married for this? Mr. Luo squinted at him and hummed. Do you really think I'm old and confused? I don't know if I will cooperate with you. With that, the old man couldn't help glaring at his back. Are you alright? Can't die. Luo Shen didn't care. The old man sighed for a long time and said solemnly, when you take out the land of your second sister-in-law's house for cooperation, beat her. Let her know who is in the master of the Luo family. At present, the Luo family wants to contract the nuclear power energy development project. That's a good project to protect the environment and benefit the country and the people. However, the project lacks a piece of land from Luo Shen's second sister-in-law's family. This is also the reason why the old man knows what kind of people the two daughters-in-law are, but he doesn't reprimand him too much. Luo Shen understood the stakes and nodded in a light voice. Don't worry, I know. Also, Ayu is a good girl. Don't bully others. Luo Shen glared at the old man deeply. I still need you to say it. That's the treasure he has been hiding in his heart for many years. After leaving the old house, Luo Shen was in a good mood and called his two brothers to the imperial court. The imperial dynasty is the top private clubhouse in Jiangcheng. In the full membership system, ordinary people cannot enter, and members who enter also need to issue an asset certificate. In Jiangcheng, having an imperial membership card is equivalent to a symbol of identity. But no one knows that in fact, the boss behind the scenes of the imperial dynasty is Lu Xing and the other two bigwigs who can also call for wind and rain in Jiangcheng. Luo Shen entered the imperial court and reached the highest floor by private elevator. This floor is a private floor for him and several brothers, with KTV, billiards, fitness, cinema, restaurant, etc. As soon as he arrived, Luo Shen stood up and walked straight towards the box. At this time, there were already two men in suits and leather shoes, and they were dressed in the box. A man is around 30 years old, with a shallow scar in the corner of his eye and a fierce face. Jianghu people call him Ye Liuye. One is relatively young, wearing a white suit, a bottom-colored shirt, and his hair is made of hairspray. He is the youngest of the Duan family, Duan Xiaobai. As soon as Luo Shen entered the box, Zhou Nan handed two large red envelopes to the two. The two of them took the red envelope and opened it, and it was empty inside. What do you mean? Duan Xiaobai's forehead is full of question marks. Luo Shen went to the sofa and sat down, raising the corners of his mouth happily. I'm married, and you have to pay as you want. Yang Yu. Duan Xiaobai. I want to give this red envelope to my wife. You can't give too much, which will scare her, and you can't give too little. I'm sorry for your identity. Yang Yu. Duan Xiaobai. Chapter 7. Thank you, Mrs. Luo, for giving me a home. Duan Xiaobai laughed angrily at this coquettish operation. Instead, Yu raised his eyes to glare at him with the empty red envelope bag in his hand, and asked bluntly, did you take down your niece-in-law? The two grew up with Luo Shen since they were young. They have a very close relationship, and they have always known that he has a person in his heart. This man is still the fiancé of his nephew. When it comes to this in ordinary days, Luo Shen's face will stink. But he was in a good mood today and corrected, now she is my daughter-in-law. Did you get it? Yang Yu glared at Luo Shen, who was slinging. Luo Shen responded without changing his face. Duan Xiaobai opened his mouth so wide that he could almost stuff two eggs. Yang Yu's eyes narrowed slightly and asked again, did you pull the evidence? That's it. With that, Luo Shen solemnly took out two marriage certificates from the inner pocket of his suit, opened them and put them on the table. Duan Xiaobai felt unbelievable and stretched out his hand to pick it up to have a look. As a result, he was slapped away by Luo Shen before he touched it. Duan Xiaobai. Have you washed your hands? Don't touch my marriage certificate with your dirty hand. Lu Xin gave him a cold glare to warn him, and then he picked up 2 small red books and opened one of them to show them. Just a few seconds, carefully put it back in the inner pocket of the suit. Duan Xiaobai. Is it so precious? While complaining, Duan Xiaobai also poked Yong Yu with his elbow. Hey, Lao Yang, don't you think this is too fantastic? Yong Yu calmly spit out a cigarette. What's the fantasy? That woman couldn't get into the eyes of Lu Xin's second sister-in-law, and she was not favored at home. She was not a decent mother-in-law. Maybe this matter was caused by Lu Xin's second sister-in-law. That's right. Lu Xin raised his eyebrows and briefly talked about the process. Duan Xiaobai's eyes widened in an instant. Do you mean that your second sister-in-law bribed your opponent to drug you? Lu Xin nodded faintly. But aren't you very resistant to those drugs? Soaking in ice water and bleeding before, when didn't you carry it yourself? You actually slept with someone else this time. Duan Xiaobai's voice was a little higher. Lu Xin mocked himself and raised the corners of his lips. If you meet her, there will be no solution. I can't control it. The women I met before are all the ones I don't like. If I feel disgusted, I can naturally bear them. But his proud self-control was in front of her, and in an instant, the army collapsed. Duan Xiaobai had never been in love and didn't understand this, but he still patted him on the shoulder with emotion and raised his wine glass to toast him. Brother, I'm really happy for you. I thought you were going to be a bachelor for the rest of your life. I didn't expect that you were the first to get married instantly. Come on, brother, I wish you a happy wedding. Yo Yu also raised his glass. Congratulations on getting what you wanted. Thank you. Lu Xin took a sip of red wine, and the corners of his mouth rose happily. He said seriously, but the red envelopes can't be less. Today, this red envelope is a certificate. For the wedding later, you have to pack a large share. Yang Yu. Duan Xiaobai. No, you are not short of money. As for the money, we are so in charge of our share. Duan Xiaobai is a money skewer. It hurts a little to think of wrapping red envelopes twice. There is no shortage, but I'm happy to take your red envelopes. Lu Xin took off his glasses casually, revealing a pair of aggressive long eyes. He is too lazy to disguise himself in front of his brother. How much is the appropriate package? Duan Xiaobai asked tentatively. After all, it can't be too much, it can't be less. The devil knows the standard of his boss. 8,008, 9,008. Thinking of Ling Qingyu's expression of getting the red envelope, the corners of Lu Xin's mouth rose happily again. That's okay, I'll pack the one with 8,000. Lao Yin, you're the one with the 8,008. Duan Xiaobai quickly asked the assistant to bring the cash. Yong Yu didn't say anything and asked the assistant to prepare cash red envelopes. Duan Xiaobai handed over the finished red envelope and asked, well, does your sister-in-law know about your leg? Guess what? Lu Xin took the red envelope and said with a smile. Zhou Nan explained at the right time, my wife doesn't know yet. Not only that, the third master is still weak and sick in front of his wife. He coughs at any time, loses his power, and has no money. If you meet outside in the future, you have to cooperate more. Duan Xiaobai's eyes widened again, and his tone was a little higher. Brother, you are playing with fire. Don't you worry that your sister-in-law will know and be angry to divorce you. After saying that, Duan Xiaobai also knew that he was not selective, so he quickly bar 3 times. Hearing the divorce, Lu Xin's face sank, and his voice was a little colder. There will be no day. Yong Yu is the same as Lu Xin. If you like it, you should grab it. He pulled up the corners of his mouth and smiled. It's impossible. The prey that falls into Lu Sa's mouth is unlikely to run away. Hearing the words, Lu Xin's face softened a little and raised the wine glass in his hand towards him. You know me. He will never let Ling Qingyu have the possibility of walking out of his own life. On the other side, Ling Qingyu arrived at the Bundbei and found that the facilities and greenery in the community were really well done, and the environment was beautiful. Moreover, there is also a special slope channel for the disabled on this side of the community floor, and the supporting services are very complete. It is estimated that Lu Xin chose it because of this. On the 21st floor, Ling Qingyu found that Lu Xin bought a large flat floor, a single family house, no neighbors, and good privacy. When you open the password door, you can see the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the river in a large view, and you can see the wide river. The flat floor has more than 220 square meters, which has a good sense of space, but the design is cold. One afternoon, Ling Qingyi bought flowers and some succulents to decorate, and boiled the soup, waiting for Lu Xin to come back. She didn't know whether Lu Xin would come back. The two had just got married and had not had time to communicate, and there was no contact information from him. They were very anxious to sit on the sofa alone. Fortunately, it didn't take long for Lu Xin to be sent back by Zhou Nan. As soon as he entered the door, Lu Xin was stunned for a moment. The original grey main color design, because of the woman in the living room, the pink roses on the table, several pots of tender green succulents and brightly colored tablecloths, suddenly became alive. Seeing Lu Xin's surprised eyes, Ling Qingyu quickly and carefully explained, I saw that the house was a little deserted, so I bought something to arrange it. I didn't say hello to you first. I don't know if you like it or not. Luo Xin noticed Lin Qingyu's slight expression, pushed the wheelchair over distressedly, and gently took her hand. Mrs. Luo, I like it very much, thank you. Lin Qingyu was a little embarrassed by Mrs. Luo's call, and Luo Xin's low voice sounded in his ear. Ayu, this house is yours. You are the mistress of this house. You can do whatever you want in the future. You don't have to ask my opinion, you can make your own decision. Lin Qingyu was stunned. Mistress? Well, after we get the certificate, you are not the hostess, what is it? Luo Xin said half-jokingly, no, you are still the head of the household. Lin Qingyu's heart seemed to be soaked by a warm current in an instant. It took a long time before he curled up the corners of his mouth and said, thank you. Thank him for giving her a home. Thank him for giving her due respect. And these are what she didn't get at home before. Luo Xin also curled the corners of his mouth shallowly. I should thank Mrs. Luo for giving me a home. Lin Qingyu was a little embarrassed by Mrs. Luo's voice again. She blushed and saw Zhou Nan, who was still beside her, and her face turned even redder at this time. Zhou. Assistant, have you eaten yet? Why don't you eat? I'll leave after eating the materials. No. I took the information and left. Zhou Nan, who had been silently fed dog food, was so scared that he answered quickly and almost bit his tongue. With Luo Xin's accompt, he went to the study to get the information, and after that, he ran away like a smoke. Just kidding, how many lives do you have to stay as a light bulb to eat? Lin Qingyu always felt that Zhou Nan was in a hurry, as if someone was going to chase him. Looking at the food on the table, she looked at Luo Xin again and asked, have you eaten? Not yet. Then I'll serve you rice. Okay. Lin Qingyu turned back to the kitchen, came out with a plate of steamed fish, and glanced at Luo Xin. Free. Luo Xin, let's add WeChat for future contact. As soon as the sound fell, Lin Qingyu's mobile phone on the table just jingled, and the screen also lit up. The two subconsciously looked at it and saw the WeChat prompt sent by Luo Yan. Lin Qingyu's hand holding the fish plate suddenly trembled. Chapter 8. How does Mrs. Luo want to love me? The soup in the fish plate spilled out. Luo Xin was shocked and helped to catch the plate and put it behind the table to check her hand. Just now, Luo Xin was so anxious that he almost stood up and took her hand to the kitchen to rinse. Fortunately, at the last moment, he regained his mind. He quickly picked up the mineral water on the side and unswired it, and rinsed it for Lin Qingyu. While washing, he couldn't help blaming. Why are you distracted? What if it gets hot? He said it was a reproach, but his tone was very light, with the warmth of the mountain breeze. Lin Qingyu was not uncomfortable, but felt embarrassed. I'm all right. Lin Qingyu picked up a rag and wiped the soup from the table. After a long time, she took a deep breath, sat next to Luo Xin, picked up her mobile phone and said, let's exchange contact information. Luo Xin looked sideways at her and saw her click on Luo Yan's WeChat in front of him. Luo Yan sent her a sentence, Ayu, did you sleep well last night? Lin Qingyu replied, Luo Yan, we'd better not contact each other in the future. After saying that, she simply blacked Luo Yan and looked up at Luo Xin as if she had made up her mind. Third master, let's live a good life in the future. Don't want to be a loving couple, but at least be a couple who don't quarrel. I will try my best to be a good wife. Okay. However, the premise is that you have to change the name first. When Luo Xin saw Lin Qingyu blacksing Luo Yan's WeChat, he was very pleased to open his WeChat QR code and hand it over. Change what? After Lin Qingyu added WeChat, he didn't react for a moment and looked up at Luo Xin in a daze. The corners of Luo Xin's mouth rose slightly. You can't call me third master anymore. The generation is wrong. That has to be called. Lin Qingyu blushed in an instant, as if he had thought of something. You have to call me husband. Luo Xin smiled evilly at the corner of his mouth. Every time he sees Lin Qingyu's shy appearance, he can't help but want to bully her. Lin Qingyu looked at the meal with his head down, and his face turned redder. I'd better call you Luo Xin first. Okay. Luo Xin is not in a hurry. What he has is patience. The two buried their heads in dinner, and Luo Xin felt that this was the most delicious dinner he had in 29 years. After dinner, Lin Qingyu took the initiative to take on the work of cleaning up the dishes and chopsticks. After finishing all this, she went back to her room to prepare for class. Because there is a lot of information to prepare extracurricular Chinese studies for children, it will be processed until 10 o'clock. As soon as I turned off the PPT, the phone called in. Seeing the contacts on the mobile phone, Lin Qingyu's face gloomed, took a deep breath and connected the phone. Third brother. As soon as the voice fell, a reprimand came from the other end of the mobile phone. Lin Qingyu, are you crazy? You actually smashed the high game with a vase. I order you to go to the hospital immediately and apologize to Gao Bureau. Do you know that Gao Wan has 3 stitches on his forehead? When Lin Qingyu heard the words, his heart ached as if he had been cut by some sharp weapon. Gao Bureau is the single parent who wants to violate her. When she came home that day, Gao Bureau broke into her room under the pretext of asking about the child. After asking a few words, he still used his hands to violate her. She couldn't compete with the strength of an adult man. She was very desperate and desperately called for help. Because she knows that her family is here. But in the end, she only waited for her mother's indifferent voice outside the door. Don't think about the Luo family. You have followed Gao Bureau, and you will be the director's wife in the future. At that moment, her heart was as cold as falling into an ice cave. She didn't want to give in. She smashed the director's head with a vase and ran out. In retool, she was still trembling. But she didn't expect that she was almost violated. Her brother didn't ask a word, and he didn't help himself. Instead, he had to apologize by himself. It was just a moment, and all the grievances in my heart broke out. Ling Qingyu roared at his mobile phone, "Do you know what the High Bureau did to me? He sewed 3 stitches, and I still think it's less." Ling Jiajin was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that his sister, who had always been obedient, would suddenly ignore his dignity and inferiority. "You also said that 3 stitches are so vicious." The first reaction was that he felt that he had dialed the wrong number. Looking at the contacts on his mobile phone, he suppressed the doubts in his heart and snorted coldly, "What are you doing? It's your blessing to like you. How many women want to climb into the bed of Gao Bureau, but Gao Bureau still doesn't give it?" Ling Qingyu sneered and smiled, "Since it's a blessing, why don't you give it to Ling Miao Miao? You." Ling Jiajin choked in an instant and paused for a long time before he said, "Miao Miao naturally deserves better." Ling Qingyu, stop talking nonsense. You go to coax the high situation right now. Otherwise, I'll tell you that you will suffer in the future. Gao Goku won't let you go. Don't go. I didn't do anything wrong. Ling Qingyu's attitude is resolute. If she hadn't been worried that her family wouldn't be a witness for herself, she would have called the police long ago. Ling Jiajin on the other end of the mobile phone became more and more excited. "Ling Qingyu, do you know that I'm helping you? If it's passed tonight, not only will the project at home not be approved, but Gao Bureau will take revenge on you." With that, Ling Jiajin's attitude slowed down a little. "Be obedient. Listen to my brother's advice, lower your posture, coax the high situation, and spoil him. Men and women are just like that. After finishing the high situation, you are the director's wife." Ling Qingyu closed his eyes embarrassedly, and his hand holding the mobile phone kept shaking, only feeling sick. "It's very disgusting. Disgusting from head to toe." Taking a deep breath, she asked, "Ling Jiajin, do you know what you are talking about?" Ling Jiajin was stunned by this sudden call to his name. "Are you asking your sister to sleep with a divorced man who is almost 50 years old to change your company's project?" "Ling Jiajin, don't you feel ashamed when you say such a thing? I'm your sister, and you actually called your interests to your home to violate me. Have an accident later, you didn't say a word to me, you didn't come forward for me, but asked me to sacrifice myself. Don't you think you are disgusting?" Speaking of excitement, Ling Qingyu's eyes were red, and he almost roared out. "Ling Jiajin, do you regard me as your sister, your own sister? Do you think I'm iron? Won't my heart hurt?" Ling Jiajin suddenly felt a trace of touch in his heart, and he no longer spoke righteously. That's because Gao Zhou said he was going to marry you. He is sincere to you, not the kind of person who runs away after sleeping." "Oh," to Ling Qingyu sneered and smiled, only feeling that the heart was torn apart. Before that, in fact, she still had a trace of fantasy. "Fantasy brother doesn't know about this matter. I fantasize that the disgusting man has a misful idea and goes to the house to find himself." But when the illusion was extinguished, she only felt that a bucket of ice water was drenched from her head, and her whole body was terribly cold. "If he wants to marry me, I will marry him, right? Why do you always feel that you are qualified to arrange my marriage and control my life? Have you ever thought that I am also alone? An independent individual?" Ling Jiajin was speechless because he was choked, and he still coaxed patiently for a long time. "In this way, I will accompany you to the hospital to apologize and let this matter be exposed. It's okay for me to accompany you. I promise that Gao Guo won't do anything to you with me." "No way." Ling Qingyu refused. "I got married. My husband will be jealous when he visits a man so late." "Are you married?" Ling Jiajin's high-pitched voice suddenly came from the mobile phone. "How could you get married? With Luo Yan? What about Miao Miao?" Ling Qingyu felt so distressed that he almost had no feeling. In this case, the first thing that the brother at home thinks of is what to do with Miao Miao. How ironic. She shouldn't have fantasies about this group of people. Soon, Ling Jiajin reacted. "No. Luo Yan is on a business trip. You can't marry Luo Yan. I have inquired clearly before Gao Bureau came to see you. Luo Yan is on a business trip this time. He won't come back for 2 or 3 months." Ling Qingyu still smiled, and tears were about to fall from the corners of his eyes. It turns out that everyone has already planned all this. Ling Jiajin has calculated. The family has calculated it. So is Luo Yan's mother. Ling Qingyu really hates so much that he wants to take revenge on them. As long as she catches the opportunity in the future. She must let them taste the pain added to herself. Taking a deep breath, Ling Qingyu also made a decision. She said calmly, Ling Jiajing, you don't care who I marry. Anyway, these have nothing to do with you. From today on, you and our brother and sister will be separated. You are no longer my third brother. I won't call you the third brother either. When these words came out, Ling Qingyu only felt relieved. Well, tonight is my wedding night, and it's also what the ancients called the cave flower candle night. I won't say anything more to you. I still want to be in love with my husband. After saying that, Ling Qingyu hung up his mobile phone directly and turned it off. As soon as he looked up, he heard Luo Shen's voice in a good mood. How does Mrs. Luo want to love me? Chapter 9 Sweet and Greasy Wedding Night. The moment Ling Qingyu saw Luo Shen, he only felt that his cheeks were hot, and he couldn't wait to dig a hole and get down. Luo Shen smiled and saw that she was about to bite her lips and bleed. He couldn't bear to urge, okay, I won't tease you anymore. Go take a shower quickly. I just washed in the guest room. Ling Qingyu nodded, quickly opened the cabinet, took her pajamas, and ran into the bathroom. When the bathroom door was closed, Luo Shen's face sank. He just went to the study to deal with the work. After that, he took a shower and didn't pay attention to the situation on Ling Qingyu's side. I thought she had been preparing for class quietly, but I didn't expect that she was arguing with someone. Just looking at the scarlet eyes of her eyes, he couldn't wait to pull out the person at the other end of the mobile phone and skin him. Luo Shen pressed the mobile phone on the bed and found that it was turned off, so he didn't turn it on again. Forget it, it's not urgent to find out this person. There will always be a chance. What is more important at present is to spend the wedding night with my wife. Luo Shen dialed a number to go out to arrange. When Ling Qingyu came out after drying his hair, he found that the bedroom had changed. Some rose petals were scattered on the ground, and heart-shaped imitation candle lamps were placed. There is a bottle of red wine and 2 wine glasses on the table. And Luo Shen was waiting for her in dark grey silk pajamas and holding a bouquet of red roses. Seeing her coming out, Luo Shen pushed the wheelchair over with one hand and held the rose into Ling Qingyu's dumbfounded hand. Mrs. Luo, happy wedding. Ling Qingyu's heart softened, and the joy of receiving flowers diluted the sadness brought by many third brothers. In the end, she is also an ordinary girl, and she will be happy to receive roses. What's more, this is the first time she has received flowers. In the past, Luo Yan didn't like this set very well. Sometimes it's a festival, and 2 people go shopping. A little sister pulled the corner of Luo Yan's clothes and asked him to buy flowers for his beautiful sister. Luo Yan said that the beautiful sister lived a thrifty life and didn't like this set of clothes. Therefore, Ling Qingyu never received the flowers. Ling Qingyu really didn't expect that he would receive the first bouquet of roses in his life from Luo Yan's third uncle. Ling Qingyu curled the corners of his mouth and thanked me, thank you for sending me roses. Happy wedding. Luo Shen's eyebrows relaxed and took Ling Qingyu's hand to the small table in the corner of the room, signaling her to sit down. This small table is placed by the window, with a soft-backed double sofa, which can see the scenery by the river, which is very romantic. However, at this time, Luo Shen was not sitting on the sofa, but on his wheelchair. He opened the red wine and asked in a gentle voice, drink a little. Ling Qingyu shook his head subconsciously, I don't know how to drink. She has been an obedient child since she was a child, and she has never been drunk at all. This is at home. Don't be afraid to drink a little. If you don't know how to drink, don't touch it outside. Luo Shen said while pouring wine. The year of this wine is rare. It is the year you were born. Until now, the taste is very pure and not bitter. Ling Qingyu thought so. Both of them are husband and wife, and they are at home. What are they afraid of? All right, I'll drink a little. Ling Qingyu grabbed the red wine glass, took a small sip, and his eyes suddenly lit up, which was very sweet. Luo Shen raised the corners of his mouth happily, raised the cup and gently touched Ling Qingyu, making a crisp and pleasant sound. Mrs. Luo, happy wedding. Happy wedding. Ling Qingyu took another sip and felt very happy. Then he asked again, isn't this wine very expensive? I heard that the older the year, the more expensive it is. A trace of unnaturalness flashed on Luo Shen's face. Of course, this wine is expensive. When I saw this bottle of wine sealed by her date of birth at the auction, I wanted to take a picture of it, thinking that one day I could sit with her and taste it. Therefore, no matter how the opponent raises the card, he adds 100,000 yen every time he raises the card, looking like he is determined to get it. In the end, this bottle of wine was taken for 5.1 million yen. He was still not happy. He insisted on giving 5.2 million to the organizer, saying that it was a good intention. But this wine is really worth using on the wedding night. Seeing that Luo Shen didn't answer, Ling Qingyu thought he had said something wrong and couldn't help asking, what's wrong? Luo Shen curled his lips and nodded, it's really expensive. It's just a gift from a friend. With that, Luo Shen brought 2 red envelopes from the side and put them in Ling Qingyu's hand, and this. It's the money that the 2 brothers used to follow, and they were all handed over to you. Ling Qingyu took a thick pack of red envelopes and weighed that it was estimated to be about 10,000 yuan. He quickly said, "No, your brother gave it to you, so you can keep it. Here you are. The money should be handed over to the wife," Lu Xin said in a gentle voice. Ling Qingyu felt his heart tremble inexplicably. She remembered that when she was a child, she got a red envelope from her relatives. Every time she didn't cover it, her mother took it away, saying that she would help her save it. She believed it at first. Later, she accidentally bumped into the red envelope her mother took from her and turned around and gave it to her sister Li Miao Miao. At that time, Ling Miao Miao was young and didn't seem to be as stupid and impolite as she was now. She shyly asked her mother, "Is it not good for her sister to do this? She gave it to me, and my sister was gone." But the mother forced the red envelope into her arms again. "Your 8 characters are prosperous in our family. All the good things in this house are yours. Your sister's Death Star, she doesn't deserve it." Perhaps after repeating these words over the years, Ling Miao Miao has changed over time. Holding the 2 red envelopes in front of him, Ling Qingyu sincerely said, "Thank you again. I'm not afraid of your jokes. This is the first red envelope I got." Looking at the rose, Ling Qingyu said again, "So are the flowers." Lu Shen was slightly stunned. Hearing Ling Qingyu's eyes slightly red when she got the red envelope for the first time, she thought of her wolf-like family. How dare they treat her like this? But when he heard the rose, he was a little annoyed again, and his voice was unconsciously a little higher. "Lu Yan has never given it to you." Ling Qingyu lowered his head with some embarrassment and shook his head. Lu Shen realized it with Heinz and apologized repeatedly. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't mention him. I'm a little angry." With that, he reached out and grabbed the back of Ling Qingyu's head, pulled her closer to his wheelchair a little, and kissed her cheek, full of pity, and then solemnly promised, "If you are with me, there will be many firsts in the future." With that, Lu Shen didn't want Ling Qingyu to be embarrassed, so he quickly changed the topic and asked, "I just heard you arguing with someone on the phone. Did something happen?" Ling Qingyu wrote lightly, "It's still a matter of the family." After saying that, Ling Qingyu glanced at Lu Shen and said tentatively, "I just quarreled with my third brother. I'm so angry. I said that if I say that I don't want to recognize him as my third brother, will you think that I..." Before I finish my words, Lu Shen interrupted, "No." He thought to himself that he should go to check Ling Qingyu's third brother, but he gently rubbed Ling Qingyu's head and opened his mouth. "If even you are angry to say such a thing, it means that your third brother is really not generous. Sometimes the relationship between relatives also depends on the relationship. Like my second sister-in-law, she is not very good to me. Sometimes it's not as good as these 2 brothers who are not related by blood and give money. The fate between people can't be forced, and so can relatives. If you are together, you should walk more and touch the principle. If you don't want to admit it, don't tire yourself." Ling Qingyu stared at Lu Shen with wide eyes, and his eyes were slightly wide. She didn't expect that he would say such comforting words. In the past, she also discussed similar topics with Lu Yan. But Lu Yan's answer is that there is no overnight feud between relatives. It is said that the family should be united. If there is anything wrong, just say it. Every time she doesn't dare to say any more. Lu Shen rubbed Ling Qingyu's head again. "Am I wrong?" Ling Qingyu shook his head. Lu Shen curled the corners of his mouth and continued, I am your husband now. If you encounter anything, remember to find me. Although I am a waste person, I used to have some connections. If I don't do well, remember to tell me." Ling Qingyu was so moved that he almost shed tears. He wiped the moisture from the corners of his eyes and asked, "Why are you so good to me? It's so good that it doesn't look like a husband with a flash marriage." "Because you are my wife. I'm not good to you. Who are you good to?" Lu Shen raised his wine glass, walked around Ling Qingyu's hand, and smiled in a low voice. "Mrs. Lu, after drinking this glass of wine, wish us a happy wedding night." Lu Shen specially accentuated the pronunciation of yi. Chapter 10. Ling Qingyu exclaimed, "Your legs." Ling Qingyu's face was burning red. She shyly drank a glass of wine and pushed Lu Shen to the bedside. In fact, she was going to refuse. Last night, the experience given to her by Lu Shen was really uncomfortable, and even a little afraid, so when she took a shower, she specially chose a loose and conservative cotton pajamas. But thinking that Lu Shen gave himself too many surprises and emotions tonight, he couldn't bear to refuse him. At this time, Ling Qingyu lay in bed nervously, feeling that he was very stupid in cartoon-printed pajamas. I don't know how a mature man of Lu Shen's age can gnaw on himself like this. The mattress suddenly sank. Ling Qingyu noticed something was wrong and looked at Lu Shen. "Your legs." "Lu Shen. I made a mistake. I was so excited that I went to bed by myself." After Ling Qingyu's reminder, Lu Shen felt like he was holding the mattress with his hands, and then explained, "I don't feel it on my calf. With the support of your arms, you can go to bed and get out of bed in a wheelchair. You can take care of your own life." When Ling Qingyu heard that he could take care of his own life, he was a little uncomfortable. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. I was so shocked just now. It's all right. Your husband's health condition really should let you know." It's my fault that I didn't communicate with you. Ling Qingyu didn't expect that Luo Xin would say that. His heart warmed, and a shadow appeared in front of him. Luo Xin knelt on her waist, put his hands on her body, and continued. There is no feeling in the calf, up to above the knee. Everything is normal. You also knew it last night. Ling Qingyu bit his lip, and his little face turned red to the extreme in an instant. Luo Xin smiled and leaned down to kiss her. Gentle and lingering. As if I saw a snack I liked very much when I was a child, I couldn't bear to eat it in one bite, so I tasted it slowly. Ling Qingyu's body was a little soft when he was teased. In addition, he drank wine. He indulged in this kind of tenderness and couldn't help humming. She felt ashamed, so she quickly reached out against Luo Xin's chest, turned her face and said, "Go turn off the light." "Can you not turn off the light?" Luo Xin seems to be communicating seriously. The light was not good last night, and he still feels a little regretful. "I want to see you." "Don't." Ling Qingyu shook his head and was so ashamed that he wanted to bury his face in the quilt. Luo Xin felt a little regretful, but he still turned off the bedside lamp. It's not urgent. There will be opportunities in the future. After turning off the light, Luo Xin kissed Ling Qingyu's lips again and seduced in her ear, "Wife, close your eyes." There are also some electronic candles on the ground. There is still a little faint light. He doesn't want his wife to notice something strange. Ling Qingyu obediently closed his eyes. I only feel that this time, Luo Xin seems to have learned the essentials, no longer barbaric, but gentle and burning. The next day, Ling Qingyu opened his eyes and looked at Luo Xin's obsession. Luo Xin got up earlier than her and sat in the wheelchair in front of the bed. He didn't know how long he stared at her. Ling Qingyu was a little embarrassed to open his face. Suddenly, he thought of something and was shocked. She grabbed her mobile phone and looked at the time. "Oh no, why is it so late?" The alarm clock didn't go off either. "Don't worry, breakfast is ready. Zhou Nan is waiting for you downstairs in the car. You won't be late." I turned off the alarm clock. "I want you to sleep more." Ling Qingyu's heart was warm and he asked in surprise, "What breakfast did you make?" No, Luo Xin smiled dumbly. Every morning, the aunt of the old house would come to make breakfast and then go back. "But if Mrs. Luo likes it, I can learn to do it for you in the future." No, Ling Qingyu quickly got up and washed. Luo Xin's legs and feet are inconvenient. How could she ask him to cook? She originally set the alarm clock an hour earlier to make breakfast for him, but she didn't expect that he got up earlier than himself and turned off the alarm clock. After washing up, Ling Qingyu pushed Luo Xin to the table, and the two sat down to have breakfast together. When he picked up the spoon, Ling Qingyu noticed the heart-shaped diamond ring on the ring finger of his right hand. The ring was put on by Luo Xin last night. Later, she had no strength at all. When Luo Xin put it on, she didn't even bother to hum, but she remembered that he seemed to kiss her hand vigorously, kissed the diamond ring, and said sweet words. Thinking of that scene, Ling Qingyu's cheeks turned red again in an instant. "What's the matter?" Sensing that Ling Qingyu was abnormal, Luo Xin asked in a low voice. "It's nothing. I'm just thinking that this ring is too expensive. It may not be suitable to wear to school. I want to keep it at home." Worried that Luo Xin would think too much, Ling Qingyu took the initiative to explain. She has always been low-key and doesn't like to be publicized and attract attention. "This pink diamond is worthless." Luo Xin explained lightly, paused for a moment, and looked at Ling Qingyu sincerely. "It was my little care. I want someone else's wife to have it and give it to you with my best. If you think it's really inappropriate, then I'll buy you one without a diamond." Ling Qingyu's heart was full of emotion and quickly shook his head. "Don't be so troublesome. I just need to wear this. I originally thought that this ring should be very expensive. I didn't want to wear it in class for fear of having a bad influence on students. But now, maybe I'm too careful, so I'll wear it." "Okay." The corners of Luo Xin's mouth rose secretly. "Just kidding, this is his mark. How can you take it off?" He can't wait to tell the whole world that Ling Qingyu is his legal wife. Let those men who co-wed her dispel the thoughts that should not be. After breakfast, Luo Xin sent Ling Qingyu to work under the pretext of going back to the company and sent Ling Qingyu to school. Halfway, Ling Qingyu asked Zhou Nan to stop and went to the supermarket to buy a few boxes of candy. Then he rushed into the car and explained to Luo Xin, "Bring some wedding candy to your colleagues." In fact, she just made a decision when she decided to wear the ring to school. Now that you are married and completely separated from the past, you can't hide it everywhere. She is Luo Xin's wife now. You must recognize this reality in order to live a good life. Seeing that she was willing to disclose the relationship between the two, Luo Xin's thin lips hooked up happily. As soon as I arrived at the school office, my colleagues gathered around me. "Congratulations, Qingyu. It's worth congratulating." Colleagues, what you said and what I said made Ling Qingyu a little confused. "Do you all know it?" Colleagues laughed and said, "It's all announced on the internet." "Huh? On the internet?" Ling Qingyu is even more confused. "How can the news of my marriage be announced on the internet?" With that, she opened the gift bag in her hand and took out the chocolate gift box. She smiled and said with an embarrassed smile, I just got the certificate yesterday, and today I invite everyone to eat wedding candy. Colleagues. Are we talking about the same thing? At this time, Chen Miao, who was usually close to Lin Qingyu, rushed over and screamed. Are you married? Did you get the certificate yesterday? Without waiting for Lin Qingyu to answer, she stared at the pink heart-shaped diamond ring on Lin Qingyu's hand. Wow, this diamond ring is so beautiful. I didn't expect that Luo Yan's elm head would send such a heart-shaped pink diamond. When the voice fell, Lin Qingyu's face was a little embarrassed. Chapter 11 Catching Up with Fashion and Getting Married. Li Jiao, who was in the same office, keenly sensed something wrong with Lin Qingyu and walked over with a smile. Well, Mian, you say so much that you don't even give you a chance to speak. Let's eat wedding candy first, and then let I tell everyone in detail. Li Jiao, Chen Mian and Lin Qingyu are the new teachers who entered the same batch, and they usually get at a good relationship. Lin Qingyu gave her a grateful look. Li Jiao smiled and held her hand. You, congratulations still have to congratulate. However, this is not what we just said. Lin Qingyu was confused when he heard it. Li Jiao explained with a smile, we are saying that you won the first place in the open class competition of the last district. Now, there is only online voting, and the excellent city teachers in your district will get it. Lin Qingyusha looked at Li Jiao in surprise. She thought that her ability was not bad, but she was still a little surprised to get the first place in the overall score. Soon, she remembered something again and lowered her head shyly. It turned out that she had just misunderstood everyone. Li Jiao knew that she realized it later and poked her elbow. Hurry up and share the marriage proposal process with us. Cut to Luo Yan, come on, how romantic it can be. Chen Mian chewed the chocolate and said in discord. It's not him. When it comes to Luo Yan, Lin Qingyu's heart suddenly hurts, but he tries to explain lightly that it is the object arranged by the elders at home. It looked appropriate, so I went to the fashion and got married. The sound fell, and the whole office became quiet. As we all know, Lin Qingyu has a fiancé who has been with for 3 years. He is a famous big family in Jiangcheng, the Luo family. Why did you change your partner at this time? Can Luo Yanhao be the target of the change? Can Luo Yan be rich and powerful? The people present were all human spirits. Naturally, they knew that the water in the rich family was deep, and their faces showed different degrees of embarrassment. Haha, flash marriage is good. Someone broke the silence with a loud voice. That's it, introduced by this elder, I know the bottom line. If you can afford this ring, you should not be an ordinary person, right? That's for sure. I don't know who is blessed to marry a beautiful woman like our teacher Ling. A male colleague joked. Lin Qingyu's appearance is the most prominent among these teachers. When she first came here, many unmarried male colleagues were enduing about her. This male colleague is also among them. However, later, when everyone heard that she had a fiancé and the son of the Luo family, one of the 4 major families in Jiangcheng, everyone dispelled that thought. Lin Qingyu responded with a faint smile, it's just an ordinary person. This ring is also worthless. Bell to a pleasant electronic bell rang, and most of the people present had classes, so they were forced to interrupt the topic, pick up the textbook and leave. In an instant, only Lin Qingyu and Chen Mian were left in the whole office, which also saved Lin Qingyu a little embarrassment. Seeing that there was no one around, Chen Mian quickly pulled Lin Qingyu to the balcony and directly questioned, what's going on? How could you marry someone else? Lin Qingyu sighed helplessly before explaining the ins and outs. Chen Mian was so angry that he rolled up his sleeves and wanted to have a beret. What the hell are your family members? And Luo Yan, it's so disgusting. In the past, I called you everywhere, asking you to do this, asking you to do that, buying things for a while, and picking up people for a while. I thought she was calling you as a daughter-in-law. Why do you hide such thoughts? Referring to the various things that Luo Yan's mother had said to her before, Lin Qingyu's face suddenly became a little bad, and his hatred for Luo Yan's mother was one more. After dating Luo Yan for 3 years, Luo Yan's mother called her a lot. Some limited edition bags need to queue up in person and get their ID cards to buy them. Luo Yan's mother also called her to go. Sometimes she complains to Luo Yan when she queues for hours, which affects her preparation for classes. But Luo Yan said that it was because my mother regarded you as her own family, and it was difficult for her own family to care about. Lin Qingyu thought so at that time, so he didn't complain to Luo Yan anymore. But now that I think about it, Mrs. Luo treats herself as a fool. Seeing that Lin Qingyu's face was not very good, Chen Mian stroked her back and said distressedly, such a thing happened yesterday, why didn't you come to me? I will definitely help you. Immediately, Chen Mian sighed again. Now that the wood has become a boat, she can only comfort her. Forget it, Luo Yan's mother is not a fuel-saving lamp. If you really marry Luo Yan, you may not have a good life. It shouldn't be a bad thing to lose a horse in a horse race. When Lin Qingyu heard the words, he couldn't help laughing out loud and corrected, that's not a blessing for Sion to lose his horse. Yes, you are an award-winning Chinese teacher. I, a physical education teacher, can't say that you can do it. Anyway, as long as the meaning is about the same. If I were your Chinese teacher, I would really be angry with you. Lin Qingyu glared at Chen Mianmian. Chen Mianmian glared at her back, and finally comforted her. You have always wanted to leave that home. Now that the household registration has been moved out, they can no longer threaten you with the household registration and force you to do what you don't want to do. As a sister, I still hope this is a good start. Chen Mianmian grabbed her hand again and said, if the third uncle treats you badly, remember to tell me. I, Chen Mianmian, am the 18th generation heir of Chen's boxing. I can protect you. Okay. Lin Xingyu smiled dumbly. At present, he treats me very well. The sound fell, and Lin Xingyu's mobile phone rang. After connecting, Director Wang and Wang Mei's voice came over. Mr. Lin, please come to my office. Okay. As soon as Lin Xingyu hung up her mobile phone, Chen Mianmian excitedly urged her, hurry up, you must be talking about your award. This is a great thing. Our school has never had a new teacher who has just worked for a year and won an award in the district. In the past, awards were given to experienced teachers. You are helping our new teacher to speak out. And if you take the first place in the district this time, you can go to the city to compete. Chen Mianmian excitedly pushed Lin Qingyu out of the balcony and seemed to see a dark shadow slipping in the corners of her eyes. Seeing that she was stunned, Lin Qingyu asked, what's the matter? Chen Mianmian frowned and felt a trace of strangeness in his heart, but he didn't say in detail, I just seemed to have seen a personal figure. I guess I read it wrong. Go away. Lin Qingyu nodded, with a little joy on his face, and walked towards the director's office. Before she could say het, Wang Mei said with a cold face. Some parents in your class sued you anonymously. Sue me? Lin Qingyu was stunned in an instant, and the original smile was directly on the corners of his mouth. How much I was looking forward to it, how shocked I was now. Right. Sit down. I just want to talk to you about it. With that, Wang Mei took a piece of paper from the printer and handed it to Lin Qingyu. Lin Qingyu took the printing paper in a daze, thinking that she was responsible and attentive to the students. What could these parents sue her? Chapter 12 The third master stimulates his nephew, vote for your third aunt. This is the email that the principal just forwarded to me. Wang Mei knocked on the table and said that someone sent such a letter to the principal and the education bureau, saying that you did not teach according to the syllabus, did not assign homework to students, and mislead others. Lin Qingyu suddenly felt a little speechless. Director Wang, I don't have much homework, but these are strictly in accordance with the spirit of the burden reduction document. Seeing Lin Qingyu's defense, Wang Mei's face was a little black. Reducing the burden is indeed our current educational philosophy. However, Mr. Lin, you have little experience and still need to learn from other teachers. Homework is a process of consolidating knowledge. You said students, can there be no homework? Director Wang, I have homework. It's just that a lot of homework is completed when it is entrusted after class. Isn't it more worry-free to finish homework at school and review independently when you get home? Parents don't have to accompany you with homework. Wang Mei listened to Lin Qingyu's explanation and became more and more impatient. Isn't it enough for you to assign them more homework? What are you talking about in such a pile? After being the director for so many years, it was the first time for her to see a new teacher who didn't do what she said. Lin Qingyu also held his breath in his heart, but he still said lightly on his face, Director Wang, I'm afraid that there will be too much homework at that time, and my parents will sue me again. Wang Mei felt that Lin Qingyu was talking back, and her face was completely cold. She directly ordered, in short, go to the parent group to explain this matter to everyone. Learn from other teachers, assign homework, add some passwords or something, such as independent homework, expand literacy and so on. Not only do you have to assign homework, but also don't let people take the handle. Lin Qingyu was very reluctant, but forced by the relationship between superiors and subordinates, he could only respond in the end. Wang Mei's face then softened a little. In addition, the vote for excellent teachers in the online area will last for a week. You can mobilize your colleagues, relatives and friends to solicit votes. Now the second teacher of the experimental primary school next door has surpassed you. We have to find a way quickly. We can't lose the face of our school. Okay, I got it. Lin Qingyu responded sullenly and left Wang Mei's office. Back to her seat, she was a little depressed. Chen Mianmian has been waiting for her here. After learning the reason why Wang Mei asked her to go to the office, she was angry again. Why are these parents like this? The burden on the top needs to be reduced, and the parents need to put pressure on it. Together, the teacher has become a sandwich cookie. Don't offend up and down. Lin Qingyu took Chen Mianmian's hand. SHH, stop talking. It was originally. Chen Mianmian rolled her eyes. I can explain the parents' affairs in the group. What bothers me now is the question of voting. Lin Qingyu smiled helplessly. I didn't expect that as a teacher now, I have to learn to seek votes. Chen Mianmian is also annoyed by this, but people in the workplace are helpless. She posted the link to her moments. Hello, everyone. The fifth is the beautiful teacher of our school, my best friend. Please help me vote. Each person can cast 3 votes a day. Give it all to me. After sending, Chen Mianmian forwarded several groups and sent several red envelopes in a row, asking everyone to help vote. Lin Qingyu saw that Chen Mianmian took the initiative to help him solve votes, and he was also embarrassed not to pull them. He sent WeChat messages of several close friends in a row, and also sent them to Lu Shen, by the way. After sending it out, Lin Qingyu felt embarrassed again and quickly withdrew. Who knows Lu Shen's second reply? Lin Qingyu bit his lip. What's wrong with this person? Why did he see it so quickly? Are you just playing with your mobile phone? Chen Mianmian looked at Lin Qingyu awkwardly editing and explaining in the dialogue box, deleting and editing again, and simply snatched the mobile phone. Is this Luo Yan's third uncle? Lin Qingyu nodded. Chen Mianmian resent the link just now to Luo Shen without saying a word, and then pressed the voice button. I'm Ayu's best friend, Chen Mianmian. Let me tell you, your wife is now participating in the district teacher competition to solicit votes. She is about to lose to the second place. Let me ask you, can you help me with this favor? Hurry up and mobilize the people around you to solace for votes. When the voice fell, Lin Qingyu quickly snatched back his mobile phone and glared at Chen Mianmian. Mianmian, he is an elder. You can't speak in that tone. I don't care about his elders. He is your husband now, my peer. And if you want to be my best friend's husband, at least let me see if he is qualified or not. Chen Mianmian pulled a chair and sat down carelessly. Lin Qingyu hugged Chen Mianmian with emotion. You are the best for me. None of the family members are good to themselves. Chen Mianmian raised her head proudly. Of course. It takes a lifetime to be a best friend. Ding. Lu Shen replied. Chen Mianmian signaled Lin Qingyu to check WeChat quickly. Lin Qingyu suddenly felt a little nervous. I don't know if Lu Shen would think he was annoying. In her impression, Lu Shen is a smiling elder who is a very powerful person who can handle hundreds of millions of big projects at any time. In the past, when the Luo family had a party, she only dared to point her head at him from afar and did not dare to talk to him at all. I don't know if he will think their kind of vote-slicking behavior is very childish. Poking on the screen of the mobile phone, Lin Qingyu saw a concise reply on the chat page. Guaranteed to complete the task. Lin Qingyu exhaled softly and showed the chat page to Chen Mianmian. Chen Mianmian glanced and snorted coldly. Who can't talk big? The key depends on how he does it. It's not that easy to think about me. She didn't even like Luo Yan before. In Chen Mianmian's perception, no one is worthy of Lin Qingyu. On the other hand, Lu Shen's eyebrows sank slightly after receiving the forwarded link. Zhou Nan beside him secretly glanced at him. Big project? The last project that made the third master frown seems to have happened many years ago. Lu Shen, who carefully read the whole link page, forwarded the circle of friends as soon as possible. No. 5. Vote. 3 tickets per person per day. If you don't vote, you won't give me law face. The content is concise, which is very in line with Lu Shen's style, but the deterrent is great. As soon as the moments were sent, there were more than 300 likes. Everyone voted for number 5 and left a message under Lu Shen's moments. Already voted. 3 votes have been cast. Come back tomorrow. Guaranteed to complete the task. Third Master, Accountant Ling of International Trade has cast 3 votes. Third Master, I'm Xiaoli of Jinjian Food in the North District. I have voted for 3 votes. After posting the moments, Lu Shen forwarded a few friends who know each other. On the 5th, my wife, 3 tickets per person per day. Don't fall. At Yang Yu at Duan Xiaobai, the whole family, servants, and the whole company should vote. Yang Yu. Duan Xiaobai. Then, Lu Shen forwarded several relatives. Forwarded to Mr. Luo, Dad, cast 3 votes for Ayu every day. After a pause, Lu Shen narrowed his eyes slightly, and finally forwarded the link to Lu Yan. On the 5th, help your third aunt vote. Chapter 13 Lu Shen, honey, I'll help you solter. After the WeChat was sent, Lu Shen felt that it was inappropriate, so he quickly withdrew it and changed it to, help I vote. He was worried that Lu Yan could not stand the stimulation and ran back immediately. Now, his relationship with Ayu is not stable. This kid can't come back for the time being. The kid can't come back to eat dog food until the 2 of them mix oil in honey. After sending moments to relatives and friends, Lu Shen still felt that it was not enough. He looked at Zhou Nan solemnly. He immediately sent an emergency document, requiring all the employees of the whole company to vote for his wife. 3 tickets per person per day. Don't give me a single vote. Anyway, my wife can't lose. Zhou Nan. It's because of this that I've been frowning for so long. Also, you need to report your wife's voting to me every hour. In case we are caught up with the second place, we still need to think of a new plan. Zhou Nan. Why don't you go soon? Do you want your wife to lose? Lu Shen shot over with a knife, which scared Zhou Nan to shrink his head and quickly responded to the sound. After arranging the voting, Lu Shen sent a message to Lin Qingyu again. Honey, I'm soliciting for you. Lin Qingyu, thank you. Soon, Lu Shen made up, follow me, I won't let you lose. When Lin Qingyu received the WeChat, he felt a little hot on his face. Through the screen, she seemed to feel Lu Shen's domineering spirit. She didn't reply, and she didn't know how to reply, but she had a wonderful feeling in her heart. That feeling seems to be taken seriously. This is what she has never experienced. Soon, with Lu Shen's help, Lin Qingyu's votes exceeded the second place, and there was a distance between them. By the end of school, Lin Qingyu's votes had exceeded 10,000 votes for the second place. In Chen Mianmian's words, this wave is stable. Lin Qingyu was happy to see that he didn't have to select votes by himself. He just wanted to call Lu Shen to thank him. By the way, he asked him if he would go home for dinner, and Lu Shen called in. "Mrs. Lu, can you get off work? I'm here to pick you up." Lin Qingyu was stunned and quickly responded, "Oh, I'm off work. I'll pack up and go down now." Walking out of the school gate, Lin Qingyu saw Lu Shen's car parked not far away. Lu Shen lowered the window and waved to her. Lin Qingyu trotted over in a hurry and passed by the two male colleagues without knowing it. The male colleague was stunned when he saw her in a luxury car. Another male colleague poked him in the elbow and said strangely, "Don't look at it. Millions of luxury cars are not affordable for us as teachers. Good-looking women all want to marry a rich man. Recognize this fact." The male colleague who watched Lin Qingyu leave his back snorted coldly, "I thought she was tall, but I didn't expect to be the same as other women. It's not." After Lin Qingyu got on the bus, he said awkwardly, "In fact, you didn't have to pick me up from work. I want it." This is the cultivation that a husband should have. Lu Shenwen smiled and held the glasses on the bridge of his nose. He asked with a gentlemanly demeanor, "Is it okay to go to Wenfa Square and eat Northeast cuisine?" "It's okay." Lin Qingyu was not particular about food, so he nodded. Soon, the car arrived at Wenfa Square. After getting off the car, Lin Qingyu pushed Lu Shen into the mall. At the same time, Lin Qingyu's third brother, Lin Jiazhen, also followed Gao Kuo into Wenfa Square. Gao Bureau and Lin Jiajing are both wearing masks, accompanied by two female companions with good figures and revealing clothes. "Gao Bureau, please take this way." Lin Jiajing walked in front like a grandson to lead the way. Gao put the strap on his forehead, and his face was not good. He hummed, and his eyes fell on the two female companions behind him. "What do you mean?" Lin Jiajing quickly came to Gao Yu's ear. "These two are well known in the modeling circle. I'm younger than my sister. Let them take good care of you tonight." Go Gaoji pushed Lin Jiajin away, looked at the two women in disgust, and told them to get out. Vulgar fans. Lin Jiajin's face stiffened and quickly took out some tips to the two female models and sent them away. "Gao Guo, you calm down. I'll have a good drink with you tonight." With that, Lin Jiajin made an invitation. Gao Bureau walked towards the restaurant on the second floor of the square with a very bad face. "Let me ask you, Lin Jiajin, what do you mean now? I asked you to send your sister to apologize to me, but you didn't do it." "Alas, how can I not do it?" Lin Jiajin sighed. "Isn't this a little sister who is ignorant? She was slapped by my parents several times, and her face was swollen. She couldn't go out to meet people. I just want to bring her to apologize to you when she gets better." Gao Guohuo glanced at him. "Really? Really? You still don't understand my parents' attitude. We are facing you. It's all my fault, my sister, I don't know what's good or evil." Gao's face softened a little. "Lin Jiajin, I tell you, I really like your sister. Since I met your sister, I have been looking at these things outside, and I think it's almost boring. It's too low level to get into my eyes. Besides, I won't lie to you. I really want to marry Mr. Lin. Men always have to marry a virtuous man who can take care of the family and educate their children to keep them at home so that they can rest assured. It happens that your sister is a teacher, and my son likes her. Yes, yes, yes. I have been telling my sister that it is her good luck to be liked by you." Gao's complexion softened slightly, and his mood became a little better because of Lin Jiajin's hair. Suddenly, his eyes fell on Lin Qingyu, who was pushing Lu Shen not far away. She bent down from time to time to talk to the man in the wheelchair. The two talked and laughed, and the face was nothing. Gao Bureau suddenly burned with anger. "Good, Lin Jiajin. You are fooling me. Your sister is a good person. She said that she was fanned and couldn't be seen. You see, she still has the heart to hang out with other men." Lin Jiajin frowned tightly and blurted out without thinking, "Huh? Did she really get married?" "Get married?" The high voice was raised a little, and the chest cavity was ups and downs. "What? Your sister would rather marry a useless person than marry me." Lin Jiajin was shocked to realize that he had said something wrong and slapped himself. "I didn't mean that. I don't know whether my sister got married or not. It's just her casual words. I guess she's fooling me." Gao narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the two of them walking towards a restaurant, and said with determination, "Look at them like that, the relationship must not be simple. Lin Jiajin, let me tell you, your sister has to apologize to me today." As he said, he pointed to the strap on his head. "Even in front of her disabled husband, she had to apologize to me even if she knelt down. I don't care if she gets married or not. If you marry someone, you have to serve me until I'm in a good mood, so that I can get over it. Lin Jiajin looks ugly. What Gao is saying is too dirty. He also knew that he had married 2 female subordinates before. But after all, Ling Qingyu is his sister. No matter how much he doesn't like her, he still can't do this disgusting thing. Gao could see his hesitation, and his voice sank a little. What? Don't you want to approve the project? I know that your broken company turned over by pointing to that project. You said that your family is the 3rd oldest. If your subsidiary goes bankrupt, will your old man look up to you in the future? Can you still have your share of the company's inheritance rights? Lin Jiajin's face stiffened. He gritted his teeth and took out his mobile phone to explain, this anger must be released to you. I'm going to call some bodyguards downstairs to come up and take care of my sister and her disabled husband. Gao Bureau glared at him and sneered, oh, don't you have a deep love for brother and sister with me? Lin Jiajin smiled, that was also made by my sister herself. If she doesn't smash your head, can this happen? Gao Qi nodded with satisfaction. He felt very excited when he thought that he could hold the little beauty on his lap and kiss in front of Ling Qingyi's husband in a wheelchair. Soon, several bodyguards arrived, and several people walked towards the box of Ling Qingyi and Lucian. Click. The door of the box was roughly pushed open. Looking at the person coming, Ling Qingyi's heart trembled with shock. Chapter 14. The 3rd master spoils his wife, and his aura is 8 meters. Lin Jiajin rushed in first. Seeing that Ling Qingyi's head was close to a strange man, he suddenly burned with anger. Ling Qingyi, what are you doing? Hurry up and apologize to Gao Bureau. When the voice fell, Lin Jiajin bent down and welcomed Gao Jian. Then, 3 bodyguards also came in and held the door with their backs. Seeing this, Lucian restrained the glasses on the bridge of his nose and reminded him of his personality at this moment, but the long eyes behind the lens were cold. When he saw Lin Jiajin rudely pointing at Ling Qingyu, he couldn't wait to stand up and break his finger directly. But he can't. He can't make up for this fucking thing. Lin Jiajing, who didn't know that he was almost dead in Lucian's eyes, stared at Ling Qingyu, who was speechless. Hurry up and apologize. Why are you still in a daze? When the sound fell, Lin Jiajin moved a chair and asked Gao Jun to sit down. Gao Yu immediately sat on the chair like an old man, crossed a leg, and looked at Ling Qingyu obscenely. Ling Qingyu was so angry that he wanted to explode. Before he opened his mouth, Lucian held the back of her hand and questioned in a slightly cold voice, what did my wife do wrong? Do you need to apologize? Lin Jiajin pointed to the head of Gaoguo. Why? She smashed the high situation like this. She doesn't need to apologize. Lin Jiajin didn't know Lucian and didn't care about him at all. His eyes were extremely contemptuous when talking to him. When Gao Ju heard the ghost, he frowned, but when he thought that he could hold the little beauty in a moment, he quickly suppressed this displeasure. Lucian glanced at Gao Guo's head and wrote lightly, oh, it's a pity. Why didn't you smash it to death? My wife is a very kind person. If you can make her angry enough to smash someone's head, that person must have done something unforgivable. When Ling Qingyu heard the words, his heart was slightly stunned. She didn't expect that Lucian would speak for her. From childhood to adult, no matter what happened, she fought alone. It was better after meeting Chen Mianmian. Hey, what about apologizing and smashing people's heads? Can you two stop looking at each other in front of us? Lin Jiajin was treated coldly and kicked the table in front of him. The teapot on the table slid straight to Lucian's side and finally fell to the ground, almost scalding Lucian. Lin Jiajin. When Ling Qingyu saw this, he was so angry that he almost roared. Are you shameless? Why don't you say why I smashed his head? Shut up. I'm your third brother. You actually call my name directly. Are you still polite? Come over and apologize and say a few soft words to Gaoji. Otherwise, you will only be more embarrassed in front of this man. Or, Ling Jiajin deliberately said, or do you want me to say in front of this man why you smashed your head? When Ling Qingyu heard the words, he was extremely embarrassed. Gao Gao said softly and patted his thigh. Come on, sit here, call my brother and apologize. Maybe, when I'm in a good mood, this matter will be exposed. Ling Qingyu stared at Gao Yu. Gao Jiu saw that Ling Qingyu refused to go there, so he raised the obscene corners of his mouth and mocked. Or do you want me to tell this coward how I touched your leg and you smashed my head? You are shameless. Ling Qingyu killed Ling Jiajin and Gao Chen. Gao Bureau looked completely itchy and painless and looked at it. Xiang Lucian, hey, you coward in a wheelchair, why didn't you react when you heard me touch your wife's leg? When the voice fell, Ling Qingyu immediately protected Lucian and said sternly, my husband is not a coward. Even if he is not good, he is much better than you two people with a grump. People like you don't deserve to live in this world. Lucian sat behind Ling Qingyu, and his long eyes were cold. Every inch of his blood is burning. They are all shouting. He hasn't been like this for a long time. He is so eager to kill people regardless. Fortunately, Ling Qingyu's husband pulled back his sanity a little. Hearing that she was protecting him like this, his mood calmed down. Luo Shen was calming down and didn't want to fall in front of Ling Qingyu, but Ling Jiajin thought he was a complete coward and couldn't help laughing contemptuously. Look at you, who are you following? My wife was bullied and didn't dare to say anything. Ling Jiajin, I don't care who I marry. Anyway, I didn't do anything wrong. I will never apologize. Now please leave immediately. Don't affect my husband and I to have dinner. What can you do if we don't leave? Gao Bureau slowly took out a cigarette and spit a cigarette in the direction of Ling Qingyu. Not only we didn't go, but you couldn't. If you don't apologize today, you also have to apologize. In front of your cowardly husband, you have to serve me well and let me calm down before you can leave. With that, Gao Bureau glanced at the bodyguards, looking like he had eaten Ling Qingyu and his wife to death. Ling Qingyu was furious by this shameless remark. Aren't you afraid that I will call the police when you are so arrogant? Call the police? Gao Bureau smiled. What are you suing me for? Do I want to have sex with you? The location is in your room. I can say that you invited me to your house. And your parents and your brother can testify that you took the initiative to seduce me. He tried to seduce, but slandered me instead. As for here, the bodyguard is yours. What's the matter with me? Ling Qingyu looked at Ling Jiajin's indecent appearance and was so angry that he almost burst into tears. Home is always a person's confidence. Her family doesn't support her. No wonder these outsiders bully her like this. At this moment, Luo Shen, who had figured out the cause and effect, raised his eyes indifferently, and his voice was extremely cold. Oh, is that how you bullied her? What about bullying? How can you, a crippled person, help me? We have 3 bodyguards here, plus 5 of us. You are a useless person. You can't stand up. Even if you can stand up, you can't beat us. With that, Gao Jian stood up and swayed towards Luo Shen. Luo Shen looked at Gao Guo like a dead man, with a faint voice. What if I say that I can pinch you to death without standing up? Ha ha ha. Gao Ji smiled. This is probably the funniest joke I have ever heard this year. When the voice fell, Gao Guo leaned closer to Luo Shen's face. Oh, I forgot to tell you that your wife's legs were very slippery. Before he finished speaking, Luo Shen directly grabbed the few hairs on his head and slammed into the wall. With the other hand, he picked up the glass on the table and smashed it, and put the sharp corner against the aorta on the cervical side of the high bureau. The action was so fast that everyone present could not react. Ling Qingyu didn't even see how Luo Shen made a move, but he felt inexplicably happy. Gao Yu was hit in the head and even forgot to react for a moment. When the cold glass fragments were against his neck, he wailed. "Ah, my head hurts. What are you still doing? Hurry up. SHH, don't get excited. Once the aorta is cut, the doctor can't save it." Luo Shen opened his mouth gently, and the corners of his mouth were slightly bent. With the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, he looked elegant, as if he was seriously discussing something with people. That's what he said, but he didn't mean to let go of his head at all, but his eyes looked at Ling Qingyu extremely sincerely. Honey to Luo Shen cried a little aggrievedly, and I didn't want to do it, but this person was really annoying. Don't be angry with me, okay? Chapter 15 Having a grudge does not stay overnight is his principle of being a human being. Okay, I'm not angry this time. It's because this kind of person is so bad that he provokes you to do it. But don't do this next time. How could Ling Qingyu be angry? She even thought it was so handsome to see Luo Shen holding his head and hitting the wall just now. But she couldn't say it. She still wanted to teach Luo Shen not to do it casually. When Luo Shen heard the words, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he spoke well. Listening to the serious flirting between the two people, Gao Jia almost vomited blood. No, don't shake your hands. What are you two talking about at this time? Let me go quickly. If you die, you all have to go to the game. Ling Qingyu was shocked when he heard the game, and then quickly calmed down and said, then you let a few bodyguards withdraw and let us go, and he will let go. At present, you have to retreat calmly, instead of letting go rashly after listening to this man's words. She didn't forget that this dirty person just now wanted to rely on the large number of people to do wrongs to himself. Gao Bureau shouted at Ling Jiajin repeatedly, hurry up and let your people go. Ling Jiajin was a little confused by the sudden change of reason and didn't react for a long time. At the moment when Gao Ji's head hit the wall, a voice came out of his mind, it's over, it's completely over. When he realized, he didn't get the 3 bodyguards away. After seeing the bodyguard open the door, Ling Qingyu gently advised Luo Shen, husband, you let the person go first. Let's go first and think of other ways to deal with it later. Don't let go. Luo Shen refused in a low voice. He had to apologize to you first. When the voice fell, the glass fragments in Luo Shen's hand resisted, which scared Gao to apologize, repeatedly. I am sorry, I'm not a thing, I apologize. Say that you are not as good as pigs and dogs. Luo Shen made up a sentence. Gao Yu held a breath in his heart, but he still stiffened and scolded himself. I'm worse than a pig and a dog, and I shouldn't covet you. Forgive me and ask your husband to let me go quickly. Before Luo Shen let go, Duan Xiaobai, who was going to meet him on purpose, glanced inside and screamed in fright. I'm going. What are you doing? Duan Xiaobai strode into the box. Lin Jiajing once saw Duan Xiaobai from afar at the banquet, the only son of the Duan family, one of the 4 rich families in Jingcheng. Gao Bureau also knew Duan Xiaobai and knew his identity. At this time, when they saw him, they were as respectful as seeing the god of wealth. Duan Xiaohao. Lin Jiajin took the initiative to say hello. Duan Xiao. I. Gao Ji also greeted Duan Xiaobai, but his head was still pressed against the wall, and a piece of glass was placed around his neck, which made him a little embarrassed. What are you doing? Duan Xiaobai is a little sand sculpture in private, but he always looks like a son of a family in front of outsiders. When Lin Jiajing saw that Duan Xiaobai was also talking for them, he quickly scolded Lin Jingyu's disabled husband. What are you looking at? Why don't you let go quickly? Duan Xiao is here. What do you look like? This is the person in power of the Duan family, one of the 4 major families in Jiangcheng. Do you know the local bun? When Duan Xiaobai heard the words, his eyes widened in horror. Tubaozi. The 3rd master of the Luo family is actually called Tubaozi. Oh my god, it's been a long time. When Lin Jiajing saw Duan Xiaobai's reaction, he suddenly had an uneasy premonition in his heart. He asked in a low voice, isn't this cowardly? Duan Xiaobai swallowed with difficulty, and his eyes widened. He has been on the same stalk with Luo Shen for many years, and he has never seen anyone call him so fearless of death. But he soon understood. Oh, my sister-in-law is here today. He can't lose the character setting. If it were normal, these people would not have a chance to open this mouth at all. Lin Jiajin caught the strangeness again. Looking at Duan Xiaobai's confused appearance, he hurriedly asked, what? Does Duan Xiao know this person? Know each other? Duan Xiaobai nodded. Lin Jiajing was so scared that his body trembled, and his eyes widened a little. What's the point of Xiaogao's sentence? It's not for us. What are you thinking about? The head was kicked by a donkey. Duan Xiaobai gave him an unceremonious glance. How could I speak out for you 2 cowards? At this moment, the restrained high situation instantly sweated like rain, and his heart was pounded like thunder. What kind of cruel character is this person who can make the young master of the Duan family, one of the 4 major families, speak out? Then the person who can make Duan Xiao so important is... Gao can't help asking tentatively. Duan Xiaobai narrowed his eyes for a while and thought of Zhou words that Luo Shen could not lose his character, so he wrote lightly. Oh, that's what I knew in the business market before. He used to have a few money and called him brother when he was old. Now, he has a car accident and is out of power. He has to call me brother. I haven't seen this little brother for a long time. When I recognized him, I came in excitedly. Lin Jiajin frowned and always felt something was wrong. This experience sounds a bit like that of the Luo family. Before I could catch my thoughts, I was interrupted by the sound of the high game. Ouch, since I'm out of power, let me go quickly. What's the matter? Duan Xiao, you know him, tell him quickly and let him go. Duan Xiaobai coughed lightly twice and gave Luo Shen a gink, signaling him to settle the score after the autumn. Well, little brother, just take it as selling my face and let go. Luo Shen didn't let go. He raised one eyebrow slightly and looked at Duan Xiaobai with a knife. Little brother. The voice was as cold as frost, and Duan Xiaobai was so scared that he almost knelt down. Duan Xiaobai was so wronged that he wanted to cry. He thought to himself that I was helping you create a lost personality. Lin Qingyu was worried about the accident and quickly helped to advise, husband, let go. If something happens, the gain is not worth the loss. We were originally the reasonable side. Okay, it's all up to your wife. Luo Shen responded gently and threw away the glass piece casually when his voice fell. Gao Guo, who had just been freed, raised his hand to beat Luo Shen. As a result, he was stunned in place by his cold gaze, and his hand was frozen in midair. He just didn't notice why he was wearing glasses alone. Su Suwenwen was still in a wheelchair, but he still had such a horrible look. He is also a person who has seen the big scene. It is difficult for ordinary people to have such eyes and aura. Seeing this, Duan Xiaobai quickly tore off the high situation and reprimanded him and Lin Jiajin, my little brother has lost his position. But I used to be grateful to me. No matter what holiday you have, that's it. No one is allowed to trouble him and his sister-in-law again. Get out of here. Gao Tai touched his stiff neck and wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Lin Jiajin. Gao Bureau, come on, let's find a private box for dinner. I'll open a few bottles of good wine, and I won't argue with this man. How to say, Duan Xiao's face still needs to be given. With that, Lin Jiajin took Gao's shoulder and took the person out of the box. After the two left, the atmosphere in the box was still a little awkward. Duan Xiaobai saw that the waiter had already served the food and could save another meal, so he began to eat. But the atmosphere was destroyed by Gao Bureau and Lin Jiajin. The three of them ate this meal very quietly. Seeing Lin Qingyu's sad face, Duan Xiaobai couldn't help comforting him. Brother and sister, don't worry about it. I know this high situation. He is not the director of any organ, but the director of the contract bureau. Luo Shen didn't respond, and his face was terribly depressed. No matter what kind of director he dares to touch him, he will not let him go easily. At this time, he was thinking about how to avoid Lin Qingyu to abuse that bastard. If you have a grudge, don't stay overnight. It's his principle. Duan Xiaobai glanced at Lu Xun and knew what he was thinking. He continued to use his acting skills and said, "What about this little brother? He has helped me before. Sister-in-law, don't worry, I will help you set with this matter. These two will not harass you in the future. Don't bother, there are fewer paragraphs." Lin Qingyu looked at Duan Xiaobai and refused him in a straight voice. Chapter 16. Don't forget to sprinkle dog food when abusing scum. This is our family affairs, and we will deal with it ourselves. Today's meal is paid by my husband and me, as if we thank Duan Shao for helping us resolve the deadlock just now. Lin Qingyu is not like Lin Jiajin. She will not treat these powerful people as dogs. After a pause, she got up and said with a straight fiancé, "Also, although my husband is out of power now, he is older than you. If you don't want to call him brother, please call him Mr. Law." When Lu Xun heard the words, a little praise flashed in his eyes. It's worthy of the woman he likes. She is indeed different from ordinary women. And these words that protect him, how to listen to, how to please the ear. Instead, Duan Xiaobai wanted to cry. He doesn't want to be a bad guy in front of his sister-in-law. But Lu Xun's character can't be dropped. Lin Qingyu didn't look at Duan Xiaobai's complicated face, and directly pushed Lu Xun out of the box. As soon as he walked out a few steps, Zhou Nan, who received the message, rushed over. According to Lu Xun's previous instructions, Zhou Nan said, "Third Master, there happen to be a few business partners here, saying that they must meet you and talk about cooperation." Without waiting for Lu Xun to open his mouth, Lin Qingyu said considerately, "Then you go. I can go to the mall by myself and take a taxi back by myself." "No way." Lu Xun refused. Lin Qingyu was slightly stunned, and then he heard him say again, "Taxis are all drivers I don't know. And it's dangerous. I asked the driver on the other side of the old house to wait downstairs. If you want to go back later, call him to pick you up at the main gate. You can go as long as you want." Duan Xiaobai was speechless. Sometimes in order to drink, he doesn't want the driver at home to stay up late with him, so he also calls Didi or calls a substitute driver. Why doesn't he see that he is in danger? As for being so pretentious, Lin Qingyu just wanted to say that there was no need to be so troublesome. Lu Xun said in a warm voice, "Good boy, be obedient. Don't worry me." "All right." Lin Qingyu pursed his lips and handed Lu Xun's wheelchair to Zhou Nan, ordering, "Assistant Zhou, please take care of it." After saying that, Lin Qingyu left with his bag. Lu Xun looked at Lin Qingyu's leaving back, his face completely cold, and he looked at Zhou Nan sideways. "Find someone to protect your wife secretly. Don't let flies disturb her again." "Yes." Zhou Nan responded. When Lin Qingyu went completely away, Lu Xun glanced at Duan Xiaobai and Zhou Nan. "Go and check which box Lin Jiajin and the fly went to." The sound seemed to be wrapped in frost, which made Duan Xiaobai and Zhou Nan couldn't help shivering. Soon, Zhou Nan found the box opened by Lin Jiajin and pushed Lu Xun over. Duan Xiaobai also sneaked up to watch the play. When the door of the box was pushed open, Lin Jiajin was not inside. Gao Cheng, who was originally eating abalone, was shocked and was about to get angry. When he saw the person coming clearly, his face changed again. "Duan Shao, didn't you just say that this matter was exposed like this? The key is that I don't have the final say." Duan Xiaobai smiled, pulled a chair and sat down, grabbed a pistachio on the table and knocked it up. "However, don't worry, I won't interfere in your business. I'm just here to watch the play." Gao Bureau understood what Duan Xiaobai meant, and suddenly he was not so afraid. He looked at the bodyguard behind him. There were 3 people. Lin Qingyu's disabled husband was only one person. After all, he had the upper hand, so he leisurely continued to pick up the dishes on the table and eat them. "Tell me, what's the matter with me? If you want to hide my money, there is no point. I haven't finished." Before I finished speaking, Lu Xun winked, and Zhou Nanli fell forward. Click and action. Gao's chin was dislocated. He crooked his mouth and couldn't say a complete word in pain. He could only slant his eyes and stare at the bodyguard, drooling and uttering vague syllables. "You. Are you still standing? What are you doing? Hurry up." The 3 bodyguards reacted and surrounded them together. Before he could get close to Lu Xun, he was knocked to the ground by Zhou Nan in an instant. He couldn't stand up in pain, and could only howl in pain. Gao Bureau just found that he had encountered a hard stubble and began to be afraid. He looked at Zhou Nan approaching him in horror. You. What on earth do you want to do?" Zhou Nanli untied his belt, cut his hand back behind the chair, and tied it tightly. Gao Ju was so scared that the whole person struggled violently. Help Duan Shao, help me. You guys. What do you want to do? You are not afraid that I will call the police?" Gao Yu said while drooling, and he was in a mess. Lu Xun pushed the wheelchair close to him, his eyes fell on his lap, and smiled elegantly. "Do you want my wife to sit here?" Gao Bureau looked at his cold eyes with a smile, and his scalp was numb in an instant. He shook his head vigorously. No, before he finished speaking, Lu Xin directly took the boiled copper pot next to him and put it on his lap. With a sizzling sound, the air seemed to smell the smell of burning flesh. "Ah, hot 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 hot," Hai Bureau shouted. He screamed so hard that he pulled his dislocated chin and almost fainted in pain. Duan Xiaobai ate pistachios, shaking his legs and shaking his head. "Alas, if I had known today, why would I have died?" The copper pot is still placed on the high thigh. After resisting the initial pain, the thigh is so numb that it is a little numb. The high situation seems to have experienced a purgatory in the world, and the whole person is distracted and a little tired. "Tell me, which hand touched her?" Lu Xin held the glasses on the bridge of his nose, raised his thin lips and smiled, looking elegant and polite. But Gao knows that this man is a devil in human skin. He won't answer this question, but just stares at him. "Don't want to say it." Lu Xin rubbed the edge of the crystal ashtray on the table with his fingers twice, and said in a consultative tone, "That's okay. Since he refuses to say, both hands will be scrapped." When the sound fell, Zhou Nan immediately untied the bondage belt, grabbed Gao and pressed his hands on the table. Gao Suo trembled with fear and shouted, "Help, help, don't!" The next moment, the back of his hand was covered with 2 warm napkins, which felt quite comfortable. Gao Guo was stunned and looked at Lu Xin puzzledly. Lu Xin curled the corners of his mouth and smiled, explaining patiently, "I'm afraid your blood will splash on me. My wife doesn't like the smell of blood." Gao Bu's eyes widened in an instant. This. What kind of human devil is this? Before he could say anything, with 2 bangs, Lu Xin picked up the crystal ashtray and smashed it twice at the back of Gao Gu's hand. The pain of the broken hand bone rushed straight to Tianling Gai, and Gao Guo fainted in a second. Lu Xin threw away the ashtray in his hand and looked at Zhou Nan. Zhou Nan is going to push him immediately. Duan Xiaobai came over with a smile and said attentively, "I'll do it, I'll do it." Before I got close to Lu Xin, he kicked me on the calf bone. It hurt so much that I doubted my life, and Lu Xin's gentle voice sounded in my ear. "Then don't bother the little brother." Duan Xiaobai. How can this person be like this? Does my sister-in-law know? Of course, Xiaobai didn't dare to say this, so he could only quietly in his heart and limp out of the box. On the other hand, after Ling Qingyu separated from Lu Xin, he went to the bathroom in the mall first. As soon as I walked in, I heard 2 ladies talking about bags while washing their hands. "Minghua, your bag is so beautiful. This is the European version. I really envy you. The bag doesn't have a heavy sample all day long. Your Lao Law is really willing to give you pocket money every month. That's. He has never been credited to me." Ling Qingyu was not interested in bags, and he was not interested in the topic of the 2. He went straight to wash his hands. As a result, he saw the person in front of him and was suddenly stunned. I didn't expect it to be Lu Yan's mother. Chapter 17. At the former mother-in-law, I am no longer the former Ling Qingyu. Listening to Lu Yan's mother showing off to her companions, Ling Qingyu's face sank and walked over slowly. "Since Mrs. Lu doesn't have a limit of money she spends every month, please return the money she bought the bag before, a total of 30,000 yao." The voice fell, and Lu Minghua, the second lady of Lu, looked at the person in surprise, and her expression was also stunned. The lady beside her showed an excited expression of surprise and eating melons. "Minghua, what's going on? How do you owe money to buy a bag?" Lu Minghua looked at Ling Qingyu fiercely and was unable to get off the stage. "How can I owe you money? I just forgot. And I used to treat you as my daughter-in-law. Buy a package of filial piety to the future mother-in-law, what's wrong? It's only 30,000 yeah." Ling Qingyu smiled faintly. "Filial piety is filial piety. Others take the initiative to give filial piety, but ask others to queue up to buy for you, and don't give money. It's called greedy and shameless. What's more, you owe me far more than 30,000 yuan. Luo Yan transferred the money for the other bags to me for you. Since you are so rich, please give me back 30,000 yuan." With that, Ling Qingyu opened the WeChat payment code on his mobile phone and handed it over. "Just give it." Luo Minghua was in trouble, so he could only open WeChat and send the money to Ling Qingyu. With a jingle, WeChat has arrived. Ling Qingyu raised the corners of his mouth and nodded. "Oh, it turns out that Mrs. Luo is really rich." Of course. When Luo Minghua saw Ling Qingyu help him explain, he forcibly said that I just had too many things to do and forgot. Ling Qingyu nodded for something, but it's more annoying to be like this kind of rich person who deliberately doesn't pay others back, isn't it? If this kind of person was in the workplace, people would not have had sex with her long ago. The lady is laughing in her heart. She saw Luo Minghua eating, not to mention how happy it was. Who told this man to pretend like that? But on the surface, she still pretended to be embarrassed and said, "Minghua, since you met an acquaintance, I'll leave first. Eat melons as soon as you order." If Luo Minghua eats too many melons, it is estimated that the two will be embarrassed when they meet in the future. As soon as she finished speaking, the lady rushed out of the bathroom, excitedly pulled a small group, and said the melon she had just eaten. The people in the group responded immediately. No way. Luo Minghua is so greedy in private. What a shame. It's only 30,000. That's right, this person usually pretends to be 25 or 8,000, but this time he lost his face to Grandma's house. Thanks to her, she always prides herself as the wife of the richest family. It's disgusting. In the bathroom, as soon as the lady left, Luo Minghua's face completely turned cold and he roared, Lin Qingyu, you just did it on purpose. Yes, I did it on purpose. Lin Qingyu answered seriously. You used to be an elder, and I respected you. Now, you don't deserve my respect at all, and I don't have to save face for you. Luo Minghua is so angry that his face is like a pig's liver. Suddenly, she seemed to understand something and smiled contemptuously. Are you still angry with me? Don't hate your sister-in-law. When you become a mother one day, you will also understand the heart of being a mother. As a mother, I always want to leave the best for my children. You can't put some people who have no status and are unfavored at home to your own children. Mother. Lin Qingyu sneered sarcastically. Don't insult the word mother. Is it good for him to stuff a woman who is pregnant with someone else's child to Luo Yan? Luo Minghua was furious, but soon opened his mouth with a look. I have refused the Chen family. Jiangchen is so big that rich people are everywhere. It's not the Chen family, or it can be another family. In a word, I will help Luo Yan arrange a woman worthy of him. Do you arrange it? Is your arrangement good? Have you ever thought about what Luo Yan wants? Moreover, you don't use it for me to talk about how great you are and preach the theory of mother's greatness. To put it bluntly, you only think about your own decency and satisfy your own vanity. Lin Qingyu's voice was a little excited. Because Luo Minghua is the same as her family. He always wants to manipulate their marriage and arrange their lives wantonly on the basis of their relatives. Compared with losing Luo Yan, what annoys her more is this behavior itself. Luo Minghua smiled painlessly and shook his head at Lin Qingyu. Oh, are you so angry? Lin Qingyu, you are really not suitable for a rich family. A simple word or two from others can anger you. You can't get in the circle of rich wives. I don't hang out in the circle, and I don't disdain to mix in the circle of your rich wives. Luo Minghua, I have my own career. Lin Qingyu directly fighted back. If I need to be as shameless and hypocritical as you in the so-called rich wife circle, then I would rather be an ordinary person. I'm still an elder. You actually said that I was hypocritical to my face. Luo Minghua was so angry that he stamped his feet. Now Lin Qingyu smiled mockingly. First of all, I would like to remind you that we are peers now, and you are not my elder. And I said you are hypocritical. Am I wrong? Well, aren't you also angry with the wife of a rich family? Luo Minghua's whole popularity was so ups and downs, and his face was hard to see the extreme. It's rare for her to lose her posture like this. Lin Qingyu washed the handle, turned his head and glanced at Luo Minghua faintly. I'm very curious. How do you want to explain to Luo Yan when he comes back? As far as I know, Luo Yan is reasonable and stubborn. If he knew what you had done, I don't know if he would forgive you, a great mother. Luo Minghua had thought of this for a long time. He smiled discreetly, and his eyes showed a little viciousness. Lin Qingyu, I can destroy you before then. Lin Qingyu frowned and was slightly stunned, and saw Luo Minghua arrogantly hooking the corners of his mouth and approaching him with a smile. As long as he splashes dirty water on you, when Luo Yan comes back, he will naturally give up on you, and he will also understand my good intentions. Lin Qingyu, you said you have your own career. Okay, then I'll ruin your career. Ruined your reputation. Let's see if you can still get into Luo Yan's eyes at that time. Then you can try it. Lin Qingyu clenched his fists, and his eyes were a little bright. Luo Minghua, I'm no longer the Lin Qingyu before. Indeed. It's different from the lame old third, but it's much tougher than the previous soft persimmon. Luo Minghua smiled, but his eyes were full of provocation. Then let's wait and see if you can play with me. After saying that, Luo Minghua raised his chin and walked out of the bathroom as a noble woman. Lin Qingyu washed his hands and followed him out of the bathroom. Before she could take a few steps, a familiar figure rushed over from the men's bathroom. Seeing her alone, she roared fiercely. Lin. Clear. Elm. Lin Qingyu was stunned and turned around to see Lin Jiazhen rushing towards him like a mad dog. Chapter 18. Lin Qingyu tore the third brother by hand. Lin Qingyu, do you know that your crippled husband will kill me? Who is he? How dare he offend Director Gao? I'm really convinced of your 8 characters. You are a lost star, and living is to involve your family. Lin Qingyu looked at Lin Jiazhen's crazy look with an expressionless face and couldn't help sneering. Lin Jiazhen was so angry with this sneer. What are you laughing at? I laugh at you as a big man. You are incompetent and don't manage well. Instead, you put the responsibility on a woman. I laugh that you don't find ways to operate and manage from science, but blame the fault on feudal superstition. Lin Jiazhen, when you look at your legs walking upright, you are actually worse than many people in the world who are not good at walking. This is probably the time of human evolution. You only evolved your legs and forgot to evolve your head. Lin Jiazhen raised his hand angrily. Before the hand fell, I heard the man's cold, threatening voice. If you don't want it, just hit it. Lin Jiajin turned his head in fright and saw Jonan pushing Lu Xin towards this side. Lu Xin sat in a wheelchair, with an indifferent posture, but his eyes were extremely cold, like a beast lurking in the grass, ready to leap out and tear people apart at any time. Lin Jiajin was a little flustered when he was stared at. He didn't dare to drop it when he raised his hand, but it was a little embarrassing to take it back rashly. He glared at Lu Xin fiercely. What? If you still want to hit me, it won't work. I'm your brother-in-law. According to the generation, you still have to call me uncle. With that, Lin Jiajin took a few steps closer to Lu Xin. Also, you, a useless person, deserve to shout at me. Let me tell you, you have offended Gao Ji. I don't know how to die tomorrow. Suddenly, Lin Jiajin seemed to remember something and smiled. Only you, a useless person, regard Ling Qingyu as a treasure. It seems that you still don't know Ling Qingyu's secret, do you? Why don't I tell you? Ling Qingyu knew what Lin Jiajin was going to say, and his face changed. Seeing that Ling Qingyu's face changed, Lin Jiajin raised the corners of his mouth proudly and looked at Lu Xin. You probably don't know. The fortune teller said that the month she was born was breaking the moon. People with this kind of fate will take away the money of their families and husbands. And she still has evil in her life. Anyone who is close to her will not have a good end. Well, when she was just born, she almost bankrupted our Ling family. Not long after I was born, my grandmother passed away. You, just wait for her to lose your family and lose your family. Lin Jiajin, shut up. Are you still a person? Ling Qingyu pushed him angrily. Other people's family members are everywhere, but how can it be her family's turn to slander her everywhere? And such a thing was said in front of her newlywed husband. Isn't it meant that she will have a hard life in the future? Lin Jiajin was pushed away fiercely, and his head hit the wall. He was so annoyed that he raised his hand again. It's so good. At this moment, a familiar female voice sounded. Lin Jiajin, what are you doing? Lin Jiajin followed the reputation and saw his fiancée Song Jiahe and his mother-in-law looking at him together. Lin Jiajin quickly put down his hand and changed his face to greet him. Hello, aunt. With that, Lin Jiajin looked at Song Jiahe gently. Why are you here? Song Jiahe frowned at him. What were you doing just now? Lin Jiajin sighed and looked embarrassed. He turned sideways and looked at the two people behind him. Alas, it's the family. My sister and my brother-in-law beat someone. I was just teaching her not to cause trouble to the family with this disabled husband. When Song's mother heard the words, she followed Lin Jiajin's gaze and saw Lu Xin sitting in a wheelchair. He was extraordinary in appearance and strong in aura. At first glance, he was a dragon and phoenix among people. That looks a little more handsome than Lin Jiajin. It's just a pity for that leg. Song's mother nodded to Lu Xin with excellent cultivation and said politely, since we have such a fate, let's have a meal together. When the voice fell, Lin Jiajin's face changed and he said in a panic, No, they just had an emergency and were leaving. Ling Qingyu immediately reacted, curled the corners of his mouth, and slowly walked to Ling Jiajin. What, Ling Jiajin, are you scared? What am I afraid of? Ling Jiajin's face turned pale and blue. He gritted his teeth and stared at Ling Qingyu. What on earth do you want to do? What are you doing? Ling Qingyu said with a gentle smile on his face. Don't you like to interfere in other people's marriages? Then I will also interfere in your marriage today and let you taste the taste of it. How about it? Ling Jiajin staggered back 2 steps, and Ling Qingyu took 2 steps closer. You think I'm not worthy of Lu Yang? Only Ling Miao Miao is worthy. Design me everywhere. Then I still think you are not worthy of Miss Song today, so I will tell Miss Song the truth about you. Ling Jiajin, don't hate me. I'm all for your good. After all, people who don't have the right views have no happiness and no future together. Even if you change your appearance and coax Miss Song, you can't coax her for a long time. Because you are a very careless person. As Dad said, as long as you are frustrated, you will show your original form. You can't pretend in front of Miss Song for long. Ling Qingyu's eyes were slightly red, and she gritted her teeth and stared at Ling Jiajin. Every sentence, she couldn't wait to return the pain they had inflicted on her before. Shut up. Ling Qingyu, shut up. Ling Jiajin was angry and scared. He was angry with Ling Qingyu and said in front of Song Jiahe that he was pretending, but he was also afraid. It was the first time he had seen Ling Qingyu who was so difficult to handle. Ling Jiajin took a deep breath and said to Ling Qingyu, if you dare to say something that slanders me today, I will never let you go back to the Ling family. I did what I said. As soon as the ending sound fell, Lu Xin said lightly, if you can't reply, don't reply. We have our own home. Are you right? Ling Qingyu's heart was slightly warm. After receiving Lu Xin's encouragement, he suddenly became more confident. She politely looked at Song's mother and Song Jiahe, Aunt Jiahe, and there was no need to eat. But I have a few words to say to you. You say? Song Jiahe's face was so faint that people couldn't see their true thoughts. Okay. Ling Qingyu nodded. As I just said, I want to break your engagement. Because Ling Jiazhi interfered in my marriage everywhere, I want him to suffer bad consequences. I want to take revenge on him. But Miss Song, I don't want to hurt you. Therefore, first of all, I would like to remind you that what I want to say next may affect the relationship between you two. Excuse me, do you choose to listen or not? Listen. Song Jiahe responded. At this time, Ling Jiajin was completely anxious and quickly crossed between the two and coaxed Song Jiahe in a gentle voice. Baby, I'll talk to you when I get back. This matter is very complicated. Don't listen to my sister's nonsense. She herself admitted that she wanted to take revenge on me. Song Jiahe pushed Ling Jiajin away vigorously and looked straight on Ling Qingyu. As long as you are telling the truth, I will listen. Good. Ling Qingyu didn't talk about it. Simply put, Ling Jiajin wanted to contract a project, which needed the approval of the high-ranking bureau. Gao Bureau is 48 years old this year. He has just divorced and has a child. Ling Jiajin didn't even ask my will and put me into the high situation. If you lead Gao to home and sneak into my room, you will do bad to me. I smashed the head of the high game and ran out. As a result, Ling Jiajin didn't mean to comfort him, so he asked me to apologize to Gao Bureau and let Gao Bureau deal with it. I have never seen such a cruel brother and such a shameless man. For your own interests, betray your sister and woman. Miss Song, I don't think such a person is worth marrying. Because marrying the wrong person, it destroys a woman's life. If you still want to continue your engagement with Ling Jiajin, then pretend I didn't say it. After listening, Song Jiahe looked at Ling Jiajin calmly. Well, she's done. Now, it's your to explain. Chapter 19 Third Master. Lu Xin's identity is out of the horse. After a brief panic, Ling Jiajin explained with a calm expression. Since my sister is so shameless, I will simply tell you the truth. Ling Qingyu can't get into Luoya's mother's eyes at all, so our family wants Miao Miao to fulfill the engagement instead. This is the meaning of the head of the family. Song Jiahe nodded. Well, I don't care what your family means. Ling Jiajin was happy and heard Song Jiahe's calm voice. But I just want to ask you, have you designed Qingyu to push her to the high bureau? Ling Jiajin looked embarrassed and walked towards Song Jiahe, gently holding her arms to explain, baby, this matter is really complicated. Moreover, Ling Qingyu is not a good person. With that, he turned his head and glanced at Lu Xin. No, he didn't even let a disabled man go, and even climbed into someone else's bed. She hates marriage and has always wanted to leave home. Just say it. Compared with the two of them, isn't it better to marry Gao Ji than this disabled man in a wheelchair? Marrying Gao Bureau, that's the director's wife? When Song Jiahe heard the words, he looked at Ling Jiajin in shock. Ling Jiajin was a little embarrassed to be stared at. Baby, not everyone is as good as you. Ling Qingyu's 8 characters are not very good, so we did it. We can't do this to you. As long as you get married, I promise that your family will hold you in the palm of your hand. What else did Ling Jiajin want to explain? Song Jiahe interrupted him directly. Ling Jiajin, let me ask you one last time, did you participate in the design of Qingyu? Yes, or no, yes. Ling Jiajin gritted his teeth and responded, but this matter could have had a good result. Gao Bureau wants to marry Ling Qingyu, and Ling Qingyu is the head teacher of Gao Bureau's child. After getting married, Ling Qingyu is the wife of the director, and she can also tutor the children of the High Bureau and live a good life. Isn't it the best thing for both? Before he finished speaking, Song Jiahe directly slapped Ling Jiajin in the face. With a bang, it was so loud that Ling Jiajin's eardrums buzzed. Ling Jiajin covered his hot face and looked at Song Jiahe in disbelief. Baby. Don't call me that. Song Jiahe raised his hand to stop him. He was uncomfortable and explained that I was disgusted with the scumbag. If you call me that again, I'm really going to vomit. She didn't like this marriage very much, and she didn't really want to agree. She just said whether the two of them were suitable for the first place. But during the period of getting along with her, Ling Jiajin obeyed her and was very considerate. Even if she can't feel love for Ling Jiajin, she really can't find a mistake. But at this moment, I suddenly knew that this person's true face was like this, and suddenly I felt angry that I was calculated and deceived. Ling Jiajin, do you think I'm stupid? I have had private contact with Ayu, and I still know something about her. She is a person who works actively and works hard, which is many times better than your family's upward-facing Miao Miao. Ling Jiajin couldn't hear anyone say that about his sister, and subconsciously roared, I don't allow you to say that. After shouting, he regretted a little. This engagement was extremely important to him, and it was also a plus for his father to measure his value, so he coaxed Song Jiahe in a gentle voice. Baby, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have yelled at you like that. Listen to me, let's not quarrel with a useless person for someone like Ling Qingyu, okay? Song Jiahe sneered and pushed him away. It seems that you still don't know what's wrong with yourself. Well, not to mention Ling Qingyu's personality, even if she wants to climb into someone's bed, it's her own business. She is in her own body. But you are the master for her, you design her, this is a crime. Ling Jiajin, you, as an elder brother, gave her to a divorced man who is almost 50 years old. How can you still say that it's a good day? Do you have a fucking conscience? Is there any three views? Speaking of excitement, Song Jiahe kicked Ling Jiajin's calf bone fiercely. Take Ling Miao Miao's fisheye as a treasure. Is your whole family crazy? Ling Jiajin was so painful that Jingji was almost unable to stand up, but he still roared angrily, Song Jiahe, I don't allow you to say that in 3 or 2 sentences. Miao Miao doesn't know how many times better than Ling Jingyu. The voice fell, and a man's loud voice sounded not far away. What's the fuss? Ling Jiajin followed the reputation and saw Song's father, who was dressed in tan clothes and not angry and arrogant, coming over. Song's father looked at his wife and daughter at the first time. What's wrong? Song's mother was still in shock and calmed down before explaining, he wanted to cancel the marriage contract with the Ling family. With that, Song's mother looked at Ling Jiajin with hatred, shook her head and sighed, Xiaoling, in fact, I have always liked you very much, and I have long regarded you as my half-son. I have heard that you want to contract that project. I even said a few words to you at the tea party with the wives in the circle yesterday. I didn't expect you to do such a shameless thing. You really disappoint me. As soon as Song's mother finished speaking, Ling Jiajin's face changed directly. He didn't expect that Song's mother would help him lead the bridge and build the line. He knew that this marriage could help him. Ling Jiajin hurried to coax Song's mother, Auntie, I didn't do a good job in this matter, but I also forced my family to do it. Please forgive me this time. I promise not to commit it again. Song's mother shook her head in disappointment. Is your family forcing you? If your family forces you, do you have to do it? Don't you have your own 3 views and your own principles of being a human being? Seeing that Song's mother couldn't coax well, Ling Jiajin looked at Song's father eagerly. Uncle, believe me. I'm really sincere to Ahui. You see, if our 2 families are united, won't the family business go to the next level in the future? Song's father didn't know the reason yet, but when he heard this, he couldn't help laughing coldly. I, Song Shentian, never need to sell my daughter for glory. I don't need to rely on my daughter's marriage to bring anything to my Song family. All I want is her happiness. I can definitely give Ahi happiness. Ling Jiajin anxiously came forward to explain, and then pointed to Lu Shen behind him. Uncle, listen to me. Today, these 2 people are here to make trouble, so Ahi and Aunt have a misunderstanding about me. I can explain it clearly. We don't need to be crippled for such 2 people, and hurt the harmony of the 2 families, right? Song's father subconsciously looked in the direction pointed by Ling Jiajin, and his eyes suddenly shrank. Third master. Song's father exclaimed, and his heart almost ran out of his throat. He was 1.88 meters tall and quickly bowed half of his body to meet him, for fear that Lu Shen would blame him for his negligence just now. Third master, I'm so sorry. I was just blocked by this kid and didn't see you. I really didn't mean not to say hello. Lu Shen responded faintly. Ling Jiajin looked at Song's father, who used to call for wind and rain in the mall. Unexpectedly, he politely volunteered to walk towards the cripple with half a short body. The whole person was shocked. Uncle, you. What did you just call this crippled? Chapter 20 Ling Jiajin regrets breaking his intestines. Be presumptuous. Song's father slapped Ling Jiajin with his backhand and looked at Jiang Cheng. Who dares to be so disrespectful to Luo Sangye? Luo Sangye. Ling Jiajin covered the side of his face that was fanned and looked at Song's father in disbelief. There is only one person in the whole Jiangcheng who dares to be called Luo Sangye. That is the owner in charge of the economic lifeline, wharf transportation and biochemical pharmaceutical industry in all walks of life. The person in power originally appointed by the Luo family. He is also Luo Ye's third uncle, Luo Xin. After clarifying the relationship, Ling Jiajin was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Looking back on what stupid things he had just said, Ling Jiajin was so scared that his liver and bile trembled. This is the legendary Luo Sangye who offended him and didn't have a good end. Song's father didn't bother to pay attention to Ling Jiajin's embarrassment, and still said politely to Lu Sheng, Third master, it's fate to meet. Why don't I let Song be the host today? I'll treat you to dinner and drink some wine. No, I just finished my meal with my wife. Lu Sheng was in a lack of interest, but when he looked at Ling Qingyu, his eyes were full of pampering. Wife? Song's father was unexpectedly stunned. Song's mother quickly walked to his side, briefly introduced a few words in his ear, and nodded faintly at Ling Qingyu. Only then did Song's father look at Ling Qingyu. Before, he had glanced at Ling Jiajin's sister from afar. At that time, he felt that her temperament was extraordinary. Now, when he looked closely, he was even more surprised. Not only her appearance is outstanding, but her temperament is even more outstanding. She is as gentle as a woman in the south of the Yangtze River, and her whole body is full of intellectual beauty. And what is precious is that it looks soft but not weak. At a young age, he stands upright, is full of uprightness, and his face is neither humble nor arrogant, which is very popular. Sure enough, only such a woman is worthy of the third master of the Luo family in Jiangcheng. Song's father nodded respectfully to Ling Xingyu, and then asked Lu Sheng, Is this your wife? This temperament is really good. The third master is so blessed. Lu Sheng liked to listen to others praise his wife. Hearing the words, his eyebrows and eyes relaxed a little. He reached out and took Ling Jingyu's hand and introduced it concisely. Well, this is my newlywed wife. Ling Jingyu also nodded politely to Song's father. Song's father quickly congratulated. Congratulations to the third master. This is a good thing to hold a beautiful wife. I, Song, wish you two a happy wedding and 100 years of marriage today. When the two of you have a wedding reception, dare to ask for a cup of wedding wine. Luo Shen nodded in response. After Song's father finished the wedding wine, he immediately looked at Ling Jiajin coldly. I know what you have been doing recently. Aren't you busy holding the lap of the broken director all day long? Ling Jiajin, do you know who our Song family is lucky enough to participate in the construction of Hongtia Square? It's just a word from the third master. You have offended the third master now. I think who else in Jiangchen will dare to cooperate with you in the future? You could have held a golden thigh, but now you have lost it by yourself. When Ling Jiajin heard the words, his face turned pale to the extreme. He regretted it in his heart, and he quickly bowed over to talk to Luo Shen. Third master, no, brother-in-law, this is all a misunderstanding. A family doesn't speak two families. Didn't I also know that Ayu originally climbed onto your bed? If I knew, I would definitely not say that. I also love my sister very much. Luo Shen held the glasses on the bridge of his nose, and Suan smiled. Correct it, I climbed into Ayu's bed. Ling Jiajin was stunned and quickly slapped himself again. Yes, I didn't express it well. Don't I know that Ayu married you? Thousands of mistakes are all my fault. Before he finished speaking, Song's father couldn't listen anymore. He grabbed Ling Jiajin's back and pushed him away. Get out of here. Don't get in the way in front of the third master. Ling Jiajin, I don't know who my sister married, but you, as a brother, are so good to say it. Ling Jiajin saw that the marriage was hopeless, so he didn't say good words. He raised his waist and said bluntly, Uncle, let me remind you that I am the youngest uncle of the third master now. Please respect me. Little uncle? Song's father sneered, I'm afraid you don't know the spleen of the third master. The third master doesn't matter how close and estranged, only about character. If you are like this, you will never get into the eyes of the third master. When Ling Qingyu heard Song's father say this, he respected Luo Shen a little more. It should be like this as a human being. When Ling Jiajin wanted to say something else, Luo Shen interrupted him with a smile. Then I'll call you uncle. Do you have the face to agree? Call Ayu if you have something to do, and call Ling Jingyu if you have nothing to do. Sichuan opera doesn't change face as fast as you. Ling Jiajin was choked by Luo Shen and couldn't speak. Luo Shen didn't bother to be entangled with him. He waved his hand and signaled Ling Qingyu to push him away. Before leaving, he also took a deep look at Zhou Nan. Zhou Nan received the secret order and immediately nodded. Song's father was a human spirit, and he probably knew why Zhou Nan stayed, so he left with his wife and daughter. Ling Jiajin stared at Zhou Nan. Before he could react, he was carried to the back stairs like a chicken. Squeak, squeak, twice. Zhou Nanli broke Ling Jiajin's wrist. Ling Jiajin shouted in pain without an image, "R.I. I'm your third uncle." Before he finished speaking, Zhou Nan raised his foot and kicked him expressionlessly. Ling Jiajin rolled down the stairs and fell to the ground, tearing his heart and lungs. He wanted to stand up, but his hands were broken again, and he couldn't stand up at all. Zhou Nan walked over and glared condescendingly at Ling Jiajin, who fell to the ground and tossed around. The third master asked me to bring a word and stay away from my wife in the future. If you hear another disrespectful word to your wife, your vocal cords will not be used in the future. Ling Jiajin was in pain all over. It seemed that he only knew the horror of the legendary third master. Also, the third master doesn't want his wife to know about today's matter. If your wife hears a little wind, you can find a treasure of feng shui for yourself. After saying that, Zhou Nan stepped on Ling Jiajin's hand with an expressionless face and walked over. Ling Jiajin's finger bones feel like they are about to be crushed, and his heart hurts. The pain rushed straight to the heavenly spirit cover. Zhou Nan heard the howl and looked at Ling Jiajin indifferently. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see it just now. I thought it was garbage, so I stepped on it. After saying that, Zhou Nan left directly. At this time, it was difficult for Ling Jiajin, who was embarrassed, to stand up by himself. Naturally, he forgot that he fainted in the box and was still bleeding. On the other side, Ling Qingyu pushed Luo Shen into the old house driver's car. As soon as he got on the bus, Ling Qingyu remembered that the director asked him to explain his homework to the parents in the group, so he quickly edited the information and sent it to the parents group. Hello, parents. I'm Ling Qingyu, the head teacher. Some parents privately reported that there was too little Chinese homework in our class. I want to communicate with all parents. The students in our class have a very good foundation. My homework is designed according to their actual situation. Not assigning too much homework is also to free up more time for excellent children to read extracurricular books and expand their literacy. Parents, please rest assured that the children have basically mastered the content of the text and the new characters in the classroom and after-class custody. Regarding the requirements of adding homework, I will also arrange it as appropriate in the future. After the news was sent out, Gao Rui's mother, the family committee member, responded quickly. Ling Qingyu stared at the little red dot in the WeChat group, his heart jumped, and he poked the dialogue box nervously. Chapter 21 Mrs. Law, didn't you say you would help me take a shower? We all listen to the teacher and believe in the teacher's professionalism. Yes, teacher, follow your schedule. Support the teacher and trust the teacher. Soon, the group was almost full of good reviews. Ling Qingyu smiled helplessly and didn't believe it. As a teacher for more than a year, I was moved by the holiday blessings of parents at first, and now I am a little immune. Generally, parents dare not tell the truth in the group in which the teacher is. They will only praise, for fear that if they send messages slowly, the teacher will not see their children in the future. But Ling Qingyu still politely replied, "Thank you for your understanding and support." Sure enough, in another parent group, Gao Rui's mother, who was the first to reply, soon sent a message. Do the children in our class have a good foundation? Top class, can the foundation not be good? Alas, giving the children to such a young teacher is inexperienced, and I don't know if something will happen. Gao Ruima, I remember that you seemed to be the first to support the teacher just now. Gao Rui's mother, can you not support it? Our child is in the hands of others. I support Gao Rui's mother's opinion. I also have an opinion. Now, the children are in the 4th grade, not the 1st or 2nd grade. I'm about to go to junior high school. Let's wait and see, and don't be too anxious. Isn't the Chinese score of the child in our class the midterm exam the first in the whole grade? Gao Rui's mother, that's the excellent children in our class, okay? I'm afraid that if it goes on like this, I will soon be overtaken by other classes. Gao Rui's mother, do you mean to get rid of Mr. Ling? Gao Rui's mother, can't you? As long as we jointly talk to the principal, we can change to a more professional and experienced teacher. Personally, I think what Mr. Ling said is quite reasonable. My child likes to read historical comics. Because there is less homework, I have time to watch it when I go home. Yes, my son likes programming. If it is the amount of homework in other classes, he will definitely not have a chance to expand when he goes home. I support Mr. Ling. I'm a scumbag father. I can't teach my children to do homework. I think it's good that the teacher can help us solve it at school. That's right, I almost broke down when I did my homework last year. Soon, there were more and more calls to support Mr. Ling, and Gao Rui's mother couldn't mention the matter of changing the teacher. At this time, Ling Qingyu, who had just escaped, realized that the atmosphere in the car was a little quiet and strange. She looked at Lu Shen looking out of the window with a very cold face, as if she was thinking about something, and suddenly her heart twitched. She doesn't know what Lu Shen will think of himself after knowing the bad relationship between her and the third brother, the matter of the 8 characters, and the fact that she was almost violated by the High Bureau. Will you take care of her face outside, but actually get angry when you go home? It is said that many men are like this. Her father is the same. Once her mother was hugged by a crazy man on the street. It was obviously not her fault, but when she came home, her father scolded her mother severely. When it comes to no reason to say, she says that her mother is restless. If she is willing to stay at home honestly and not wear those fancy clothes, how can she provoke that crazy man to hug her? At this time, Ling Qingyu couldn't help thinking nonsense. I don't know what Lu Shen will do to her when he goes back. After all, he used to be such an excellent person. Calling for wind and rain in Jiangcheng, where to go, who is disrespectful and bows his head to call him the third master. The more he thought like this, the more heavy Ling Qingyu's heart became. In a daze, the old driver had driven the car downstairs of the apartment and neatly helped Lu Xing into the wheelchair. I'll do it. Ling Qingyu got out of the car and took the initiative to take over. Uncle Wang, you go back, and I'll do the rest. The driver of the old house glanced at Lu Xing. Lu Xing nodded faintly, and the driver did not insist anymore. Ling Qingyu pushed Lu Xing upstairs. As soon as he stepped into the house, he eagerly asked him, "Are you tired? How about I put water in the shower for you?" Lu Xing keenly sensed Ling Qingyu's attitude, frowned slightly, and did not say anything. He just nodded faintly. When Lu Xing didn't say anything, Ling Qingyu was even more flustered. When she returned to her room, she secretly called Chen Mianmian and told her about what happened after school. "Mianmian, what do you think? Shouldn't I get married for less than a month and get divorced?" "Not so, mum. If Luo Sanye divorces you because of this, I will really look down on him." Ling Qingyu was still at a loss. "Mianmian, you'd better give me a trick. If I don't do anything, I really don't feel at ease." "I have it." Chen Mianmian's excited voice came from the other end of the mobile phone, saying that the hero is sad and the beauty is closed. "Aren't you a beauty? Are you? Let me ask you, did you bring the pajamas I gave you last time when you moved?" Mentioning the pajamas, Ling Qingyu's cheeks suddenly burned hot, and he whispered, "Yes. I have all the gifts you gave me. Just have it. That one was originally intended to be given to you and Lu Ye's newlyweds, but now it's cheaper than Lu Sanye." Just wear that sexy suspender pajamas, hook him up, give him a bath and massage. I don't believe he won't eat your suit. Mian Mian too. Lin Qingyu shouted anxiously, and his whole face turned red. What's wrong with this? Ayu, aren't you too early? Why are you so shy now? Hurry up and tell me the battle situation later. Ha 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 ha. It's not serious. After Lin Qingyu said a word to her, he hung up his mobile phone and turned to open the wardrobe to help Lucian get his clothes. But when she took the clothes, she couldn't help but fall on the flesh-pink suspender pajamas given to her by Chen Miao. As thin as cicada wings, the embroidered flower buds are three-dimensional and beautiful. It is a fairy and sexy high-end pajamas. I had never worn such sexy pajamas before. I hesitated for a few seconds and finally stubbornly took down the pajamas. Just coax. Anyway, the two of them have been married for a long time. It's nothing to help my inconvenient husband take a shower. Lin Qingyu took his pajamas to the bathroom and secretly changed them, and wrapped a white bathrobe outside. Put a pool of water and turn on the heating, and then push Lucian into the bathroom. Lin Qingyu thoughtfully helped Lucian to the steps of the double bath. Lucian sat silently, and his face was still not very good looking. Lin Qingyu lowered his head and struggled for a long time before he said, I will help you take off your clothes. Lucian didn't respond. Lin Qingyu thought that he acquiesced, so he trembled to help him unbutton his shirt and help him take off his trousers. Under the warm light, Lucian's full muscles were at a glance, and Lin Qingyu's heart thumped twice again. I didn't expect Lucian's figure to be so expensive. The more Lin Qingyu looked, the more shy he became. His cheeks were hot. He lowered his head and looked at the last piece of clothing on Lucian's body, a little hesitant. At this time, the man's voice suddenly fell from above his head. Mrs. Law, didn't you say you would take a shower for me? If you don't take off your underwear, how to wash it? Chapter 22 Honey, I want to kiss you. Thinking of Chen Miao's words, Lin Qingyu stubbornly reached out to peel off the last bondage on Lucian's body. During the whole process, she almost closed her eyes and did not dare to look around. After doing all this, she helped Lucian into the pool again. Lucian almost lost his whole body into the bath, and the hot fog was thick, which made people unable to see it clearly. He leaned his back against the pool wall, put one hand on the edge of the bath, and clenched his fists. No one knows how much impulse he has to suppress so that he doesn't want her directly when the white and tender hands touch him just now. Taking a deep breath and calming down the impulse, Lucian opened his lips in a cold voice. Then what? Lin Qingyu immediately came over, quickly squeezed the shower gel, gently hit his arms, shoulders and back, and picked up the towel to carefully scrub him, looking like a hard-working little daughter-in-law. But the harder she tried, the more she caught a glimpse of Lucian's face. Lin Qingyu was busy for a long time. He couldn't lower his shoulders and couldn't help saying, "Are you angry with me?" Yes. Lucian's face was slightly cold and he admitted it stubbornly. When Lin Qingyu heard the words, his eyes turned red almost in a second. He lowered his head and subconsciously apologized. "I'm sorry." Lucian saw that her eyes were scarlet, and she almost broke her skills in a second. The originally solemn face suddenly panicked. He quickly reached out and pulled the person into the water, held him in his arms, and coaxed in a warm voice, "Why are you crying? I haven't said anything about you yet." Lin Qingyu's eyes were red and stubbornly defended, "I didn't cry." Yes, you didn't cry, but your eyes were red." Lucian smiled helplessly. It seems that his wife is still fierce. "Tell me, what are you wronged?" Lin Qingyu really felt very wronged at this time, and his voice was a little higher. "I coaxed you. I heard from my friend that I wore a sexy pajamas and had to take a shower for you. I just helped you take off your clothes and take a bath. I haven't done this to others. You can't coax well." "Sexy pajamas?" Lucian's eyes were a little darker, but he still didn't forget his business. "Okay, then tell me, why did you coax me?" "Because you are angry." Lin Qingyu was a little confused when asked. "Then tell me again, why am I angry?" Lin Qingyu's heart sank, and he whispered like a child who made a mistake, "Because I was almost violated by the high situation, which humiliated you. If, in the future, someone knows that Jiang Cheng's famous third wife was almost hit by Gao, your face will be lost. This is not what I'm angry about." Lucian shook his head and said with a straight look, "You, Ling Jiajing, in Gao Bureau is a dirty person. It's their fault, and it's never your fault. On the contrary, you did a good job. In order to protect yourself, you directly smashed the man's head and ran out. As for what you said, I can't do it. This has never happened. Those who respect me, naturally, respect me and will not look down on me because of these irrelevant things. Those who want to make fun of me will find something to make fun of me. I, Lucian, I am alive and never care about other people's opinions. If you really want to care, I only care about your opinion." Lin Qingyu looked up in a daze. "So are you angry that I broke off relations with my brother and just took revenge on my brother? Do you think I'm too good?" "No, on the contrary, I think you did a good job. I told you before that if you are close, you will come, and if you don't get along, you will be estranged. I never talk about the scene. I told you, including today's outside, I'm not doing scene kung fu for you. Lu Shen said and hugged the person a little tighter. Sometimes he really wants to knock on this little head. How can he think nonsense all day long? A warm current surged through Lin Qingyu's heart, but then he thought of something, and his face changed in panic. So are you angry that I didn't tell you about the 8 characters before I got married? In fact, this matter has always been a thorn in Lin Qingyu's heart. She doesn't believe in 8 characters. But from childhood to adult, her family has been brainwashing her constantly. She always said that her 8 characters are not good, which harms the family and the families that. It's so good that some things happened to happen. Moreover, there are colleagues around her who have a bad end in her mother-in-law's family after marriage for concealing the 8 characters before marriage. This has always made Lin Qingyu worried. Lu Shen still shook his head. I am not superstitious. I never believe in feng shui and 8 characters. I believe in myself. Lin Qingyu was completely stunned. Then why are you angry? I'm angry with your attitude. Attitude? Lin Qingyu is very wronged again. My attitude is not good. Okay, that's great. I'm angry that you did such a thing. You didn't treat me as your husband, didn't spoil me, didn't tell me that you were afraid, and didn't let me be your master. Instead, you put yourself in an inferior position, thinking about how to serve me and please me. You are my wife, Lu Shen, and you are the soulmate who is ready to hold hands for the rest of your life, not a servant. Since you are so longing to escape from home, why don't you start a new life from now on? Lin Qingyu was so moved by these words that his head was confused, and he repeated stupidly, new life. Yes, a new life. You and I are equal. I respect you, and you respect me. You never have to sacrifice your feelings to please me. We can communicate about anything. You never have to guess what I think. As long as you want to know, you can ask me, and I will tell you. Lin Qingyu didn't want to cry at first, but when he heard this, he couldn't help crying, and his heart seemed to be filled with something. She didn't expect that Lu Shen's real idea was like this. It's the opposite of her original family. He said that he didn't care about the problem of the 8 characters, and asked her not to put herself in an inferior position. The sentence that the 2 of them are equal and can communicate about anything really poked her heart. Isn't this the life she has always dreamed of, running away from her original family? Why are you crying again? Lu Shen anxiously tightened her a little more, and gently stretched out her hand to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. I didn't say anything important. Why did she cry? My original intention is also to hope that you can abandon your unhappy self in the past. Lin Qingyu sniffed and shook his head. It's none of your business. After calming down for a long time, Lin Qingyu took off his white bathrobe, revealing his smooth and round shoulders and sexy flesh-pink suspender pajamas. The pajamas were stained with water, and the spring light loomed. Lu Shen swallowed his saliva when he saw it. After Lin Qingyu took off his bathrobe, he summoned up the courage to hold Lu Shen's face. Husband, you are so kind. I want to kiss you. With that, she took the initiative to kiss Lu Shen's lips. The soft lips touched Lu Shen's thin lips, and he gently pressed them to pull them away. Lu Shen buttoned the back of her neck in a funny way. That's it. Otherwise? Lin Qingyu was stunned. Didn't he just kiss? Silly girl, you are not a relative. You are called a chicken pecking at rice and a bird pecking at insects. Kiss is like this. After saying that, Lu Shen clasped the back of her head and kissed her fiercely. With a sharp turn, Lin Qingyu was pressed against the wall of the bath, and his hands tightly grasped the edge of the bath. The water in the pool rippled in waves, flowing all over the bathroom. Because he didn't bring birth plan supplies, Lu Shen didn't dare to be too busy, so he had to take a shower and leave the bathroom in a hurry. As soon as he walked into the room, Lin Qingyu's mobile phone rang. It's a video call. The person who made the call is Lu Yan. Lu Shen's eyes darkened, and he turned on his mobile phone directly in a bathrobe. Lu Yan at the other end was stunned when he saw the mobile phone connected by Lu Shen. Chapter 23 Super Fierce. The third master answered Lu Yan's video call in a bathrobe. Soon, Lu Yan reacted, Uncle San, you are at the old house. Lu Shen didn't respond, but just asked, what's the matter? I'm looking for Ayu. What are you looking for Ayu for? Lu Shen's voice sank a little. Lu Yan is a junior. He has always been afraid of the majesty of the third uncle. Hearing the cold voice, his heart jumped inexplicably, and he even had the illusion of harassing the third aunt. But he immediately changed his mind and thought that he was so big, and what was wrong with finding his girlfriend, so he said shyly, Third uncle, I miss Ayu. And we found several very special cultural relics here today, and I want to share them with Ayu. When it comes to archaeology, Lu Yan's eyes are full of golden light. By the way, where is the third uncle and Ayu? What did she do? Why is your mobile phone with you? Ayu is taking a shower. As soon as Lu Shen's ending sound fell, a woman's voice came from the other end of the mobile phone. Brother Lu, come on. Another new discovery. Lu Yan was happy and quickly said to Lu Shen, Third uncle, let's do it first. I'll hang up. After saying that, Lu Yan quickly hung up his mobile phone and hurried to follow his sister to see the new discovery. Luo Shen stared at the dark screen and smiled. What a fool. I saw that he was wearing a bathrobe to answer Ayu's call, but he didn't respond at all. If he is transferred, he will kill him directly by helicopter. Luo Shen smiled and was about to put down his mobile phone when he saw Ling Qingyu, who had just walked out of the bathroom door, staring at him. Who called you just now? Luo Shen was suddenly shocked, and he restrained his mocking look for a second, revealing a little lonely and weak look. Cough. He coughed lightly twice, looked at Ling Qingyu with a bleak face, and said honestly, it's Luo Yan. He said he missed you. Ling Qingyu's heart trembled slightly, and his whole body was stunned. I can't tell what it feels like. There is embarrassment. Luo Shen bowed his head and apologized. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have answered your phone without permission. As soon as I saw that it was Luo Yan who called, I was very curious about what he wanted to say to you, so I couldn't help answering your phone. Ayu, I'm sorry, I'm too unconfident. I'm always worried that when Luo Yan comes back, you will dislike me as a useless person and divorce me. Ling Qingyu's heart softened. He walked over and gently took Luo Shen's hand. I won't. Since we are married, we will go for a lifetime. Don't think nonsense. You are very good, really. Really? Luo Shen pretended to cough twice more. Ling Qingyu nodded. Luo Shen took her hand and said very schemingly, Luo Yan was very excited, saying that he had made a major archaeological discovery and wanted to share it with you. However, a younger sister over there happened to call him and said that something new had been discovered, so he hung up the phone. Ayu, if you really like archaeology, I can also learn it. I can also tell you. No, I don't like it. Ling Qingyu's face changed directly, with a little sarcasm on his face. She has never disliked archaeology. But because Luo Yan likes it, out of respect for her boyfriend, she is willing to listen to his sharing. But it's like this every time. Luo Yan called her. As soon as the sister called him that he had a new discovery, he immediately left her to study the new discovery. Sometimes it takes several days for him to remember that he had called her before and called her back. Once she hinted to Luo Yan that the younger sister was excessively inserted between the two. Luo Yan always smiled and said that she was jealous and didn't care about it. Looking at Ling Qingyu's face, Luo Shen's mouth was a little happy. Ling Qingyu dried his hair and helped Luo Shen to bed. He also took off his nightgown and lay down. Luo Shen skillfully hugged her in his arms, put his chin against her shoulder and said, why don't you wear the pajamas just now? Ayu, it's very beautiful. Ling Qingyu's face pressed against Luo Shen's chest. He was too ashamed to look up and hesitated and said, it's wet. Luo Shen lowered his head and kissed her cheek, then buy a few more. Use my card. Ayu, I'm going to take back what I just said. Ling Qingyu suddenly looked up nervously. What are you talking about? Luo Shen gently kissed her forehead. I want to take back the words that you don't have to deliberately please me. Oh ye. Ling Qingyu's ears were a little hot, and he heard Luo Shen's low hiss. Like the kind of flattery of flesh-colored pajamas, your husband will not refuse to come. Ling Qingyu's cheeks instantly astringent. Realizing Luo Shen's next move, he immediately resisted him. No way. Luo Shen stopped. Why? You just coughed. Third uncle, you are not in good body. You were like that on the night of your old house and your wedding night. You can't do that all the time. You have to take good care of yourself. It's okay. My body doesn't get in the way of this. Luo Shen bowed his head and continued to kiss her. Ling Qingyu couldn't stand it and quickly grabbed Luo Shen's messy hand. Third uncle, didn't you say respect me? Luo Shen really stopped and looked at Ling Qingyu with tears and laughter. Okay, I respect you. The voice fell and bit her lip lightly. But you just called me the third uncle, and you have to be punished. After saying that, he took the person into his arms and said in a muffled voice, sleep. Holding her to sleep is already his biggest compromise. With a warm and soft body in his arms, Luo Shen felt that the previous 29 years had passed in vain. I regret why I didn't rob people earlier. Moreover, since entering his world that year, she originally belonged to him. The next day, as soon as Ling Qingyu arrived at the office, a male colleague made fun of her. Qingyu, that's awesome. The number of votes on the internet is amazing. That's right, Qingyu, you have to treat such a good thing. Why don't we invite us to your new home for a meal? Anyway, everyone hasn't seen your husband yet. Ling Qingyu looked a little embarrassed, and he didn't know whether Luo Shen liked so many people to go home, so he politely refused to be persuaded by his colleagues. Please come later. The voting is not over yet. This is the way to go. The two male colleagues who saw Ling Qingyu getting into a luxury car yesterday looked at each other meaningfully and said nothing more. Ling Qingyu happened to have a class in the first class, so he went to the classroom early. As soon as she left, a female colleague in the office made a sound. Hey, did you two really see her husband yesterday? Are you really in a wheelchair? The male colleague who had pursued Ling Qingyu before said while sorting out the courseware on the desk, didn't you see her just guilty? If it weren't for her husband's problem, why wouldn't she dare to let us meet? That's right. Alas, you said, how can you marry a disabled person if you are a beautiful woman? Be greedy for money. I guess that man will be in his 40s and 50 years old. I'd rather marry a rich man, sit in a luxury car and serve an old man crying, than like a teacher like us who gets a dead salary. The male and Gazy opened their mouths sourly. The female teacher who had just asked the question pursed her lips. To be honest, she is also a teacher. In fact, she doesn't like male teachers. After all, if you want to buy a house in the city center with the little salary of being a teacher, I really don't know that it will be the year of the monkey and the month of the horse. Soon, Lin Qingyu finished the first Chinese class. As soon as she walked out of the classroom, Chen Mianmian ran over panting with her mobile phone. Ayu, it's not good. Something happened. Chapter 24. The third master strongly protects his wife, and the best friend eats dog food. What's the matter? Lin Qingyu's eyebrows jumped fiercely. Some people on the internet say that you swipe tickets, and they are scolding you. Chen Mianmian crossed his waist angrily, which is too much. If you can't do it, you can use such a dirty trick. It's really despised. Lin Qingyu quickly turned on his mobile phone to check. Sure enough, there are many messages scolding her under her personal voting homepage. Is it interesting to swipe tickets? Shameless, ticket brushing. Everyone, don't vote for this teacher. This teacher has a problem with his character. Please ask the company to swipe the ticket outside. It's so disgusting to be a teacher and swipe tickets to win. The more Lin Qingyu looked at it, the more she frowned. Unexpectedly, someone cursed her to be hit by a car when she went out. It's too much. Lin Qingyu suppressed his anger, walked to the balcony with his mobile phone, and dialed Lucian. 3. Husband. Lin Qingyu was not used to changing the name. As soon as he said it, he thought of last night's punishment, so he changed his words shyly. Lucian's low laughter came from the mobile phone. What's the matter? Does Mr. Ling have many husbands? Am I ranked third? Lin Qingyu was teased like this, and his cheeks were burning. Don't be poor, I have something to ask you. Have you asked the voting company outside to help me swipe the votes? No. Lucian answered categorically that it was all acquaintances and people in the company who helped to vote. What's the matter? It's nothing. It's just that someone slandered me for swiping tickets. Since you don't have it, I'll go to the organizing committee to talk about it. I can't let people splash dirty water on things I haven't done. Lin Qingyu is honest, but it doesn't mean that she will be bullied. Okay, Mrs. Luo, if you need any help, remember to tell me. Your husband will always be your strong support. Okay. Lin Qingyu's voice was a little quieter, and her heart seemed to be filled with something. She has a family and a family member who supports her. This unexpected discovery made her very happy. Although Lucian has lost his power now and may not be able to help her, she is still very happy to hear such words. Chen Mianmian was aside, looking at her blushing and shyly all the way, and felt that she was invisibly stuffed with dog food. Well, I'm full. Lin Qingyu hung up his mobile phone and immediately called the competition committee. The receptionist is a young lady in her early 20s. After Lin Qingyu made his request clear, the other party said slowly, "Oh, we can't control this." The sound fell, and there was a pop, and the sound of bubblegum blowing. "No, you can control it." Lin Qingyu insisted that you can delete false messages from the background to protect my rights and interests as a contestant. You can also issue a public notice for me, asking netizens to stop spreading rumors about me. If there is any relevant evidence to prove that I cheated, I can submit it to the organizing committee. Oh, this elder sister, please, netizens have freedom of speech, okay? What people like to say, our organizing committee can't control it. Lin Qingyu's face sank, and his voice was a little solemn. This lady, the internet is a place of freedom of speech, but not an outlaw place. These people slander me out of thin air, which has constituted an insult to my personality and violated my right to reputation. I have the right to sue them. In response, there was another inadvertent bubble bursting sound, and then a slow female voice came. Oh, then you go and sue. That tone can be heard. I don't believe that Lin Qingyu will sue those netizens at all. Well, before suing, please tell me your work number. This call has been recorded. I think you are passively lazy. I want to complain to you. When the voice fell, the woman's voice on the other side of the mobile phone suddenly became a little louder, which sounded very nervous. Hey, I warn you, don't mess around. I'm not making a mess. I'm just asking for facts and reasoning with you now. Lin Qingyu was not in a hurry. The other party said a few words, but Lin Qingyu beat him back. In the end, he really couldn't do it, so he could only say it. That's okay, you wait. I'll give feedback on the situation to the next level. Anyway, you can't sue me if I did it. That's natural. Lin Qingyu answered politely and hung up his mobile phone. 20 minutes later, the organizing committee deleted the false message and issued a public notice as Lin Qingyu said. Chen Mianmian saw the result of this treatment and gave Lin Qingyu a thumbs up. It's high. This is how to deal with these people. They usually don't do it, and they often kick people around like kicking a ball. On the other hand, as soon as Lucian hung up his mobile phone, he immediately asked Zhou Nan to investigate the mastermind behind the incident. 3 hours later, Zhou Nan also brought the results. The main responsible person is the wife's opponent. Her votes were originally ranked first, but she was compared by the wife, and she was unwilling to black the wife everywhere. There are also some sailors found by your second sister-in-law, Lu Minghua, which played a role in pushing the tide. Immediately submit these evidences to the competition committee so that they can make a fair decision. Be sure to give an explanation to your wife. As for my second sister-in-law's account, wait for me to settle it with her. Zhou Nan was ordered to go out, but was stopped by Luo Xin. Wait, inform the senior management that from this moment on, all those who vote for the wife must watch the wife's class video. After reading it, everyone should write comments of no less than 300 words. They should be sincere and should not plagiarize. 300 words? Zhou Nan, who has always had a headache, wants to cry. Big boss, can you do it less? Yes, others have 300 words, and you have 400. Zhou Nan, soon. The teacher in the second place in the total score was announced by the organizing committee to be disqualified from the competition because of unfair competition and malicious slandering other contestants. Moreover, everyone also saw a lot of long messages below Lin Qingyu's voting page. Many of them are real name authenticated messages, which seem to be very authentic. When it was time to get off work, Luo Xin called Lin Qingyu at the school gate. I want to invite your best friend to dinner. What do you think? It's okay. However, I have to ask Mian Mian if she is free first. When Chen Mian Mian learned that Luo Xin was going to invite her to dinner, she readily agreed. After packing up, the two walked out of the school together. As soon as he walked to the opposite road, Zhou Nan bowed to greet him and politely opened the door for Lin Qingyu. Madam, please. After Lin Qingyu got on the car, Zhou Nan immediately closed the door and turned to Chen Mian Mian. Miss Chen, please take this car. We, the third master, are not used to driving in the same car with the opposite sex other than his wife. Chen Mian Mian. With her existence, it's like eating dog food, right? Soon, the car arrived in a private vegetable courtyard called Jingyan. This private restaurant only receives 8 tables of distinguished guests every day. Now, it is written on the small blackboard at the door, there is one elegant room left today. When Lin Qingyu's group first arrived, her former mother-in-law Lu Minghua and several noble women also arrived at the same time. Everyone stared at the word Yaxian left on the small blackboard, and their faces became wonderful. It's really a narrow road. Chapter 25. The third master was cornered in public. Luo Ye's mother, Luo Minghua, followed 5 noble women from the rich family to the gate of Jingyang at the same time. At this time, someone in the noblewoman was the first to find Lin Qingyu. Her Minghua, isn't this your daughter-in-law? Chairman Zhou's wife smiled and walked over enthusiastically and took Lin Qingyu's hand. I haven't seen you for a long time. Auntie misses you so much. With that, Chairman Zhou's wife looked at Luo Minghua jealously again. She really envied you. She had such a prospective daughter-in-law who looked dignified and did things steadily. Look at this temperament, how good it was. Lin Qingyu took away his hand faintly and smiled politely. Auntie, now Mrs. Luo is my second sister-in-law. What? Chairman Zhou's wife reacted so much that she was stunned. What kind of second sister-in-law? Mrs. Zhou is the wife of the president of the Jiancheng Chamber of Commerce, and everyone should give her some thin noodles. She is born with a loud voice and always does whatever she wants. At this time, her reaction is even more like a hen frying feathers. Lin Qingyu looked indifferent and looked at Luo Minghua with a smile. I'm going to ask my good second sister-in-law. Chairman Zhou's wife is also a person who has seen the world. Her face pulled down in an instant, and her voice was a little sharp. Minghua, what's going on? Luo Minghua was the first lady of Jiangcheng. When asked this question, he couldn't hold on to it. He could only answer with a stiff smile. It's a family affair. Housework? Second sister-in-law? Chairman Zhou's wife frowned. Her eyes fell on Luo Xin, who was in a wheelchair, and screamed. Damn it, you won't be arched by the lame third man, will you? Lin Qingyu couldn't help laughing secretly. I have also met this president's wife before. She is upright and bold, and she can say whatever she wants. At this time, she also knew that President Zhou's wife was purely grieves for herself, and did not mean to laugh at Luo Xin at all. Luo Xin, who noticed the smile on Lin Qingyu's mouth, looked slightly stiff and glanced up at Chairman Zhou's wife. That's right, it was arched by me, a lame one. Fuck. Chairman Zhou's wife looked at Luo Xin in disgust, then turned to hold Lin Qingyu's hand, pulled her away a little, and asked in a low voice, Auntie, are you a boyfriend and girlfriend with this third man? If it's just a boyfriend and girlfriend relationship, why don't you follow my son? You can choose my second son or my third son. Luo Xin, who was cornered in front of him, couldn't be darker. He gritted his teeth and said, this is not a bother for Mrs. Zhou. And I have obtained the certificate, and it is a legally protected husband and wife relationship. Our Chairman Zhou's wife wailed. She has always liked Lin Qingyu, so she didn't pry Luo Minghua's corner out of morality. Who knew that, as soon as he didn't take action, he was robbed by the lame old man? Chairman Zhou's wife curled her lips, looked at Luo Xin again in disgust, and complained to Lin Qingyu. You are such a beautiful flower. Why were you arched by the lame old man, the black-hearted old wolf? Ayu, let me tell you, this lame third is really not a good thing, the kind of heart, spleen, lungs and kidneys are black. Before Mrs. Zhou finished speaking, Lu Shen interrupted coldly, Mrs. Zhou. In front of my newlywed wife, is it appropriate to say the lame third on the left and the third lame on the right? Is it suitable? Why is it inappropriate? Isn't your leg ruined? Can you get up and give me one? Chairman Zhou's wife answered naturally. Lu Shen, Zhou Nan, Chen Mianmian. Ling Qingyu couldn't help laughing secretly. Ayu, tell me about it. Do you want to think about it again? I listened to my family. Lao Zhou said that the lame third man is not very good now. A lot of business has been robbed, and the territory of the dock has also been robbed. He is out of power and has no money now. Don't think about it. Ling Qingyu walked behind Lu Shen and gently put his hands on his shoulders. My husband was very good to me. It doesn't matter how much money you have, as long as you have enough to live. With that, Ling Qingyu looked at Luo Minghua again. In the end, I still want to thank my second sister-in-law for feeding me that cup of seasoned milk. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so happy now. Chairman Zhou's wife suddenly caught the point and looked at Luo Minghua in surprise. Damn it, you drug you. So cheap. After saying the words, Chairman Zhou's wife also felt a little embarrassed and said in a circle, Minghua, you know, I'm open-minded, and I have something to say in my heart. I don't know how to detour. Don't take it to heart. Luo Minghua's face became even stiffer. But as soon as she finished speaking, Chairman Zhou was unhappy again and stamped her feet. No. Minghua, you are not generous. You fucking designed your own daughter-in-law. Are you a human? Also, doesn't your son like Ayu very much? When he comes back, how do you explain that you have done such an unscrupulous and exterminatory thing? Besides, you don't want to design my son. My son designed it for you. I've had so many meals with you. You know I like Ayu, but you don't even care about me. It's so unkind. After being mocked by Mrs. Zhou's combination of punches, Luo Minghua only felt that there were countless hands in the air and slapped himself countless times. She is angry. She hates it. Especially in front of so many rich ladies. These people are all long-tongued women, and they don't know what to say about her behind her back. But she can't do anything. After all, behind Mrs. Zhou is Chairman Zhou, who is in charge of the whole Jiangchen commercial order. She was so angry that her teeth were itchy, so she could only turn to Ling Qingyu. Ayu, you're welcome. At the beginning, my sister-in-law was worried that you would not have a good life after marriage. After all, this old man's legs. Before he finished speaking, Chairman Zhou said bluntly, what's wrong with this leg? Except that you can't jump, what's wrong? Your son didn't see anyone for 3 days and was buried in that archaeological pile. I used to worry that Ayu would be a widow after getting married. That's it. For the first time, Chen Mianmian felt that someone was talking about his heart, and he also helped him. Although our third master is not good, he can accompany Ayu to dinner every day, 3 meals a day for 4 seasons. Lu Shen looked up faintly at the 2 people with their nostrils in front of him, and said indiscriminately, thank you. Chairman Zhou's wife and Chen Mianmian had a very tacit understanding and said in unison, you're welcome. Lu Shen. Zhou Nan's eyes were about to come out. It was the first time he saw the third master eat with too. It's so cool. But on the surface, he still showed an extremely angry look to clean up people. Ling Qingyu listened to the help of the crowd and climbed up along the pole. Yes, so I still want to thank my second sister-in-law. There is no harm without comparison. Following the third uncle makes me feel very happy. This is the truth. Of course, it was also deliberately told to Luo Minghua. Because Luo Minghua cares about his son the most. Beat the snake 7 inches and hit the person to poke the point she cares most about. Sure enough, Luo Minghua exploded when he heard this. Ling Qingyu, what do you mean? You mean that my son is not as good as this crippled one? Luo Minghua was so angry that his heart was unjust and his whole body was a little out of mind. Anyone who doesn't know Luo Yang can say that her son is not good. That's because they don't know enough about Luo Yang. But Ling Qingyu is not allowed. Because Ling Qingyu has been dating her precious son for 3 years. In Luo Minghua's eyes, Ling Qingyu deserved to beg for her precious son for the rest of her life. She was depressed and depressed. By the side of the disabled Luo Shen, she would always miss her son's kindness. But she didn't expect that she would say such a thing in just a few days. How can she bear it? Ling Qingyu admired Luo Minghua's mistake and smiled. It seems that the second sister-in-law's Chinese level was not very good when she was a child, and her understanding ability was a little poor. So many people are expressing a meaning, don't you understand? With that, Ling Qingyu gently pecked Luo Shen's face in front of Luo Minghua. I just said thank you. I'm very happy now. But this happiness hurt Luo Minghua severely, and Luo Minghua screamed. No, it's absolutely impossible. When Chairman Zhou saw Luo Minghua's appearance, she rolled her eyes in disgust. I want to calculate others again, and I don't want them to live a happy life. Luo Minghua, you are too dark-hearted. It's darker than the lame old man. With that, Chairman Zhou's wife also cued Luo Shen, lame third, am I right? Chapter 26 Drop the Horse. Lin Qingyu found that the third master's heart was very small. Luo Shen's face was gloomy and he didn't respond. Chairman Zhou's wife slanted her eyes and said, "I'm talking for you." Chen Mianmian thought to himself, isn't this a knife? Or is it the kind of one or two? One is Luo Minghua and the other is Luo Xing. Luo Minghua was so angry that his mouth was crooked. Several other rich ladies secretly shouted when they saw it. At this time, the owner of Jingyou, a young man in his 50s, came out in a retro Chinese robe with a gold accused decoration hanging in his heart, and his voice was not in a hurry. There is only one elegant number left in the garden today. Are you together? Luo Minghua's eyes suddenly lit up. This Jin boss is notoriously snobbish, and he has always only greeted rich and powerful people. And he doesn't think it's bad. On the contrary, he is a little complacent. This can be seen from the golden accuse hanging around his neck. No, separate. The corners of Luo Minghua's mouth raised. And the corners of his eyes shone a light that he was determined to get. Oh, Boss Jin's ending was a little mocking. I'm sorry, and I can only say hello. Why don't you discuss it? No need to discuss. Let's go in. No need to discuss. Let's go in. Luo Shen and Luo Minghua said in unison. On this point, it is rare for the uncle and sister-in-law to have a tacit understanding. The voice fell, and Luo Minghua smiled contemptuously. Uncle, are you really going to fight with me today? I really don't want to fight with my second sister-in-law. With that, Luo Zunsuan put his nose on the bridge. The gold-rimmed glasses grabbed Lin Qingyu's hand and rubbed it, and looked at Luo Minghua with a smile. However, I promised my wife that as long as she followed me, I would not let her lose. You are a useless person. Why don't let her follow you to shame? Don't forget that the person in charge of the Luo family is my husband now. With that, Luo Minghua gave Boss Jin a meaningful look. Boss Jin is a human spirit. He nodded with a smile, indicating that he had received the message she wanted to convey. Let me remind you that there are still 2 words missing between the second sister-in-law, the acting chairman, and the real chairman. You. Luo Minghua glared at Luo Shen viciously. Family, do you have to tear your face with me? Yes, so what? Luo Shen's long eyes behind the lens are a little cold. Does the second sister-in-law regard me as a family? When you bought Shuishan Black Ayu online today, did you ever think that we were a family? When the voice fell, Lin Qingyu, Chen Mianmian, Mrs. Chairman Zhou and several other noble women all showed surprised expressions to varying degrees. Luo Minghua was exposed on the spot, his face turned blue and white, and he said firmly, I don't know what you are talking about. You are a person who wants to add a crime. Why don't you hesitate? That's what I said, but the people present could see the expression clearly. One of the noble women also coaxed, Hey, Minghua, you brought us to dinner. He also said that if you brush your husband's face, you will definitely be able to enter the quiet garden. Let me ask you, are you still going to have this meal tonight? Eat. I will definitely take you to eat. After saying that, Luo Minghua looked straight at the boss of Jingyou. You are the boss, and you have the final say. Whoever you ask us to go in, we will go in. The whole Jiangchen knows that Boss Jin is famous for his high vision. Today, let's see who can get into Boss Jin's eyes. Okay, then I'll invite Mr. Luo into our quiet garden for dinner. Boss Jin rubbed the golden abacus in his heart and opened his mouth. Luo Minghua instantly felt as if his face had been struck by lightning, and his voice was a little sharp. What did you say? Mrs. Luo said that I am the boss and I have the final say. Mrs. Luo also said that I was high-sighted and asked me to see something that could be seen. I said, I invited the third master to dinner. Is there any problem? Boss Jin looked sincerely at Luo Minghua, who was angry and looked like a pig's liver, with a look that you can mention any questions. Luo Minghua couldn't believe it. He pointed to Luo Shen and said in a sharp voice, you choose him. He has no money and no power now. The doc is also in charge of my husband, and the Luo family is also decided by my husband. You choose him. Money has money. Is your brain okay? The whole Jiangchen said that you are famous for being a snobbish. When you see a high worship, when you see a low trampling, do you choose him? Boss Jin smiled. That's right, Jiangchen people are not wrong. Our quiet garden is to receive rich people, and the standard for judging guests is also money. But what you don't know is that this money refers to the amount of consumption. In the past, the third master spent with us and was ranked first on the Jingyou list all year round, but your consumption amount was 0, so I naturally chose the third master. You. Luo Minghua was so angry that his nostrils turned out. Boss Jin bowed politely and said meaningfully, if necessary, can I take out your husband's consumption record? However, our Jingyou consumption list has always been the first, and the third master has never been hit by the second. Reading the words of Boss Jin, Luo Minghua was so angry that his eyes were smoking. Let's go in. Luo Shen raised his hand, and Lin Qingyu pushed him towards the quiet garden. Suddenly, Luo Shen held the wheel of the wheelchair and turned his head to look at Chairman Zhou. Mrs. Zhou, do you need me, a lame one, to take you in for dinner? Lin Qingyu. I suddenly found that her husband's heart seemed to be very small. At this moment, Mrs. Zhou shouted as if she had caught the handle, "Ayu, look, the lame third is such a thing, and he must be rewarded." When Lu Xin heard the words, his face became gloomy, and his hand holding the wheelchair tightened a little. Lin Qingyu smiled and didn't say anything more, pushing Lu Xin in. Chen Mianmian and Zhou Nan followed closely. After entering the quiet garden, Chen Mianmian suddenly opened her eyes. Jingyan is an antique courtyard in the south of the Yangtze River, and the design of each place is very exquisite. She pulled Lin Qingyu to take photos everywhere. As soon as Lin Qingyu walked away, Lu Xin's face immediately sank. He called Chairman Zhou and complained directly. "Your wife calls me a lame third." Chairman Zhou on the other end of the mobile phone was stunned and pretended to be angry and said, "How can this be? When she comes back, I will talk about her. How can it be said that people poke people's shortcomings?" With that, Chairman Zhou's tone softened again and sighed. "However, Brother Lu, the premise is that I have to enter the room. I'm still laying the floor in the study. You will know when you get married in the future. It's not that easy to train your wife." "I know." "Do you know? How could you know?" Chairman Zhou was surprised. "I'm married." Lu Xin raised the corners of his mouth slightly and looked proud. "Then you understand better that I'm not. This woman can't be scolded. It's a lesson. You have to coax yourself later. Let me tell you. No, Lu Xin has a lot of experience in this regard." Before I said anything, my eyes were red. Soon, Lu Xin was deviated by Chairman Zhou's thinking. At this time, Lu Minghua outside the quiet garden is not so good looking. Chapter 27. Lu Minghua's face was swollen. Outside the gate of Jingyan, Chairman Zhou's wife made a phone call and asked the driver at home to pick her up. After hanging up the phone, she gave Lu Minghua a contemptuous look and spoke neatly. "Lu Minghua, I can allow you to be a little cautious, and I can also accept your usual flaunting. But what you did to Ayu is a morally corrupt thing. To put it seriously, this is a completely punishable matter. You disappointed me. If there is nothing to do in the future, you don't need to contact me." After saying that, Chairman Zhou didn't look back and left. This is drawing a clear line with Lu Minghua. The other rich ladies looked at each other for a while and quickly chased after them. "Mrs. Zhou, please take a piece for us by the way." Yes, I remember that there is a good farmhouse banquet in front of us. Why don't we go there to eat?" Several noble women trotted forward, leaving Lu Minghua, who was pale, standing in place, listening to the clear teasing from the noble women in front of her. "The woman just now is Lu Minghua's daughter-in-law, right?" "Yes." "Only then did you react." "Oh, my God." Being stepped on the top of his head by his former daughter-in-law, Lu Minghua couldn't breathe and vomited blood. When Lu Minghua heard the words, he was so angry that his face was deformed. After getting into his car, he dialed Director Gao, who was in the hospital, with gloomy eyes. After the phone was connected, Lu Minghua went straight to the topic. "Someone is checking your account." "Who the fuck dares to check my account?" Gao, who was sitting in the hospital bed, heard this. He was so excited that his jaw hurt so much that he burst into tears. "Who the hell are you?" "It doesn't matter who I am. The important thing is that we have a common enemy." Lu Minghua opened his mouth slowly. "Common enemies?" Gao Bureau held his painful chin and asked tentatively, "Who are you talking about?" That's what he asked, but in fact, he had a vague idea in his mind. It was the man who hit him in the box that night. He looked around with his connections, but he couldn't find any clues. Lu Minghua's soft laughter came from the other end of the mobile phone. "Our common enemy is the man who beat you to the hospital, Lu Sangye." "What? You said the person who hit me was Lu Sangye?" Gao Ji was scared to pee for a second. He sat on the hospital bed and trembled, and his face turned pale. Recalling the man's expression that night, he deepened his affirmation. "It's him. You don't know that Lin Qingyu climbed into the bed of his fiancé's third uncle Lu Xin and became Lu Sangye's wife. You wanted to violate Lin Qingyu before. Do you think Lu San may let you go? I advise you to think about how to protect yourself." Gao Bureau was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. "Well, what does the lady mean? How should I protect myself?" "Find something that you can handle with Lu San and make a deal with him. Tell him not to check your account. This matter has been exposed." Gao Bureau kept wiping the sweat on his forehead, "But I don't have anything to pinch Lu Sangye." If Lu Sangye was so easy to be pinched, everyone would not be so afraid of him. Make conditions without conditions. "Let me teach you, you can do this." Lu Minghua raised the corners of his mouth. Gao Bureau hung up his mobile phone and said, "Bah! Stinky woman, this is pushing me to death. You are not a good person either. Oh, shake off the fact that Lin Qingyu climbed into her fiancé's third uncle's bed. Does he dislike his fate? This stinky woman wants to borrow a knife to kill people. She really thinks he is a fool. However, her other suggestion is quite feasible." Gao Bureau touched his chin, narrowed his eyes slightly, and made a phone call to arrange things. At this time, Lin Qingyu, who was eating in the quiet garden, didn't know that there was another bloody storm waiting for her. Exquisite Jiangnan dishes are served one after another. Chen Mianmian smiled extremely brightly and gave Luo Shen a thumbs up. Third master, you are so awesome. You didn't even see it just now. Luo Yan was so angry that his face turned black. It's so happy. I unilaterally announce that you have passed the review of my best friend. Don't call me third master. Since you are Ayu's best friend, just call me by my name. Luo Shen raised the sake in his hand. His every move was extremely elegant, and his movements were noble and cultivated. He was not inferior to any nobleman in the Beijing circle. The natural temperament made Chen Mianmian a little stunned. Oh my god, in contrast, she is a woman and lives a rougher life than him. Chen Mianmian lowered her head a little embarrassedly, scratched her head, and made a clever move. It is not appropriate to call her name. Well, Ayu is 1 year older than me, and I will call you brother-in-law from now on. Luo Shen nodded faintly. He is a very accurate person. Chen Mianmian's eyes are clear and he doesn't have too many distractions, but he can get his eye. While talking, Zhou Nan came in after finishing the matter. Luo Shen asked him to sit next to Chen Mianmian and introduced, by the way, this person's name is Zhou Nan, my assistant and my brother. Chen Mianmian is a careless person. While eating, he responded, we met in the car. Luo Shen took a deep look at Zhou Nan, then you can add Mr. Chen's WeChat for convenient contact in the future. Your education level is not good. You can ask Mr. Chen for advice. When the voice fell, Chen Mianmian quickly took out her mobile phone. Lin Qingyu wanted to say something else, and Chen Mianmian stared at her. Lin Qingyu smiled and did not say Chen Mianmian's identity as a physical education teacher. She guessed that Luo Shen might want to match Chen Mianmian and Zhou Nan. How did she know that Luo Shen wanted Zhou Nan to add Chen Mianmian's WeChat so that he could learn about Lin Qingyu's situation in school in the future? For example, if he knows who bullies Lin Qingyu, he can immediately stand up for her. Zhou Nan quickly added Chen Mianmian's WeChat. The four of them had a good meal. After dinner, Zhou Nan was responsible for sending Chen Mianmian home. And Lin Qingyu drove back to the apartment with Luo Shen. While the car was waiting for the red light, there was a noise outside the window. A DIY shop on the side of the road is doing a promotion. The employees of the store walked on the road in cartoon clothes to sell the products of the store to customers. Noticing Lin Qingyu's gaze, a clerk came over and gave Lin Qingyu a leaflet. Miss, if you are interested, you can participate in the blind box DIY activity in our store. Each person can knock out a stone, including agate, jade, and marble, and the patterns are all beautiful. After knocking out with your lover, we can engrave your names together in our store, which is very meaningful. As soon as the clerk finished speaking, Lin Qingyu's hand holding the leaflet trembled suddenly, and the scene of Luo Yan once stupidly running over with an archaeological stone came to his mind. Ayu, this is the first time I participated in the work and found a stone near the archaeological pile. I engraved your name. Happy birthday, Ayu. At that time, she took the stone and looked at the scratches on Luo Yan's fingers. She was very distressed. But Luo Yan hid his hand and didn't show it to her. He just asked her, do you like this birthday gift? Like it. Recalling the past, Lin Qingyu's heart was sour, and Luo Shen's inquiry suddenly sounded in his ear. What's the matter? Chapter 28. What's wrong? No. What? Lin Qingyu smiled blithely and forcibly suppressed all the memories related to Luo Yan. But the more depressed it is, the more desperately the memories run out. Luo Yan's vows, Luo Yan said sweet words, and every sentence turned into a sharp knife, and the knife stabbed in her heart. With sour eyes, Lin Qingyu quickly turned his head and pretended to look out of the window. Luo Shen looked sideways at her, his face sank a little, and there was a trace of unfounded panic in his heart. Back in the apartment, after the two washed up, Lin Qingyu kept procrastinating and refused to go to bed. You take a rest first. I still have classes to prepare. When he spoke, Lin Qingyu felt a little guilty. Okay. Luo Shen, naturally, could see her resistance and alienation. He responded in a low voice, and people also lay down to rest. Lin Qingyu opened his notebook to prepare for class and kept looking in the direction of the bed. It was not until he felt that Luo Shen was asleep that he lifted the quilt and lay down. But as soon as he reached the bed board, he was fished into his arms. She trembled and her voice was a little nervous. Haven't you slept yet? Well, I'm waiting for you. With that, Luo Shen lowered his head to kiss her, and stroked Lin Qingyu's delicate body with his palm. Lin Qingyu twisted and didn't want to cooperate. I thought it was an obligation before, but she didn't want to tonight. Memories related to Luo Yan have been circling in her mind. She can't do it with other men. Especially this person is his third uncle. But the more Lin Qingyu struggled, the more Luo Shen surrounded her, even with excitement. The scorching kiss fell inch by inch, gnawing at the collarbone, and lit everywhere. Lin Qingyu's strategy was difficult to compete with Luo Shen's strategy, and he stretched out his hand against his shoulder. Don't. I'm tired. But before he finished speaking, his lips were strongly kissed by Luo Shen. With a hiss, the thin pajamas were torn in half. Lin Qingyu was so panicked that he wanted to speak, but his lips were blocked, and his body was completely controlled by Luo Shen. Hiss, a tear overflowed from the corner of his eye. Tonight, Luo Xin was particularly rough, as if he was desperately trying to possess her completely. Lin Qingyu can only bear it passively. She pinched Luo Xin's shoulder and embedded him with flesh and blood. I don't know how long it took for Luo Xin to stop tossing. She was so tired that she didn't want to say a word more, and she didn't even bother to think about Luoyang. After the hearty love affair, Luo Xin's heart became more and more empty. He stared at Lin Qingyu's side face and muttered in a low voice, "When will you be completely mine?" The next day, Lin Qingyu was called to Director Wang's office as soon as he arrived at school. As soon as I raised my hand to knock on the door, I heard a violent quarrel inside. "Director, I can't take Qingyu's class." "Mr. Li, I'm not asking for your opinion now. I'm your superior. I'm ordering and asking you." "Director, you also know my relationship with Qingyu. We have a good relationship in private. Didn't you tell me that it was difficult to be a person?" "Li Jia, I'm talking to you about work, not personal feelings. You little sisters, who have just come out of the society, do you have any professional literacy?" When Lin Qingyu heard the quarrel between the two, he frowned and knocked on the door of the office. "Come in." Director Wang's voice was a little angry. Lin Qingyu opened the door and saw Li Jiao's scarlet eyes. Li Jiao didn't dare to go to see Lin Qingyu. Wang Mei looked at Lin Qingyu and said in a commanding tone, "You came just in time. Connect the information of the students in your class with Li Jiao. Starting from today, Li Jiao will teach class 1, and you will teach class 8. Li Jiao looked at Lin Qingyu with embarrassment and opened her mouth. Qingyu, I. Lin Qingyu looked at Wang Mei calmly. "Director, may I ask why? I taught class 1 well. Why did I suddenly have to change with Mr. Li? I think this is not conducive to the stability of students' learning. After more than half a semester of contact, the students in our class have got used to my teaching style. Now it is unfair to the students in class 8 to ask the teachers of the two classes to be exchanged." "Why?" Wang Mei sneered, and her voice was full of sarcasm. "I don't even want to talk about you. This is what all the parents of class 1 mean. They don't want you to continue teaching students in this class." With that, Wang Mei took out a printed petition from the drawer and threw it over. Lin Qingyu took a look at the petition and saw that it was densely signed by his parents. Suddenly, his heart ached as if it had been cut by countless knives. The signatures of 45 students and 45 parents in the class are complete. "Lin Qingyu, you really show your face to our school. Such a thing has never happened in our school so far," Wang Mei said as she tapped the table with her fingers, knocking on the table with a sound. Lin Qingyu's heart seemed to be squeezed again and again. She asked herself if she didn't feel sorry for the students in this class. She couldn't understand why the parents in the class treated her like this. This is the biggest insult to her practice. "Let's hand it over now. I don't care how good you two have. Please remember that this is the workplace, and you should obey the arrangement of your superiors. If you have any objections, you can go to the principal to solve them by yourself." After saying that, Wang Mei waved her hand and signaled Lin Qingyu and Li Jiao to leave. The two left Wang Mei's office one after the other. Li Jiao's eyes were scarlet and she said first, "Qingyu, I'm sorry. I don't want to." Lin Qingyu's face was calm and he said clearly, "It's none of your business. Let's hand it over." Lin Qingyu and Li Jiao returned to the office. Lin Qingyu told Li Jiao about the information in the class and the situation of each student. Li Jiao looked embarrassed. "Qingyu, you are really careful. I'm so sorry that I don't have such detailed information to provide you." Lin Qingyu smiled helplessly and said nothing more, but she also understood that not all teachers would open an independent profile for each student like her. At present, she needs to calm down. After handing over the work, she will walk out of the office with everyone's different eyes. As soon as I walked out of the office, a girl from class 1 rushed over and accidentally bumped into her. The girl quickly looked up and apologized. "Mr. Lin, I'm sorry." "It doesn't matter." Lin Qingyu curled the corners of his mouth to respond. The girl stared at her for a long time. "Mr. Lin, do you really seduce the student's father as your mother said?" In a sentence, like a long knife, it pierced Lin Qingyu's heart, and her eyes were wet before she could calm down. Facing the student's eyes, Lin Qingyu was confused. Why? Why is there such a saying as seducing a student's father? What on earth is the problem? Chapter 29. Someone splashed dirty water, and Lin Qingyu's aura was fully opened. What on earth is she careless about? Why do these parents slander her behind her back in front of their children? Lin Qingyu was annoyed and angry, and felt that his heart was a little unbearable. The girl waited for a long time, with a trace of disappointment in her eyes, and she said sadly, "Mr. Lin, in fact, we can't give up on you. But the mothers in the class said that they must get rid of you, because you will seduce our father and make us have no father. So, teacher, can you do it?" "I won't," Lin Qingyu answered loudly. But when I answered like this, tears almost burst out. Unexpectedly, the girl rarely laughed. "I knew the teacher wouldn't. After saying that, she stepped on the class bell and went back to the classroom with satisfaction. It seems that compared with whether the teacher can teach them again, it is more important to believe that the teacher's belief will not collapse. How can Ling Qingyu not understand this truth? When she was a child, she also regarded her father as a hero and a mountain that Wei An could rely on. But after experiencing disappointments again and again, that belief collapsed. And the feeling of the collapse of faith is really more terrible than losing anything. Ling Qingyu doesn't want to disappoint the children. Changing classes is a small matter, but she can't let the children lose their faith, let alone make themselves suffer injustice. Her intuition tells her that there must be something wrong. What she needs to do now is to find out the problem and solve it. As soon as he turned around, before he could react, a gust of wind flashed in front of Ling Qingyu's eyes, followed by a snap, and the slap was inexplicably covered. The eardrums buzzed, and the sharp voice of the woman in front of him could be faintly heard. "You bitch. Unexpectedly seduced my husband. If you want to be Roy's stepmother, you dream." Ling Qingyu covered the side of his hot face. After seeing that the person in front of him was Gao Yi's ex-wife and Gao Roy's mother, he immediately returned the slap on his face without hesitation. With a snap, it was a slap in the face, and it was Ling Qingyu's confidence. Gao Roy's mother covered her hot cheeks and looked at Ling Qingyu in disbelievingly. "You hit me, how dare you hit me? Do you know that my husband is a director?" After saying that, Gao Roy's mother seemed to think of something and was stunned. She pointed at Ling Qingyu and screamed, "Oh, you fox spirit, you hooked my old man Gao. You are trying to replace me, aren't you? You bitch, you specialize in seducing parents of students." Before he finished speaking, Ling Qingyu viciously strangled Gao Roy's mother's wrist. The cruelty was very different from her weak and knowledgeable appearance, and even Gao Roy's mother was shocked. "Miss Wu, I never thought of being Gao Roy's stepmother. I'm married, and I have a husband who loves me very much. Please don't slander me like this again and again. Otherwise, I will investigate your defamer." With that, Ling Qingyu shook off Gao Roy's mother's hand. "Miss Wu, you vixen, how dare you say that you don't want to seduce my husband? Let me tell you, my husband and I have a fake divorce." "Fake divorce? You have to call me Mrs. Gao. If you want to enter the door of Gao's family, I tell you, it's impossible in your life. Besides, I want to sue you. As a teacher, you actually attack parents at school. I can sue you." Ling Qingyu sneered and didn't look panic at all. "Teacher? The teacher is also a human after all. Does the teacher have no emotion and no feelings to let you slander and slap you in the face with dignity? Miss Wu, don't forget, but you have to do it first. If I want to call the police, I'm not afraid. Call me Mrs. Gao." Gao Roy's mother was so angry that her face was ferocious. The more she said, the more excited she became. She stretched out her hand to pull Ling Qingyu's hair. At this time, Chen Mianmian, who rushed from the entrance of the stairs, saw this and rushed forward directly, strangled Gao Roy's mother's wrist, and pushed the person away sharply. "What are you making a fuss about? Can quarrel solve the problem? What kind of person is your ex-husband? Don't you have any points in your heart? Is it interesting to come here to embarrass our teacher? Besides, what evidence do you have to slander the teachers of our school like this?" "Evidence? The parents of all class 1 have received the evidence. The evidence is that Ling Qingyu tricked my husband into her home and her room with the problem of her child's study to seduce my husband. All the servants of her family admitted that the parents of the whole video class 1 had one share. Gao Roy's mother still wanted to do it. Chen Mianmian showed her fist and warned, "If you have something to say, if you do it, I'm not afraid of you. I am the 18th generation of Chen Jiacheng." Gao Roy's mother's face was stiff. She knew that she had encountered a hard stubble, and she pretended to howl if she couldn't do it. My head hurts so much. It must have been pushed to concussion by your teacher. You wait. I'm going to sue the principal now. I'm going to ask you, a teacher, to get out of here." When the voice fell, Gao Roy's mother left. What else did Ling Qingyu want to say? Chen Mianmian stopped her. "Ignore her and pretend. She just found a step down. I won't tell you more. I was still in class just now. I have to go down now. Don't think too much. I'll come to you after class." After Chen Mianmian finished speaking, he quickly ran back to the playground. Ling Qingyu looked at Chen Mianmian's running back, and his heart was warm. But when she thought about what Gao Roy's mother had just said, her face changed again. The servant. The video. One for each person. What on earth are these? Before I could figure it out, as soon as I walked to the door of the office, I clearly heard a voice talking about her. Unexpectedly, Ling Qingyu looked very tall and attacked Director Gao in private. No way, could it be a rumor? Didn't she say she got married? The version I heard was that she seduced Director Gao before she got married, and she succeeded. In order to cover up their adultery, she found a disabled husband to fake marriage. Oh, my god, this is too much. Isn't her disabled husband too unlucky? What do you think? Her disabled husband knew it long ago. And it was because of the benefits of Director Gao that I pretended to be a husband and wife with her. The kind of disabled person in a wheelchair can't find a wife anyway. Yes, you don't remember. Last time she said she was going to her house, she was so scared that she didn't dare to respond. Male colleagues and female colleagues, you said something, I talked about it, and I didn't realize that all the words fell into Lin Qingyu's ears. Click. Lin Qingyu pushed open the door of the office and came in stubbornly. She stood upright, with a faint smile on the corners of her mouth, and looked at a group of people who chewed her tongues openly. Colleague, for a year, I thought everyone should know something about my beauty. With me like TCSE, even if I don't meet my current husband, I don't have to marry an old man who is almost 50 years old and still has a child, right? The crowd was caught saying bad things behind their backs, and their faces suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Yes, yes, yes. Lin Qingyu walked to his seat and looked at his colleague with a smile. As teachers, we still need to have a little brain and have our own basic logical judgment. What do you think? Several colleagues' faces were stiff, and someone found an excuse to escape quickly. After all, it's too embarrassing. As soon as Lin Qingyu sat down, Luo Minghua's phone call came in. Lin Qingyu's eyes deepened, thinking that this ex-mother-in-law would really pick something to find her. She got up and walked towards the balcony, not afraid to connect her phone. Chapter 30 Slippery, Lin Qingyu mistakenly dialed his ex-boyfriend's phone. As soon as it was connected, Luo Minghua's voice came from the other end of the mobile phone. Lin Qingyu, how about it? Are you not well today? When Lin Qingyu heard the words, his face changed directly. She originally thought that Luo Minghua had lost face at the gate of Jingyang yesterday, but today she was not happy to call her. But isn't this telling her that she has something to do with what happened this morning? Lin Qingyu calmly probed, Luo Minghua, what do you mean? A pleasant soft laugh came from the other end of the mobile phone. What does it mean? Don't you understand yet? Lin Qingyu, you can never step on my head. At the gate of Jingyang yesterday, do you think you won? Then I'll tell you today how painful I was yesterday. And I will pay you back 10 times today. Sure enough, the things in the parent group are related to you. Luo Minghua, you are so shameless. Lin Qingyu was furious. Ha ha ha. Luo Minghua was scolded shamelessly and didn't feel embarrassed. Instead, he laughed comfortably. Do you remember what I said to you in the bathroom? I can ruin you. Before Luo Yang comes, I want you to become a dirty woman completely. Wherever you go to Xiangcheng, you will be spit on. From the first teacher to the dirty woman who is despised by everyone, you have to give me a good feeling. You won't succeed. Lin Qingyu's beautiful eyes rolled with anger, and she said very positively, Luo Minghua, remember, I won't lose, and my husband won't let me lose. Oh, really? Do you count on a useless person in a wheelchair? Lin Qingyu, I'll tell you the truth. Before I push you to Laosan, I will make a good plan. When you know the truth, you will definitely retaliate against me. So I have to push you to a useless person who can't turn over in his life. With that, Luo Minghua laughed bitterly. Moreover, I don't believe that you can still hang out in school after being put on the hat of seducing students' parents. If you bear the guidance of others everywhere, the rumors will only get more and more intense in the end, and you can't stand it and have to resign. I won't do as you wish, and I will never resign. Luo Minghua, stare at your dog's eyes and watch me turn over. After saying that, Lin Qingyu hung up his mobile phone in anger. I pressed it in a hurry. I pressed it several times in a row, and dialed out the phone numbers of the contacts in the same group. When the phone was dialed out, Lin Qingyu's eyes suddenly shrank. How did she call Luo Yang? He raised his hand and wanted to hang up, but anger prevailed. For a moment, she wanted to question Luo Yang whether she knew that his mother was so shameless and vicious. But the next moment, she felt that she could no longer contact Luo Yang. She is Lu Xin's wife now. No matter what the reason is, you can't continue to be confused with your ex. Since it's a wrong call, hang up. Unexpectedly, when I was about to hang up, the phone showed that it was connected. Lin Qingyu was so nervous that his heart was pounding in an instant. She could clearly feel that her heart was hitting her ribs fiercely, as if she was about to rush out. The next second, the voice of the familiar sister came from the other end of the mobile phone. Is it Sister Ayu? I'm the younger sister of brother Luo Yang. He went to the grave, and the mobile phone was given to me for safekeeping. What's the matter? Tell me. I'll ask him to call you back later. No, I pressed the wrong one. Hearing the voice of the younger sister, Lin Qingyu regained his senses in an instant. But the moment I hung up my mobile phone, the grievance tears that had been stagnant in the corners of my eyes finally condensed into tears, and the big ones rolled down. This little sister finally became the last straw to crush her emotions. She knew that she had no reason and no qualification to blame Luo Yang. But she still has a grudge in her heart. 3 years of love. Every time she needs Luo Yang, he is always absent. When you encounter archaeology, it's like losing your soul. I didn't care about it, leaving such a great mother, and I didn't know that I had made such a big mess for her. Just now, even if she heard Luo Yang's gentle voice as usual and asked her what was wrong with Ayu, she would not be so resentful. Lin Qingyu was in a bad mood and rushed out of the school directly. He took a car and wanted to find Luo Xin after reporting a small company location. After hearing that Luo Xin was kicked out of the board of directors, only a very small company was left in operation. He told her the location of the small company and said that she could find him there at any time. The scenery outside the car window retreated rapidly, and Lu Shen's small company was getting closer and closer. Ling Qingyu became more and more nervous. She just had an impulse to see him, to jump into his arms, to try to cry and spoil him, to tell him how difficult, how wronged and unhappy she was today. Want to have a try? Is it true that, as Lu Shen said, in this world, there is such a person who can be trusted by her and become his support? Even if it's just a spiritual reliance. But when her reason gradually returned to the cage, she knew how crazy she had just now. After calming down, she called the academic director to ask for leave. She was worried and asked Chen Miemie to help her write a leave note and submit it. At this time, the car had arrived under an old office building. "Miss, here we are," the driver reminded. Ling Qingyu was stunned, quickly picked up his bag, got out of the car, and walked into the office building. This is a dilapidated office building. There are no employees in it, and the office spaces are empty. Ling Qingyu felt uncomfortable when he saw it, and regretted that he ran to Lu Shen on impulse. Her husband's current situation is not very good. Isn't it adding trouble to him to run to him regardless? Walking to the door of the president's office, Ling Qingyu was about to raise his hand and knock on the door, but he hesitated a little. From childhood to adult, she has been the child cursed by her family and has not encountered any lucky things. At this moment, she suddenly felt a little confused. "I'm afraid that I will disturb Lu Shen without reporting. Will I push the door open and see something I shouldn't see? Could it be that the gentle and considerate husband is also an illusion?" Ling Qingyu found that he couldn't bear any more blow. If Lu Shen disappoints her, she will feel that the whole world is grey. At this time, Ling Qingyu actually understood why he came to Lu Shen. Because when I heard Lu Ye's sister answer his phone, I felt betrayed and wanted to run to Lu Shen. She needs Lu Shen's warm embrace to tell herself that she still deserves to be loved in this world. Tell yourself that you don't have nothing. Lu Shen is her last straw. Ling Qingyu took a deep breath and knocked on the door. The voice of a man who was not Lu Shen came from inside. "Come in. It should be Lao Ye." When the voice fell, Duan Xiaobai saw Ling Qingyu pushing open the door of the office to come in. He looked back at Lu Shen, who was still standing on his feet not far away, and his eyes were about to burst in an instant. "I'm going." Lu Shen is still standing. The wheelchair is still very far away. Chapter 31 Danger. The third master, standing on both feet, fell off the horse and warned. "It's too late to say, but it's too soon." Duan Xiaobai reacted very quickly and ran towards Lu Shen. He kicked Lu Shen's knee accurately and kicked Lu Shen to the ground. Lu Shen, who was defenseless, kicked himself, raised his eyes and stared at Duan Xiaobai as if he wanted to kill. "Do you want to die?" Duan Xiaobai pointed at him stubbornly. "Haha, your wife is here. I'll show her your cowardly appearance today. Today is the kick. If you don't hand over the company to pay back, I will kick you next time." "Lu Shen, you really think you are the former Lu Sanye?" When Lu Shen was about to stand up, he immediately collapsed on the ground when he heard the word wife. "It's so good." At this time, Ling Jiajun, who originally wanted to please his brother-in-law with a gift, saw this scene and laughed out loud in an instant. "I just said, how can Ling Qingyu, a morning star, be so lucky that he can marry Luo Sanye?" It turned out that Luo Sanye only had a reputation to bluff. With that, Ling Jiajun pointed to the empty office outside and shook his head to look at Ling Qingyu. "Look, you are such a Death Star. No one will have a good life if you have a relationship with anyone. Even a fool like my former father-in-law thought that the third master of the Lu family was still the former third master. Get out of here, Ling Jiajun, get out of here." Ling Qingyu glared at him viciously. Ling Jiajun raised the gift in his hand and smiled contemptuously. "If you don't ask me to go, I will go too. That's it. It's not worth my gift." After saying that, Ling Jiajun turned his head and left. Who knew that in the elevator downstairs, I met Zhou Nan, who had just come back from business. As soon as the two met, they were stunned. Zhou Nan was the first to react and beat Ling Jiajun without saying a word. Ling Jiajun lay on the ground and wailed, "Why did you beat me?" "I don't know." Zhou Nan answered righteously. "It must not be a good thing for you to appear here. Beat it first." After saying that, Zhou Nan went upstairs with his head held high. Ling Jiajun. On the other side, Ling Qingyu walked into the office, put Lu Shen in a wheelchair first, and then walked to Duan Xiaobai. "Excuse me, how much does my husband owe you? We will find a way to pay it back." "No need. I have just informed the accountant to pay back the money." Zhou Nan, who had just gone out to do something, came back and quickly took over the play. Duan Xiaobai pretended to look at his mobile phone and shook his trembling legs. "That's okay, it's okay. I'll go first." After saying that, Duan Xiaobai ran away in a cold sweat. As soon as he left the door, he sent a message to Lao Yong, signaling him not to come. "The little two are probably kissing me." On the way, he kept thinking about if the kick just now was very heavy. Will it hurt? With Lu Shen's careful eyes, does he need to buy a plane ticket to fly abroad overnight? But on the other hand, he felt that he didn't need it. He was helping Luo San maintain his personality. Luo San was grateful that it was too late for him. At this time, in the office, Zhou Nan solved the trouble and quickly made room for the third master and his wife. Lin Qingyu looked at Luo Xin's leg distressedly. Does it hurt? She didn't see how Duan Xiaobai kicked Luo Xin. There was a screen at the entrance. She couldn't see enough, but she vaguely saw Duan Xiaobai doing it. I'm all right. And I will pay you back 10 times today. Sure enough, the things in the parent group are related to you. Luo Minghua, you are so shameless. Lin Qingyu was furious. Ha ha ha. Luo Minghua was scolded shamelessly and didn't feel embarrassed. Instead, he laughed comfortably. Do you remember what I said to you in the bathroom? I can ruin you. Before Luo Yan comes, I want you to become a dirty woman completely. Wherever you go to Xiangcheng, you will be spit on. From the first teacher to the dirty woman who is despised by everyone, you have to give me a good feeling. You won't succeed. Lin Qingyu's beautiful eyes rolled with anger, and she said very positively, Luo Minghua, remember, I won't lose, and my husband won't let me lose. Oh, really? Do you count on a useless person in a wheelchair? Lin Qingyu, I'll tell you the truth. Before I push you to Lao San, I will make a good plan. When you know the truth, you will definitely retaliate against me. So I have to push you to a useless person who can't turn over in his life. With that, Luo Minghua laughed bitterly. Moreover, I don't believe that you can still hang out in school after being put on the hat of seducing students' parents. If you bear the guidance of others everywhere, the rumors will only get more and more intense in the end, and you can't stand it and have to resign. I won't do as you wish, and I will never resign. Luo Minghua, stare at your dog's eyes and watch me turn over. After saying that, Lin Qingyu hung up his mobile phone in anger. I pressed it in a hurry. I pressed it several times in a row, and dialed out the phone numbers of the contacts in the same group. When the phone was dialed out, Lin Qingyu's eyes suddenly shrank. How did she call Luo Yan? He raised his hand and wanted to hang up, but anger prevailed. For a moment, she wanted to question Luo Yan whether she knew that his mother was so shameless and vicious. But the next moment, she felt that she could no longer contact Luo Yan. She is Luo Xin's wife now. No matter what the reason is, you can't continue to be confused with your ex. Since it's a wrong call, hang up. Unexpectedly, when I was about to hang up, the phone showed that it was connected. Lin Qingyu was so nervous that his heart was pounding in an instant. She could clearly feel that her heart was hitting her ribs fiercely, as if she was about to rush out. The next second, the voice of the familiar sister came from the other end of the mobile phone. Is it Sister Ayu? I'm the younger sister of brother Luo Yan. He went to the grave, and the mobile phone was given to me for safekeeping. What's the matter? Tell me. I'll ask him to call you back later. No, I pressed the wrong one. Hearing the voice of the younger sister, Lin Qingyu regained his senses in an instant. But the moment I hung up my mobile phone, the grievance tears that had been stagnant in the corners of my eyes finally condensed into tears, and the big ones rolled down. This little sister finally became the last straw to crush her emotions. She knew that she had no reason and no qualification to blame Luo Yan. But she still has a grudge in her heart. 3 years of love. Every time she needs Luo Yan, he is always absent. When you encounter archaeology, it's like losing your soul. I didn't care about it, leaving such a great mother, and I didn't know that I had made such a big mess for her. Just now, even if she heard Luo Yan's gentle voice as usual and asked her what was wrong with Ayu, she would not be so resentful. Lin Qingyu was in a bad mood and rushed out of the school directly. He took a car and wanted to find Luo Xin after reporting a small company location. After hearing that Luo Xin was kicked out of the board of directors, only a very small company was left in operation. He told her the location of the small company and said that she could find him there at any time. The scenery outside the car window retreated rapidly, and Luo Xin's small company was getting closer and closer. Lin Qingyu became more and more nervous. She just had an impulse to see him, to jump into his arms, to try to cry and spoil him, to tell him how difficult, how wronged and unhappy she was today. Want to have a try? Is it true that, as Luo Xin said, in this world, there is such a person who can be trusted by her and become his support? Even if it's just a spiritual reliance. But when her reason gradually returned to the cage, she knew how crazy she had just now. After calming down, she called the academic director to ask for leave. She was worried and asked Chen Miemie to help her write a leave note and submit it. At this time, the car had arrived under an old office building. Miss, here we are. The driver reminded. Lin Qingyu was stunned, quickly picked up his bag, got out of the car, and walked into the office building. This is a dilapidated office building. There are no employees in it, and the office spaces are empty. Lin Qingyu felt uncomfortable when he saw it, and regretted that he ran to Luo Xin on impulse. Her husband's current situation is not very good. Isn't it adding trouble to him to run to him regardless? Walking to the door of the president's office, Lin Qingyu was about to raise his hand and knock on the door, but he hesitated a little. From childhood to adult, she has been the child cursed by her family and has not encountered any lucky things. At this moment, she suddenly felt a little confused. I'm afraid that I will disturb Luo Xin without reporting. Will I push the door open and see something I shouldn't see? Could it be that the gentle and considerate husband is also an illusion? Lin Jingyu found that he couldn't bear any more blow. If Luo Xin disappoints her, she will feel that the whole world is grey. At this time, Lin Jingyu actually understood why he came to Luo Xin. Because when I heard Luo Ye's sister answer his phone, I felt betrayed and wanted to run to Luo Xin. She needs Luo Xin's warm embrace to tell herself that she still deserves to be loved in this world. Tell yourself that you don't have nothing. Luo Xin is her last straw. Lin Jingyu took a deep breath and knocked on the door. The voice of a man who was not Luo Xin came from inside. Come in. It should be Lao Ye. When the voice fell, Duan Xiaobai saw Lin Jingyu pushing open the door of the office to come in. He looked back at Luo Xin, who was still standing on his feet not far away, and his eyes were about to burst in an instant. I'm going. Luo Xin is still standing. The wheelchair is still very far away. Chapter 31 Danger. The third master, standing on both feet, fell off the horse and warned. It's too late to say, but it's too soon. Duan Xiaobai reacted very quickly and ran towards Luo Xin. He kicked Luo Xin's knee accurately and kicked Luo Xin to the ground. Luo Xin, who was defenseless, kicked himself, raised his eyes and stared at Duan Xiaobai as if he wanted to kill. Do you want to die? Duan Xiaobai pointed at him stubbornly. Haha, your wife is here. I'll show her your cowardly appearance today. Today is the kick. If you don't hand over the company to pay back, I will kick you next time. Luo Xin, you really think you are the former Luo Sanye? When Luo Xin was about to stand up, he immediately collapsed on the ground when he heard the word wife. It's so good. At this time, Ling Jiajun, who originally wanted to please his brother-in-law with a gift, saw this scene and laughed out loud in an instant. I just said, how can Ling Qingyu, a morning star, be so lucky that he can marry Luo Sanye? It turned out that Luo Sanye only had a reputation to bluff. With that, Ling Jiajun pointed to the empty office outside and shook his head to look at Ling Qingyu. Look, you are such a Death Star. No one will have a good life if you have a relationship with anyone. Even a fool like my former father-in-law thought that the third master of the Luo family was still the former third master. Get out of here, Ling Jiajun, get out of here. Ling Qingyu glared at him viciously. Ling Jiajun raised the gift in his hand and smiled contemptuously. If you don't ask me to go, I will go too. That's it. It's not worth my gift. After saying that, Ling Jiajun turned his head and left. Who knew that in the elevator downstairs, I met Zhou Nan, who had just come back from business. As soon as the two met, they were stunned. Zhou Nan was the first to react and beat Ling Jiajun without saying a word. Ling Jiajun lay on the ground and wailed, why did you beat me? I don't know. Zhou Nan answered righteously. It must not be a good thing for you to appear here. Beat it first. After saying that, Zhou Nan went upstairs with his head held high. Ling Jiajun. On the other side. Lin Qingyu walked into the office, put Luo Xin in a wheelchair first, and then walked to Duan Xiaobai. Excuse me, how much does my husband owe you? We will find a way to pay it back. No need. I have just informed the accountant to pay back the money. Zhou Nan, who had just gone out to do something, came back and quickly took over the play. Duan Xiaobai pretended to look at his mobile phone and shook his trembling legs. That's okay, it's okay. I'll go first. After saying that, Duan Xiaobai ran away in a cold sweat. As soon as he left the door, he sent a message to Lao Yong, signaling him not to come. The little two are probably kissing me. On the way, he kept thinking about if the kick just now was very heavy. Will it hurt? With Luo Xin's careful eyes, does he need to buy a plane ticket to fly abroad overnight? But on the other hand, he felt that he didn't need it. He was helping Luo San maintain his personality. Luo San was grateful that it was too late for him. At this time, in the office, Zhou Nan solved the trouble and quickly made room for the third master and his wife. Lin Qingyu looked at Luo Xin's leg distressedly. Does it hurt? She didn't see how Duan Xiaobai kicked Luo Xin. There was a screen at the entrance. She couldn't see enough, but she vaguely saw Duan Xiaobai doing it. I'm all right. In addition to your previous vote for excellent teachers in the competition area to squeeze out the second place, now the whole network is dirty water. Some people say that you took advantage of Director Gao to ask him to help you select votes. Some people also say there are many other men behind you. Anyway, it's very difficult to say. Lin Jingyu's face sank. She used to think that it was not a good thing to be an internet celebrity female teacher, but she didn't expect to get involved in this matter. She turned on her mobile phone and saw several network links sent to her by Chen Mianmie. Those links are almost all insulting her. Damn, such an excellent teacher can't stand it. If my child is in her class, I will change shifts immediately. I heard that she was rushed from the first class of the top class to the 8th class, which was the penultimate in the whole grade by her parents. But isn't this the male parent who wants to harm class 8? It is suggested to cancel this female teacher's qualification for the Excellent Teacher Award. It's so disgusting, the scum among teachers, get out of the campus quickly. That is, don't insult the pure territory of the campus. A lowly woman. Go to hell. This kind of little three died in a car accident when he went out. Ling Qingyu took a deep breath to calm down. She thought that people on the internet would curse so badly, but she didn't expect it to be so bad. Ayu, come to my gold medal tutoring club. Song Jiahe took the initiative to throw an olive branch. In this case, it will be difficult for you in your school. What if you defend it? Since ancient times, few people who splash dirty water on women can wash them clean. What those people said behind their backs is enough to stab your heart. Go to your cram school. Ling Qingyu frowned slightly. He had heard about the tutoring club run by Song Jiahe himself before. Moreover, Song Jiahe has also asked himself for advice in private. She also seems to have heard from her parents that the gold medal tutoring club is extremely expensive, but it is extremely difficult to get in, and it is difficult to get a ticket. Many people have to rely on their connections to get tickets to the gold medal tutoring club. Well, our gold medal tutoring club is now one of the best elite tutoring clubs in Jiangcheng. Song Jiahe said very proudly. She was optimistic about the field of education very early. She opened this private tutoring club 3 years ago, and soon became famous and became the exclusive tutoring club in the rich family circle. Ling Qingyu looked at Song Jiahe hesitantly. Are you sure you want to invite me to your tutoring club? Ling Jiajin's matter. Before he finished speaking, Song Jiahe continued, I didn't care about Ling Jiaji's matter. Ayu, to tell you the truth, I have no feelings for your third brother. But Ling Jiajin really made me unable to pick a thorn during his relationship with me. Sometimes I also think that maybe I will live like this in my life. But I am very grateful to you for telling me his true face for whatever purpose. Such a man, I feel creepy at the thought of almost spending a lifetime with him. Ayu, I agree with what you said. If a woman marries the wrong person, she is likely to pay the price of a lifetime. Therefore, I thank you, and I really recognize your talent to invite you. I definitely don't want to take revenge on you. Ling Qingyu was still hesitating, and Director Wao Mei's mobile phone called in. As soon as the phone was connected, there was a sharp scolding. Ling Qingyu, where are you? How dare you skip work? Do you know that the impact of doing this is very bad? You are a teacher. You can't skip class as soon as you are emotional. Director Wao. I looked at the homework schedule of class 8. I have finished a Chinese class in the morning. There is no Chinese class next, so I asked for leave. Moreover, I asked Director Chen, who was in charge of attendance, for leave, and asked Chen Mianmian to help me submit the leave form. I was not absent for no reason. Wao Mei choked, and then said, you have to tell me next time. Okay, Director Wao, I got it. After saying that, Ling Qingyu hung up his mobile phone. Song Jiahe shrugged at her. Look, this is your current situation. Ayu, think about it and help me. The salary will be 5 times higher than what you are now. And this is just the beginning, and there will be a considerable bonus in the future. 5 times? Right. Song Jiahe nodded. Ling Qingyu looked at his mobile phone and hesitated for a moment. When he looked up again, he already had an idea, and his eyes were firm. Chapter 33. It's not hard, it's hard. Before Ling Qingyu could say anything, a woman next to him rushed over with a cup of hot coffee. Be careful. Song Jiahe's body trembled and was about to pick up the menu to block the spilled coffee. As a result, the woman was subdued to the ground by Zhou Nan, who was rushed out. The woman was strangled on the ground by Zhou Nan, pinched by the back of her neck and pressed against the ground with one hand. Let go of me. I'm going to splash this vixen. I'm going to kill this vixen. It is only in this world that there is such a shameless little third that my boyfriend will break up with me. The woman's voice fell, and the whole cafe looked at this side. Some people picked up their mobile phones and took small videos. Ling Qingyu stood upright, and his face was not alarmed by the waves, and he was not embarrassed at all. She looked at the woman on the ground and said in a fierce voice, this lady, please stop slandering me. I'm not a junior. You don't have it. You didn't. Why do you say that on the internet? You shameless bitch. Ling Qingyu smiled a little coldly. Is what is said on the internet necessarily correct? Can you guarantee that the small video on the internet was not made by someone with a heart? Listening to the wind is like rain, and people like you must pay the price for their actions. When the woman on the ground heard the words, her face changed a degree. You. What do you want to do? In fact, she just fell in love and was ridiculed by the rich and powerful junior. She was unable to fight back and just wanted to take out her anger on Ling Qingyu. Call the police. Ling Qingyu dropped 2 words lightly, but his eyes were extremely firm. There are many rumors on the internet. If everyone listens to the incitement of rumors to hurt others, the order of this society will be chaotic. An adult should have a basic judgment on things. If you are impulsive to vent your emotions, deliberately hurt others, and infringe on their rights and interests, you will inevitably be punished by laws and regulations. The woman who was held down was not convinced and continued to struggle. Just this little thing is worth calling the police. You are wasting your police force. But have you ever thought about what if the cup of hot coffee splashed on my face and I would be disfigured? Well, the coffee is not very hot. I tried it. You want to make a big deal out of it. When the police come, they will definitely not accept this little thing. The more the woman on the ground said, the more flustered her voice became. In fact, she hasn't tried that cup of coffee at all, and she doesn't know how hot it is. But now I'm really a little afraid. In case the woman in front of me is really disfigured, she won't be able to lose her money. The woman who splashed coffee was a little regretful, regretting that she was too impulsive. But Ling Qingyi's face became colder and colder. Yes, from the perspective of your abusers, it's nothing to send a wreath, and you didn't hurt that person. It's nothing to say a few words on the internet. It's just a few curses. It's just a cup of coffee, but it's just embarrassing the other party in public, and I don't intend to disfigure the other party at all. On the contrary, why are we victims unforgiving? The perpetrator can never feel the pain caused by the abuser being harmed by words and certain behaviors. When the woman on the ground heard the words, her face was astringent, and she felt as if there were countless slaps in the air on her face. It took her a long time to apologize awkwardly. I'm sorry, I was cheated on and I was in a bad mood, so I came to you to vent my anger. I didn't do a good job in this matter. Can you not call the police? No, everyone must pay the price for their behavior, including online rumormongers. When the voice fell, Ling Qingyu dialed 110 directly in front of everyone who was recording and told a rough story about the incident. Soon, the police came and took away the troubled woman. Ling Qingyu was accompanied by Zhou Nan to the police station to make transcripts and cooperate with the investigation. Before leaving, she looked at Song Jiahe carefully. Miss Song, thank you very much for your invitation. Your invitation sounds very tempting. However, when encountering difficulties, I retreat, find another place to hide, and pretend that things don't exist. I think I will never be able to overcome the hurdle in my heart. So, Miss Song, I can't go to your cram school for the time being. If I really want to leave school in the future, we will cooperate again. Okay, then don't call me Miss Song. Next time we meet, you can call me Jiahe. Ling Qingyu nodded and got on Zhou Nan's car. As soon as the car arrived at the gate of the police station, Ling Qingyu saw another familiar car. It's the car over there in the old house. She frowned slightly and saw the driver open the door and push Lu Xin down. Ling Qingyu was stunned. Why are you here? Lu Xin held her hand and asked seriously, my wife has arrived at the police station. Can I not come? Ling Qingyu was amused. Isn't there still Zhou Nan here? Zhou Nan is Zhou Nan, and I am me. Can it be the same? Lu Xin's voice was slightly annoyed. Ling Qingyu only felt that his heart seemed to be filled. Good, good, come if you like. I'm afraid of your trouble. I will never find your matter troublesome. With that, Lu Xin accompanied Ling Qingyu into the police station to make a transcript, and then sent her back to the apartment to rest. The mood was like a roller coaster all day. Ling Qingyu was also a little tired. He fell on the soft bed and soon fell asleep comfortably. At this time, Xiao Bai was not so relaxed. He climbed on the pine and cypress at home and called Lao Yan tremblingly. Old Ye, help me. Help me. What's the matter? The man on the other end of the mobile phone has a calm tone. General. That bastard Luo San actually sent the general to my house. Duan Xiaobai hugged the trunk of the pine and cypress tree and looked at the Tibetan mastiff that kept screaming on the ground, which made his heart tremble. Who doesn't know that this general raised by Luo Sanyang is the most evil in Chengjiang city? There are still some things that follow the master, and the oil and salt do not enter. The old housekeeper gave him a lot of delicious food, but he didn't eat a bite. I can't help you. Yu refused in a light voice, and why did you offend Lu San? As far as I know, he hasn't released the general for a long time. I just kicked him and kicked him to his knees. That's all. Yu said something meaningful and hung up his mobile phone directly. Duan Xiaobai, who was determined to give up, called Luo San again. This time, Lu Xin, who had just left the police station, picked it up. As soon as the mobile phone was turned on, Duan Xiaobai's roar came. Luo San, what do you mean? You crossed the river and demolished the bridge. Believe it or not, I told my sister-in-law that your leg was fine. You lied to him. How dare you? Duan Xiaobai shut up in an instant with the word light. After being quiet for a long time, Duan Xiaobai said aggrievedly, Lu San, I was just helping you maintain the character. I know. Do you know? You let the dog bite me. Duan Xiaobai's voice was a little higher. Luo Xin replied in a deep voice, there are many ways to maintain, but you chose the worst one. Duan Xiaobai was so aggrieved that he wanted to cry after listening to it. You didn't know that the situation was so urgent at that time. I don't care about this. Duan Xiaobai twitched the corners of his mouth and asked, so, what if I didn't take action just now? Just watching you fall off your horse. Then you are dead. I'm not happy, so don't think about it. Duan Xiaobai. Just stay on the tree for a while. I will ask Zhou Nan to pick up the general tomorrow morning. Duan Xiaobai lost his love in an instant. It's not hard, it's hard. Lu Xin hung up his mobile phone with a smile on his lips. Now I feel refreshed. The next moment, Zhou Nan's phone came in. Third Master, Gao Bureau said he wanted to talk to you. Okay. Almost in a second, Luo Xin's face sank and he gritted his teeth. Chapter 34 Luo Xin wants to be a good citizen. In the ward. When Gao Bureau saw Luo Xin, he subconsciously shrank in the direction of the bed screen and pointed at him and said, You are there, don't come here. Luo Xin sat in a wheelchair, with his long fingers with clear joints on the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, and smiled gloomily. Didn't you say you wanted to see me? You don't have to get too close to see it. Gao Guo swallowed his saliva and trembled. You. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Ling Jiajin told me that you were kicked by Duan Shao. He said that there was nothing special about you, only a bodyguard who could fight and a name left to bluff people. Don't talk nonsense. Say it, what do you want to do? I want to make a deal with you. Gao shrank his neck in fear. I didn't mean anything else. I just want to protect myself. Want to protect yourself? If you want to protect yourself, do you throw dirty water on my wife? I thought you wanted to die more happily. Luo Xin's voice was cold and quiet, which made Gao Ji feel as if there was a sharpened knife against his neck and gently rubbing it, which scared him so much that he couldn't help shivering. I know you are checking my account. In a word, this is the situation now. I can go out and make a statement saying that it's all a misunderstanding. Ling Qingyu is innocent. But the premise is, you have to let me go. Don't report me. Oh, is this the deal you mentioned? There was a trace of contempt in the corners of Luo Xin's eyes. Right. Gao Ji responded, and his fat body moved. He subconsciously took the table lamp on the edge of the table to defend himself. I tell you, this woman was splashed with dirty water. No matter how you wash herself white, it's useless. Don't take these gossips lightly. In ancient times, there were so many women that they couldn't stand this and went straight to the river. When Luo Xin heard the words, his face was extremely cold, and his voice almost squeezed out of his teeth. That's someone else. My wife is not such a person. You set up this situation because you hold on to the psychology of women. Gao Guo didn't admit it directly. Anyway, you believe it or not. It is only useful for the parties to come out and explain this matter. As long as I am willing to come out, and the servant admits that he deliberately said that he wanted to gain traffic, the matter will be over. Now that the maid is with me, you can't find it. Only by making a deal with me can you find her. Then feel free to try it. There is no one in the world that I, Luo Xin, can't find for the time being. After saying that, Luo Xin raised his hand and signaled Zhou Nan to push him away. His patience has run out, and he doesn't want to continue talking to a fool. Gao Bureau was anxious to see that Luo Xin was about to leave. Hey, don't go. We can still talk. Well, I'll help Ling Qingyu whitewash, and give you another 5 million. You let me go. Luo Xin didn't respond and looked pale, as if the 5 million in Gao Yi's mouth was 10 yuan. 10 million. No more. As long as you don't let me go to jail, I'll give you all my money. Gao Qi was in a hurry, and he jumped out of bed and stood in front of Luo Xin. Luo Xin looked at the high situation as if he was watching the dead. I'm not short of money. I'm a very talkative person. As long as you don't touch my bottom line, you can talk about anything. But my wife is my bottom line. Even if you give me 100 million, it's useless. When Gao Bureau heard the words, he was so scared that he knelt down. Even if Ling Jiajin said that Luo Xin had no capital to be arrogant, the momentum of this man's natural boss still made him shudder. He swallowed his saliva and quickly begged for mercy. Third master, it was my eyes that I was confused, and I believed that woman's words. Woman? Gao Bureau quickly told about the phone call. Luo Xin listened to the whole process, and then combined with the time of the phone call, what else did he not understand? Sure enough, it's like the trick that his second sister-in-law would come up with. Luo Xin no longer cared about the high situation of kneeling on the ground, and directly asked Zhou Nan to push him away. Halfway, Luo Xin said with gloomy eyes, Zhou Nan, my sister-in-law seems to have put 10 million yuan outside for usury. Yes. Give up the small private lending company. Luo Xin smiled with a gentle and harmless smile. Okay. Zhou Nan responded to the sound and began to deal with it. In less than half an hour, Zhou Nan said that he had called the police to give up the lending company. Luo Xin nodded with satisfaction and called Luo Minghua. Luo Minghua was stunned when he received the call. Yo, Lao San, why did you call my sister-in-law? Do you want to beg for mercy and let Ling Qingyu go? Luo Minghua paused and sneered. Just take Ling Qingyu as a treasure. The Ling family doesn't want her, and neither do I. Now you are picking up the daughter-in-law I don't want. Before he finished speaking, Luo Xin interrupted her. Second sister-in-law, Bailey Company, you know? The smile on Luo Minghua's original face condensed in an instant. This company is a lending company run by her distant relatives, and the interest rate is extremely high. In ordinary companies, she didn't dare to invest casually, but because of my relative's company, she secretly invested money there. At this time, how did Luo Xin suddenly mention this company? Luo Xin, what on earth do you want to do? I want to be a good citizen. A good citizen? Luo Minghua was confused when he heard it. Luo Xin smiled. I heard that this Bailey company is lending usury. As a good citizen, I reported it. Now, the heads of the company have been arrested and the assets have been blocked. The 10 million invested by the second sister-in-law is probably lost. Luo Xin, you. Luo Minghua was so angry that he couldn't speak. Thinking of those 10 million, my heart is bleeding. This 10 million is even if I beat my sister-in-law. My people don't want to bully. If there is another time, it will be more than 10 million. After saying that, Luo Xin cut off his mobile phone. At the right time, Ling Qingyi just woke up and looked at Luo Xin with a faint smile on the corners of his mouth, not knowing why. What's the matter? Is there any good news? Luo Xin smiled and nodded. Well, the whereabouts of the servant who framed you have already been found, and the police should find him soon. Really? Ling Qingyi rarely showed a comfortable smile. Aunt Jewel was found by them and didn't do much good. Netizens will say that they are severely punished to force confessions, but if they are found by the police and the results are announced after processing, the effect will naturally be different. At this time, Chen Mianmian also sent a message to Ling Qingyu. Ayu, someone posted your lunch in the cafe on the internet. Netizens' attitude towards you has begun to change a little. Ling Qingyu quickly clicked on the link sent by Chen Mianmian and found that the comments below were quite relevant. The teacher doesn't feel guilty at all. It doesn't feel like the rumors before. Right. Anyway, you really can't spare this kind of person. Internet violence at any time, and network violence, has also developed into offline attacks. No matter how light the situation is, we should let this kind of person soar own consequences. Let more people see that adults should be responsible for their own behavior. I don't think this teacher has seduced that high-ranking situation, otherwise she would dare to call the police. It is understood that she also called the police and asked the police to investigate the people who slandered her on the internet. At present, the Teacher Competition Committee has also said that the incident is still under investigation, and the teacher's competition qualification will not be cancelled for the time being. Everyone, eat melons rationally. Haha, how many benefits did you receive from the surname Ling? Come here to help her whitewash. She forced the director's son to run away from home and commit suicide. Suicide? Isn't it? Make such a big fuss. When Ling Qingyi saw these two comments, his heart twitched. Did Gao Rui commit suicide? Chapter 35. Gao Rui's shoes were found by the river. Is Gao Rui dead? The next second, Gao Rui's mother's phone came in. As soon as it was connected, there was a roar. Ling Qingyu, if something happens to Gao Rui, I will never be with you. I want you to pay for your life. Gao Rui, what's wrong with Gao Rui? Ling Qingyu was so nervous that his heart seemed to come out of his chest. He left a letter and ran away from home. Gao Rui's mother cried anxiously. Ling Qingyu hung up his mobile phone and quickly got up. No. I went out to find the child. Don't worry. I asked Zhou Nan to find a few old friends for help. Luo Xin was relieved in a gentle voice. Ling Qingyu glanced at him, nodded, washed up briefly and left with his bag. Soon, the news of Gao Rui's runaway from home became a hot topic in the local area. The whole network began to live broadcast synchronously to find people. Some self-media bloggers also found shoes suspected of being Gao Rui by the river. The traces at the scene show that Gao Rui is likely to have committed suicide by jumping into the river. For a while, the live broadcast once again aroused people's concern about the safety of children. At the same time, the network's attack on Ling Qingyu has also reached a new height. Go to hell, Ling Qingyu. How can such a person be a teacher? It's not misleading people, but harming others. If the student commits suicide, I suggest that Ling Qingyu be imprisoned. Right. Take your life against your life. This kind of teacher is really vicious. I guess in order to marry Gao Bureau, he forced his son to die. In this way, no one will compete for property in the future. Oh, my God. This kind of woman is terrible. We all jointly went to the education to sue her, so that this teacher could not stay in all educational institutions in Jiangcheng in the future. Good, just do what you say. I'll sign up. The comments on the internet are getting more and more intense, and some people say that Gao Rui is dead. Some netizens even lit candles on the internet to mourn Gao Rui. While looking for Gao Rui, Ling Qingyu observed the movement of the internet to see if the media had found Gao Rui's wheread. Seeing that netizens were getting more and more mysterious, she was also anxious. However, she remembers the style of Gao Rui's shoes, not the one reported on the internet. Gao Rui should be safe at present. However, what made her anxious was that she privately contacted the parents of several classmates who were close to Gao Rui. Parents reported that none of these children came home. Including Gao Rui, there are 10 students. Ling Qingyu took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. She tried to think about where Gao Rui might go. Gao Rui is a student with excellent character and study. He has a pure mind and doesn't like internet caz in ordinary days. Suddenly, Ling Qingyu didn't know what was wrong, and the scene of Gao Rui once coming to her with the Shanghai Jing appeared in her mind. At that time, Gao Rui said that his favorite mythical beast was Xieji, and that it was the embodiment of fairness and justice. Gao Rui also asked, "Teacher, is there a sculpture of a mapper in our Jiangcheng? I think it's very popular." I want to touch it and take a photo with it. There is. I remember that I often went to the old cultural center when I was a child. There are many cement statues of mythical beasts on the platform on the 4th floor, including the maggot. However, the old cultural center is now abandoned. I don't know if those statues are still there. The memory suddenly stopped, and Ling Qingyu was stunned. Yes, Gao Roy may have gone to the old cultural center. Ling Qingyu quickly called for a roadside taxi. Before she got on the bus, several self-media people found her. Take a look. Isn't that female internet celebrity teacher? Yes, it's her. Several self-media with mobile phones taking selfies flocked up, as if they had seen 100,000 plus traffic. Mr. Lin, where are you going now? Mr. Lin, is Gao Roy really dead? There is an online rumor that Gao Roy was dismembered. Is it true? Mr. Lin, will you feel guilty about Gao Roy? Excuse me, what is Gao's opinion on Gao Roy's disappearance? Several self-media disguised themselves as reporters and asked sharp questions to Ling Qingyu one by one. Several people's microphones almost hit Ling Qingyu's face. Please give way. I have to leave now. Ling Qingyu couldn't stand the trouble and wanted to get on the bus, but these self-media people didn't let him. The next moment, a woman in black sportswear rushed out from a distance, about 25 years old, with quite cold facial features. She blocked several self-media in 3 or 2 times and signaled to Ling Qingyu, "Don't get on the bus quickly." "Thank you." Ling Qingyu nodded to the kind-hearted person and turned to the taxi. When some media saw that she got on the bus in a hurry, they also took a taxi and chased her. The kind person sent by Lu Shi to protect Ling Qingyu also drove up quickly. Soon, Ling Qingyu arrived at the old cultural center by bus. As soon as she got out of the car, she heard the voice of students faintly coming from the 4th floor platform, which sounded very familiar. It should be the student in her previous class. Ling Qingyu was happy. When he was about to step into the cultural center, he heard the sound of the car door closing one after another behind him. Some of them exclaimed, "Look! There is a student on top. Hurry up, take out the equipment and take a picture." "Yes, yes, yes, do the live broadcast now." Ling Qingyu looked up and was so scared that his heart almost stopped. 10 students actually climbed onto the sculpture of the Magpa in midair. There are many statues of mythical beasts made of cement on the open-air platform on the 4th floor of this old cultural center, but only the statue of the Magata is designed on a small platform more than 10 meters away from the platform, which looks like the mythical beasts under the commander. And the small platform is extremely small. After 10 students stand up, there are almost no other superfluous places for activities. At this time, some media shouted below, "Children, are you trying to commit suicide? Did you make an appointment to commit suicide together?" When Ling Qingyu heard the words, his eyes suddenly became angry. He walked to the self-media and stared at him fiercely. "Sir, please shut up. Are you inciting my students to commit suicide now? You haven't even found out the facts. Why do you ask? They are all very good students. You are slandering them by saying this. I am the teacher of these children, and I don't allow anyone to slander my students so maliciously." The man who is a self-media is also a little embarrassed to be yelled at like this. But that's what they do. They are alarmist to attract traffic. He muttered in a low voice, I'm not asking. I didn't say that they really wanted to commit suicide." The sound fell, and the students on the small platform also made their voices one after another. "Don't come up." "Right. Don't come up. If you come up, we will jump down." When Ling Qingyu heard the words, his face suddenly sank and he looked at the familiar students in disbelief. And the self-media brother who had just been hit suddenly became a little stiff. "Look, they just came to commit suicide collectively. It's your teacher who doesn't teach well. 10 students, 10 lives. If something happens, I'll see what you should do." Chapter 36 10 lives. At this time, the attack on Ling Qingyu on the internet also reached its peak. 10 students. 10 lives. I just asked Ling Qingyu how she would pay for it. Call the police. Hurry up and call the police and go to the fire department. God bless these students a lot. It's so thrilling. Children, don't fall. More and more self-media rushed to the scene to broadcast live to the children on the platform. There are 10 children and 10 living lives in total. What made them come here to commit suicide collectively? What kind of teacher can force so many lovely children to death? I'm Huang Davi, please pay attention to me. I will continue to bring you high-definition live broadcasts on the spot. Ling Qingyu looked at these self-media and reported word by word. He was so angry that he grabbed the microphone of the nearest person and shouted at all the self-media now. "Shut up. I have the final say here. None of my students will die. I believe them. They are all good children with positive thoughts. They won't commit suicide. I emphasize it again. My students won't commit suicide." Ling Qingyu's voice was loud and his eyes were firm. The self-media present was roared and quiet for a few seconds. At this time, Gao Roy carefully walked to the position of the beast's head and looked down on the people below. "Mr. Ling, if they want to shoot, just shoot. I owe you an explanation, and I owe you a fairness. Gao Rui. Lin Qingyi looked up at him and only felt that a 10-year-old child seemed to be forced to mature a lot overnight. Lin Qingyi suddenly felt a little distressed. You are all doing live broadcasts, right? Come on, shoot me. I'm the son of Director Gao. My name is Gao Rui. If you like to do live broadcasts, then shoot me. When the voice fell, Gao Rui's mother and several other parents also drove to the scene. Gao Rui's mother was so scared that her legs were weak when she saw Gao Rui standing on the high platform. She tried to calm herself down and coaxed in a low voice, Roy, don't think about it. Mom listens to you, okay? Come down obediently, okay? Woo woo. Speaking of the back, Gao Rui's mother couldn't cry. The parents of several other students also coaxed their children not to be impulsive. Gao Rui smiled and said, you still don't know much about us as Mr. Ling. We won't commit suicide. We just want to express our own ideas. Right. That's it. Mr. Ling believes in us, and we can't do anything stupid to disappoint her. Yes, I just want you adults to listen to our children's voices. Gao Rui raised his hand, and several other students also quieted down. He looked at the cameras aimed at him one by one below. I'll do it first. Mr. Ling, I like you very much. You are the best teacher I have ever met. You have brought me a lot of interesting knowledge that I can't learn in textbooks. I like mythological stories. There are some records that you don't know yourself. But every time I ask you, you will try to collect a lot of information, take notes, and then share it with me. I really like you. You won't laugh at what I like, and you won't always say that I'm reading useless books like my parents. But my mother doesn't like you. She said that you have too little homework. She wants to drive you away. I saw her inciting other parents to change you to another class in the parent group. I'm in pain, but I can't stop anything. At this time, Gao Rui's mother, who only hoped that Gao Rui would be safe, quickly said, Roy, Mom is wrong, as long as you come down. Mom listens to you in everything. No, Gao Rui refused, and I hadn't finished my words yet. I'm sorry, Mr. Ling. I'm guilty. Therefore, today I came to ask Lord Li, who represents fairness and justice, to forgive me. After a pause, Gao Rui continued. That day, I overheard the conversation between my father and an uncle. That uncle is Mr. Ling's elder brother. Mr. Ling's brother wants to push Mr. Ling to my father. He gave my father a very bad idea, saying that he just need to do that kind of thing to Mr. Ling in Mr. Ling's room. Even if Mr. Ling called the police, he couldn't explain why he invited the students' parents to his home. When my father found out that I was eavesdropping, he asked me if I liked Mr. Ling very much and would like Mr. Ling to be my mother. At that time, I hesitated. Then, Dad said that if he married Mr. Ling, I could have two mothers who loved me, and that Mr. Ling could also tell me many interesting stories at home. I just nodded. Gao Rui's mother below was so angry that she gritted her teeth when she heard the words. Gao Jianxin, that bastard. Why doesn't he die? At this time, Gao Rui on the high platform lowered his head and a tear fell to the ground. Mr. Ling, I'm sorry. I actually wanted to tell you about my father's conspiracy at school that day. But I hesitated for a long time, and I still didn't say it. Lin Qingyu's eyes were slightly red, recalling the scene after school that day. Gao Rui did look for her, and swallowed, and finally ran away without saying anything. Gao Rui sucked his nose. I'm in pain. Today, I saw my mother beating you in the corridor. I knew all the truth. I knew that my mother was inciting everyone to kick you out of the class behind your back, but I couldn't say anything. Mr. Ling, I'm sorry. After school, I heard from other parents that everyone scolded you online, and some people told you to die. I'm really sad and guilty. I don't know how to help the teacher clear the bad name. Therefore, my classmates and I both posted on the internet. But those black fans are really crazy and quickly stepped on our posts. So, we came to find the mag. I remember that the Maggies represents fairness and justice. Today, in front of my favorite Lord Beast, I will give the teacher an innocent and a fair one. After Gao Rui finished speaking, a girl who usually likes Lin Qingyu very much also made a sound. Yes, our teacher Ling is a very good teacher. We like Mr. Ling, and we don't want to change teachers. Then, the other students also made a sound. Mr. Ling is not the bad teacher mentioned in the parent group. Yes, Mr. Ling is not a bad person. Mr. Ling has given a lot for us. Mr. Ling also made a separate small file for each of us to record our strengths, learning advantages and areas that need to be improved. I like Mr. Ling. Mr. Ling is our favorite teacher. I really can't bear Mr. Ling. Several children cried and said their hearts. At this time, the netizens who were watching the live broadcast were silent. At the scene, the children's sincere and positive voices also made Lin Qingyu burst into tears in an instant. She pursed her lips and closed her eyes. I just feel that all the previous efforts are worth it. Soon, the firefighters moved the air cushion and put it on the platform on the 4th floor to prevent the children from stepping on the air and falling down when they went down the ladder. Everything was ready. Ling Qingyu looked at the 10 students and began to name them one by one. Gao Rui. Arrived. Huang Yuxing. Arrived. Ling Ruoruo. Arrived. 10 of you, all come down to me. Ling Qingyu took out the teacher's posture and ordered, be careful. None of them can be missing. Got it. The children responded in unison. After landing on the ground one after another, they all ran over to hug Ling Qingyu. Teacher, we can't give up on you. Ling Qingyu touched the children's heads with tears in her eyes. The self-media present were vaguely moved by this scene. Many people took the initiative to apologize to Ling Qingyu. Mr. Ling, I'm sorry. Mr. Ling, it's our fault. Sorry. The children were also brought back by their parents one after another, leaving only Gao Rui standing in place and looking straight at Ling Qingyu. Teacher, will you forgive me? Chapter 37. Want to visit Ling Qingyu's house? Wait for a slap in the face. As soon as the voice fell, Gao Rui's mother rushed over angrily and patted him on the back of the head. You bad-hearted thing. Unexpectedly, it's facing outsiders. Do you know that you just exposed your father's background in front of so many people, which will kill him? Gao Rui, who was beaten, looked at his mother stubbornly. No, I just want to be a person who can make my conscience safe. Gao Rui's mother was stunned, and her face was full of surprise. She didn't seem to believe that these words would come from the mouth of a 10-year-old child. Your father. Your father. Actually, Gao Rui's mother wanted to save her father's image in her child's mind, but she found that she couldn't say a word. Mom, you don't have to lie to me anymore. You know better than I know what kind of person my father is. Besides, I'm not a fool. As long as I observe carefully, I can know something about him. Mom, you always tell me that you and Dad faked a divorce to buy another house. You said you and your father would remarry. But what I saw was that my father took me to several different aunts' houses. I hate that kind of father. Every time I go there, I feel sick. When Gao Rui's mother heard the words, she suddenly widened her eyes. What did you say? She was so excited that she broke her voice. Every weekend on visiting day, he actually takes you to those foxes' houses to have an affair. Dad didn't take me to the park every time. I proposed to go to the Science and Technology Museum, but he was impatient. Several times they took me to the house of an unknown aunt and left me in the living room, and they went upstairs by themselves. When Gao Rui's mother heard the words, her whole body staggered back a few steps, and her eyes were dull. She couldn't stand it. The child's father had an affair in front of the child. Gao Jianxin, you bastard. If you don't become a human being, I won't be a human being. I want to report you. I'm going to put you in jail. Gao Rui's mother took Gao Rui's hand excitedly and was about to go home to deal with the denouncement materials, but Gao Rui stood still, looked straight at Ling Qingyu, and stubbornly asked again. Teacher, will you forgive me? Will Lord Li forgive me? Ling Qingyu walked to Gao Rui, half squatted down and looked at him. Gao Rui, I hope you can remember what I said today. Gao Rui nodded. The teacher hopes that in your future life, you will not easily forgive everyone who has hurt you and apologized. In just a moment, Gao Rui's eyes suddenly dimmed. The teacher can't give you a bad example. Some injuries have formed, and you feel very uncomfortable. Even if the other party apologizes, you can still choose not to forgive the other party, understand? Gao Rui seemed to understand and nodded his head. Ling Qingyu stroked his head. Well, if you understand the reason, the teacher will forgive you. Gao Rui raised his head in surprise. Really? Ling Qingyu nodded, because it is difficult for an old child like you to make the right judgment after knowing your father's secret, so the teacher forgives you. But the person who wants to splash the teacher with coffee is an adult with her own behavioral ability and judgment, so the teacher is unwilling to forgive her. Gao Rui, you are already great. You said all this bravely today. The teacher forgives you. And Lord Mao will also feel that you can stand with it, which represents fairness and justice. Gao Rui followed Ling Qingyu Titi and looked up at the tall sculpture of the Mago and raised the corners of his mouth. Gao Rui exhaled a long breath and left with his mother without any psychological burden. Soon, the comments on the internet also reversed sharply. The whole network owes this teacher an apology. Yes, where are those blacks? Why didn't you come out to apologize? Look, the servant who spread rumors was also arrested by the police. Yes, I also saw it just now. It was said that the director promised to give her son a job and let her spread rumors. It's so cool. The ex-wife of Gao Bureau also sent the reporting materials. Let's wait for corruption to go to jail in that high situation. By the way, didn't you hear Gao Rui say that Mr. Ling's brother seemed to push her to Gao Bureau? Isn't such a scumbag exposed on the internet? Yes, quickly expose him on the internet, so that this scumbag can't walk in Jiangqing to prevent harming other women. The most beautiful people's teacher, beautiful and kind-hearted, really great. I asked weakly, does Mr. Ling have a boyfriend? Teacher Ling is simply the goddess of my dream. She is so beautiful and has a great temperament. The online review has improved, and the voting channel for the district teachers' election has also ended. The competition committee, which had been hidden before, also took the opportunity to make an announcement to announce the top 3 in the district's excellent people's teacher teaching competition. Among them, Ling Qingyu's name is firmly at the top of the list. Many teachers in the school group also sent voice congratulations. Ayu, congratulations. Congratulations, Mr. Ling. Ayu, you have to treat me this time. Yes, Mr. Ling, choose the day. It's better to hit the sun. Tomorrow happens to be Saturday. Why don't we buy some hot pot ingredients and go to your house for a meal? By the way, I celebrated your wedding and won the first prize in the district teacher competition. Ling Qingyu was stunned when he heard this voice message and subconsciously looked at Luo Xin. My colleague wants to come to our house, is it okay? Luo Xin smiled gently, of course. Mrs. Luo, it mainly depends on you. If you want them to come, just let them come, don't ask me. You are the owner of the property certificate. The corners of Ling Qingyu's mouth also raised slightly. Okay, then I'll let them come. Chen Mianmian, the girl, has also been shouting to come. I'm worried that you like to be quiet and don't like to be too noisy. It doesn't matter. As long as everything is related to you, I can accept it. After a pause, Luo Xin made up another sentence and asked them to come directly tomorrow. We will prepare the food. Okay. Ling Qingyu opened WeChat and was about to reply when he saw the message sent by Director Wang Mei in the group. Yes, Mr. Ling, since everyone wants to go to your house to see your newly married husband, it's better to take this opportunity to get together tomorrow. Seeing Wang Mei door coaxing, Ling Qingyu couldn't help sneering in his heart. Celebration is a cover. I'm afraid these people want to see what kind of place she lives in, and whether she really married a person in a wheelchair. Ling Qingyu generously replied, welcome to my house for dinner at noon tomorrow. My husband said that we should treat this meal. You don't need to bring anything, just come directly. Soon, many colleagues responded enthusiastically. At this time, the male colleague who was pursuing Ling Qingyu before sent a message, Mr. Ling, where shall we meet tomorrow? Where is your home? Should we go there directly, or? Ling Qingyu thought for a time and replied, just make an appointment at the stationery store opposite our school. My home is very close to there. The access control of the Bund Bay is very strict, and if you want to go to their independent building, you have to brush your face layer by layer. Ling Qingyu didn't know how to introduce it, so he simply went downstairs to take people by himself. After Ling Qingyu replied, several colleagues said it was good on the surface, but they all had different ideas in their hearts. Several colleagues also discussed it in private. Didn't you say that she got into a luxury car? Why do you live in the kind of residential building next to the kiosk? Yes, the building there is very dilapidated, which is more than 30 years old. You'll know when you see it tomorrow. The next day, Ling Qingyu changed into comfortable clothes and went to the door of the stationery store in advance to wait for others. Several teachers who have a daily relationship have arrived one after another. Some people still politely brought a small gift and handed it to Ling Qingyu. Congratulations. Happy wedding. Ling Qingyu thanked everyone one by one. After a while, the director Wang Mei also arrived. Now, the people are completely gathered. Wang Mei looked at the old residential building behind her and pointed, where are you going? The male colleague who chased Ling Qingyu before also took the initiative to carry the fruit and walked in that direction. Mr. Ling, which building is it? Which floor? Chapter 38. When the slap in the face was in progress, everyone was envious and jealous. It's this way. Ling Qingyu pointed in the opposite direction and explained with a gentle smile that he still had to cross the road. With that, she took the initiative to lead the way. The male teacher who pursued Ling Qingyu was stunned. In front, there are no houses in front. Except for the Bund Bay, which is hard to find. No, the male teacher shook his head. It can't be in the Bund Bay. The real estate there is so expensive. And you have to rely on your connections to buy it. How can Ling Qingyu's husband live there? It should be a residence that takes a long distance to the Bund Bay. At this time, Wang Mei followed Ling Qingyu in the direction of the Bund Bay, and her heart was a little empty. Chen Mianmian, who had known the truth for a long time, rushed over, took Ling Qingyu's hand, and followed her proudly towards the Bund Bay. As soon as she arrived at the gate of the Bund Bay, one of the female teachers exclaimed, "Oh, my God, Mr. Ling, do you live here?" Ling Qingyu nodded faintly at the female teacher. The male teacher who had pursued Ling Qingyu's face immediately stiffened like iron. "Oh, my God. So awesome. Wow, it's so close to the school. You can sleep for half an hour more in the morning. What's more, sleep at least 45 minutes. As a teacher, getting up early every day is the biggest pain in their career. In particular, some teachers live far away. In the middle of winter, they have to be separated from the warm quilt at 5 or 6 o'clock to catch up with the morning reading at 7:30. Ayu, I really envy you so much. That is, if I could live in such a house in my life, I would wake up laughing." Some teachers who have no grudge against Ling Qingyu have expressed their envy one after another. At this time, several security guards lined up and saluted in unison. One of the leading security guards came over and asked respectfully, "Mrs. Luo, are you going home with your friend?" How about I arrange a sightseeing bus for you? Okay, thank you. Ling Qingyu nodded with a smile, and the security guard immediately invited a sightseeing bus and arranged for the teachers to get on the bus one after another. Chen Mianmian sat in the front row and excitedly held Ling Qingyu's hand. Ayu, it's my first time to come to the Bund Bay. I didn't expect it to be so big and luxurious here. Many teachers also agreed, yes, it's really beautiful here. It's simply a dream home. Soon, the sightseeing bus arrived at Ling Qingyu's independent building and stopped. The male teacher who pursued Ling Qingyu before was so surprised that he could put 2 eggs in his mouth. Ayu, does your family live in this building? Yes. Ling Qingyu nodded and looked as usual. He didn't see how proud he was. She is still her. That gentle woman. A white wool skirt embroidered with flowers outlines a beautiful figure. Her long hair is up, and her temperament is quiet, just like a goddess who doesn't eat fireworks on earth. At this time, the male teacher was a little frustrated. The male colleague who was close to him before didn't say anything to comfort him. Everyone can see how luxurious the Bund Bay is. Everyone is very clear about the rumors about this first floor in Jiangchong. Being able to live in such a luxurious community is something that many people dare not think of. What's more, Ling Qingyu's husband also bought an independent building. This kind of a reached frustration. He is a man, so he naturally understands. Before coming here, he pursued Ling Qingyu. The male colleague also complained to him all night, saying that if he saw Ling Qingyu living in that shabby old house that opened and the door was squeaking, he would think that Ling Qingyu must be blind to choose him. He also said that he didn't know if he couldn't help but be impulsive and snatched Ling Qingyu back. At this time, the feeling of slapping in the face must be uncomfortable. When the elevator arrived at the floor of Ling Qingyu's apartment and walked out of the elevator, Chen Mianmian was also stunned. Ayu, this is a single family. Is your house a large flat? Ling Qingyu smiled and said, that's it. When she first came, she was really amazed. Entering the fingerprint, Ling Qingyu opened the door. The crowd followed in, and their faces were stunned in an instant. What you see is the river view of the 275 degrees circular ultra-wide view of the floor-to-ceiling window. Sitting in such a living room drinking tea and enjoying the river view every day, the mood is not ordinary. As a result, the colleagues exclaimed again. Oh, my God. If this is not a luxury house, what is a luxury house? This marble floor is so beautiful. Can this river view be beautiful? I'm tired of saying the words of envy. At this time, a female teacher looked at Ling Qingyu in shock. What does your husband do? Why are you so rich? Do some small business. He bought this house with some money before. Now, the company he runs is not as good as before. Ling Qingyu's tone is sincere and does not mean to show off at all, which sounds very comfortable. At this time, the male teacher who had pursued Ling Qingyu suddenly said, so this house is the man's premarital property, right? This is very relevant, but everyone is a human being. How can they not understand the meaning of it? It means that if it is a divorce, the house will have nothing to do with Ling Qingyu. Ling Qingyu naturally understood the meaning and said with a faint smile, no, before the marriage registration, my husband transferred the house to me. Chen Mianmian murmured, and now there is only Ayu's name on the real estate book. She doesn't have a husband. Now her husband lives in her house. The male teacher's face stiffened when he heard the words. Several female colleagues excitedly came to Ling Qingyu's side and began to talk. Ayu, you have to teach us how to pinch men in the future. Yes, how can a man be so hearty for you and transfer such a beautiful house to you before marriage? Ling Qingyu smiled without a word. In fact, she doesn't know what skills she has. Since I got married to Lu Xin, everything seems to have been going very well. Wang Mei, who looked at the envious appearance of everyone, was so jealous that she was going crazy. She is in her 30s and is still single. Because of the fierceness, people always laugh at her as an old virgin in private. She also hates to get married, but what she meets on the blind date is crooked melons and split dates. Sometimes she also wants to give up, but she doesn't want to drag on. But some men don't have any other ability. Instead, they dislike her as a director, saying that it is difficult to control after marriage. I'm really angry with her. So now she doesn't like Ling Qingyu, who has always been unpleasant, to live such a good life. How can she not envy her? At this time, a female teacher asked curiously, by the way, Ayu, is your husband good looking? Why didn't I see your wedding photos? I haven't had time to shoot yet. After a pause, Ling Qingyu replied shyly. I think it's pretty good. Several young female teachers coaxed. Wang Meiyong asked, what about your husband? Why don't you see anyone? Oh, my husband went to prepare food for everyone. It should be back soon. Hearing that Ling Qingyu's husband would also appear, the male teacher who had been pursuing her before finally softened a little. After all, he had seen Ling Qingyu's husband from afar before, who was sitting in a wheelchair. At this point, he felt that he had finally won back a city. Click. The sound of the electronic lock came, and everyone went to find reputation, looking forward to seeing Ling Qingyu's husband. When the door opened, Ling Qingyu also subconsciously looked over. When he saw Lu Xin, his eyes suddenly widened. Chapter 39, Lu Xin's favorite wife is careful. Chen Mianmian knows about Lu Xin's situation. Seeing him deal with it like this, I can't help but praise him. It's really amazing. Lu Xin in the wheelchair had an elegant face, a pair of Sven's gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his towering nose, and looked at Lin Xingyu with a spoiled smile on the corners of his mouth. That look seemed to be saying, "Mrs. Lu, are you still satisfied?" Their eyes met in the air, gentle and sweet. Lin Xingyu curled the corners of his mouth, and his eyes were a little more grateful. Although, however, from the day of her wedding, she knew about Lu Xin's physical condition, and also knew that she would be criticized by others more or less because of Lu Xin's health in the future. But at this time, Lu Xin specially got a plaster leg in the hospital and came in a wheelchair. How could she not be moved? And the female colleagues have long been impressed after seeing Lu Xin's clear face and elegant nobility at first sight. Therefore, Lu Xin is sitting in a wheelchair at this time, which does not affect their good impression of Lu Xin. What's wrong with falling on the leg and sitting in a wheelchair with plaster? Looking at the appearance of the female colleagues, the male colleague who pursued Lin Qingyu felt as if he had been slapped several times silently. Especially Lin Qingyu's husband's appearance. Even if he really wants to slander, he can't pick out the flaws. After Lu Xin entered the living room, a group of people dressed as chefs of Chengxiang Pavilion entered with insulated wooden boxes. They put a handful of dishes on the table. Everyone was stunned again. "Wow, Ayu, thanks to you, I can eat the dishes of Chengxiang Pavilion today. Oh, my god, I want to take a picture and post it on WeChat Moments. This is a private dish of a rich family that many people can't book." The praise of the female colleagues once again embarrassed the male colleague. And Wang Mei was also crazy jealous after seeing Lu Xin's appearance. Why is Lin Qingyu so lucky? Living in such a large flat floor, you can also find a husband with excellent appearance and temperament. Seriously, marrying such a husband and living in such a big flat floor, even if the other party can never stand up, she will be happy. Everyone finished lunch and said goodbye to Lin Qingyu one after another. The male colleague who pursued Lin Qingyu found an excuse to leave early. The back figure showed the meaning of running away. And Wang Mei was trying to find a topic to attract Lu Xin's attention, but Lu Xin's attitude was indifferent and didn't even look at her. Wang Mei talked about several topics, but Lu Xin couldn't say it clearly and didn't understand it. Wang Mei didn't have the face to stay any longer at the moment, so she quickly left. Everyone left one after another. Li Jiao, who entered the school at the same time as Lin Qingyu, took out a pair of bride and groom dolls and gave them to Lin Qingyu, and said sincerely, "Ayu, congratulations. I really envy you. You must be happy." "Thank you." Lin Qingyu accepted the gift and replied sincerely. Others envy her, but Li Jiao wishes her happiness. She really accepts this unique intention. After seeing everyone off, Lin Qingyu returned to the room and saw Lu Xin handling the plaster with a knife. "Be careful." Lin Qingyu walked over with laughter and distress, and squatted beside him to check. "Don't worry, it's okay." In 3 or 2 times, Lu Xin removed the plaster. Lin Qingyu helped him to go to bed to rest and said sincerely, "Thank you. But don't be so troublesome next time." "No trouble. I said, I will never find it troublesome about you." With that, Lu Xin turned over and put his eyes on Lin Qingyu, staring at her sincerely. "I said, follow me and I won't let you lose. I will also give what should be given, such as this." When the voice fell, Lu Xin kissed Lin Qingyu's lips. At first, Lin Qingyu didn't understand the meaning of Lu Xin's words. When his clothes were stripped all over the ground, he knew what he meant, and blushed in an instant. "It's daytime now." Lin Qingyu pushed Lu Xin's chest, but did not push. Lu Xin continued to move his hand and responded vaguely and softly. "Mrs. Lu, this is a midday exercise, which helps to enhance the relationship between husband and wife." "Mrs. Lu, someone else's wife has it, and I also want to give it to you." Lu Xin, stop talking. Lin Qingyu blushed with anger. A room on this side of the Bund Bay is beautiful, and in the Lin family villa, Lin Miao Miao is browsing moments boredly. When I saw a friend showing the lunch pictures of the mansion and Chengxiang Pavilion in the Bund Bay, I was very envious. She gave that friend a thumbs up and left a message, "This is too luxurious." The friend replied, "Don't pretend, this is your sister's big flat floor." Lin Miao Miao was stunned in an instant. She looked at the contact person again, which was a little strange. After thinking for a long time, she remembered that this person was the sister of Luo Jiaran, a primary school classmate. Because Luo Jiaran's sister and Lin Qingyu are colleagues, the two said a few more words at the party before, so they added WeChat. Lin Miao Miao poked to open the big photos and looked closely, and was shocked again in an instant. This is definitely the most beautiful house in the Bund Bay she has ever seen. She has been to her friend's house before. It's very small, more than 90 square meters, and it's the kind of corner floor. The layout inside is not very good. A house like this with ultra-wide view of floor-to-ceiling windows should be a large flat floor of a detached house. Lin Miao Miao was so envious that her teeth were sore. It turned out that Luo Ya's third uncle really gave the house in the Bund Bay to Lin Qingyu. After a while, Luo Jiaran sent a WeChat message. Jingle. She sent all the photos of her sister's moments to Ling Miao Miao. Miao Miao, is this really your sister's big flat floor? Oh, my god. With the degree of your family's love for you, isn't your sister's is not equal to yours? Oh, my god. Miao Miao, let me tell you, the circle of friends posted by my sister, the people below who like and leave messages are crazy. It is said that I envy you so much. There are also dishes from Tianxiao Pavilion. Miao Miao, my Miao Miao, hurry up and arrange one for me. Take me to pretend, take me to fly. I can already imagine that the sisters envy you and worship you. Ling Miao Miao was dizzy and agreed. She took her mobile phone and found her biological mother Wang Meifeng and opened the photos in her moments to show her. Mommy, take a look. This is the big flat floor where I live. How beautiful it is. Wang Meifeng took a few glances, and her eyes were full of shock. She was very jealous in her heart. Why is this stinky girl so faithful? You can live in such a good house. Ling Miao Miao took Wang Meifeng's hand and said coquettishly, Mommy, I don't care. You said before that my sister's house is going to be given to me. Wang Meifeng's old face stiffened, and she also knew that this matter was not as easy to deal with as before. Miao Miao, that dead girl is different from before. When Ling Miao Miao heard this, she was stunned. Mommy, you promised me everything before. You have never rejected me. Yes, my little heart. Whatever you want, as long as Mommy has it, Mommy will give it to you. Ling Miao Miao was anxious, but Mommy, my sisters used to be mine. Isn't it always like this at home? Wang Meifeng's face was a little stiff. Miao Miao, now it's different from before. In the past, your sister was actually unhappy, but she still had to listen to us. Because she has to get the household registration book from us if there is anything to do. If we don't give it, she can't do it. Do you remember that your sister wanted to apply for the first middle school to be a teacher? Your father felt ashamed and didn't give it to her. He didn't give her a household registration book. She begged me for a long time, and I held her with this handle to let her buy something for you. With that, Wang Meifeng sighed. Now, your sister's household registration has moved out. I'm afraid it's not so easy to listen to me. And that third master is not so easy to mess with. What does the third master have? Didn't you hear the third brother say that Duan Shao dared to kick him, saying that he was nothing more than bluffing with his previous name? With that, Ling Miao Miao sat on the ground and played tricks. Then what should I do? I promised my friends that I would take them there for a party. Have a party? That's easy. This mommy has a solution. When Ling Miao Miao heard the words, she stopped cheating in an instant. The next day, the two came to the gate of the Bund Bay together. Chapter 40. Mother and daughter confront each other, and the mother wants to borrow a house. Wang Meifeng and Ling Miao Miao both dressed up carefully before coming to the Bund Bay. At this time, the two of them were beautiful and wore heavy makeup. They looked like the famous wife and the rich lady who wandered in the upper class. As soon as the two reached the gate of the Bund Bay, they were stopped by the security guard. Excuse me, who are you looking for? Wang Meifeng raised her chin arrogantly and said, I'm coming to my daughter's house. Madam, please wait a moment. I'll confirm with the head of the household. With that, the security guard was about to call the inside line. Ling Miao Miao was anxious and quickly winked at Wang Meifeng. Wang Meifeng came over and rushed over to hang up the security guard's phone, looking unnatural. Well, today is my daughter's birthday. We came here to surprise her. Don't make this phone call. The security guard frowned slightly. This lady, it's hard for me to do this. The visitor regulations of the Bund Bay stipulate that we must confirm with the head of the household, and the head of the household agrees to see you before we can let you in. When Wang Meifeng heard that the head of the household had to agree to let her go, she became more and more sure that she could not make this call. No. You hit it, isn't there no surprise? Look, I know the name of this resident. Her name is Ling Jingyu, and she is my daughter. With that, Wang Meifeng opened the photo on her mobile phone and pointed, look, this is me, and this is the head of the household. We know each other, right? And her husband's name is Lu Xin. Look, the information is right. Can you let us in? With that, Wang Meifeng forcibly bypassed the security guard and walked in. The security guard strode forward and blocked the two again. I'm sorry, this lady. Even if the information is right, I can't let you in. Wang Meifeng couldn't stand it and was anxious. You shabby security guard, what kind of eyes? I've said it all. I want to surprise my daughter. Surprise, do you understand? Let me ask you, can you be responsible if it destroys our surprise? That's okay. You can surprise your daughter. Before the security guard finished speaking, Wang Meifeng and Ling Miao Miao both showed happy looks. Just as the two were about to move forward, they were stopped by the security guard again. But you must contact your son-in-law. Ask him to authorize us and let you in. In this way, it won't affect your surprise. Wang Meifeng rolled her eyes with anger. Call Lu Xin, isn't this looking for death? At this time, Ling Miao Miao impatiently took out 500 yen from her leather bag and said, that's all right. 500 yo, is it enough? The security guard stepped back a few steps like an electric shock. This lady, please don't let me be fired. We have strict regulations and can't accept any tips. Ling Miao Miao also rolled her eyes with anger. The mother and daughter were stopped at the gate of the Bund Bay in a hurry. How did the two of them know that this damn security guard can't get in? Suddenly, Ling Miao Miao shouted, excitedly took out her mobile phone and dialed her friend. Soon, the phone in the security booth rang. Ling Miao Miao's friend, who lives in the Bund Bay, asked the security guard to let her go. The security guard responded and asked the two of them. Ling Miao Miao snorted coldly and walked in arrogantly with Wang Meifeng's arm. As soon as the two entered the community, Ling Miao Miao came to the Bund Bay to introduce the environment to Wang Meifeng. Mommy, that's the constant temperature swimming club over there. The pool inside is very clean, and there is also a VIP area where you can swim alone without being disturbed. There is a fitness room and private tutoring over there. That is a cinema. The more Ling Miao Miao said, the more excited she became. She shook Wang Meifeng's arm. Mommy, I really want to live here. How can Wang Meifeng not know? Ling Miao Miao has made trouble several times before. Miao Miao's father, all three brothers have a relationship, but they don't have the authority to buy a house here. At this time, this property is basically full, and it is impossible to buy an empty house. Unable to bear to see his little daughter lost, Wang Meifeng ventured out and said, I'll talk to the dead girl later. Try to persuade her to move out and give you the house. When Ling Miao Miao heard the words, she kissed Wang Meifeng's cheek excitedly. Mommy is the best. The two walked to the independent building. There is access control under the independent building. However, Wang Meifeng and Ling Miao Miao were very lucky. When they first arrived, a resident came out of it. The two quickly flashed in and went straight to the floor where Ling Qingyu lived. Today is Sunday, and Ling Qingyu happens to be resting at home to prepare for class. Hearing someone ring the doorbell, she was stunned for a moment before she got up and opened the door. Seeing her mother and sister dressed up outside the door, she was stunned again. Wang Meifeng pushed open the door and walked in. Why, is it very unexpected to see his own mother and sister? You dead girl, if you get married, do you really think that you have nothing to do with your family? You don't go home to see me and your father, and you want me, a mother and sister, to come to see you. Do you think you are sensible? If you spread it out, don't let others say what you say. When Ling Qingyu heard the words, his face sank a little. No one could stand it. As soon as he opened the door, he was buttoned with such a big hat. But because both of them had already entered the house, she couldn't kick people out, so she could only politely pour 2 cups of tea for them. But these two people really didn't know each other. They looked around and touched the furnishings at home and marveled. When the two finished the tour, Ling Qingyu sat on the sofa and looked at the two in the posture of the host. Tell me, what's the matter with you here? When Wang Meifeng saw her like that, she was very angry. You dead girl, what are you talking about? I'm a mother. I came to care about you. You actually asked me what's the matter. Ling Qingyu smiled faintly. Mom, shall we stop pretending? Since I was a child, when did you care about me when I was sick? When did you say a blessing to me on my birthday? You have never cared about me and pushed me to an old man who is almost 50 years old. Do you really think I will believe that your maternal love suddenly bursts out and wants to make up for the maternal love I have missed for many years? Wang Meifeng's face was extremely ugly when she was hit. Well, you dumb girl. I became a Chinese teacher, and I'm so eloquent. Even my own mother dares to teach me a lesson. Seeing that his mother was still pretending, Ling Qingyu suddenly felt a little tired and didn't bother to get up. Seeing that she didn't want to talk, Wang Meifeng was anxious now. Ling Miao Miao stared at her and signaled her to be straightforward. Wang Meifeng immediately held Ling Qingyu down and asked her to sit down. Okay, I said. I came here this time to borrow a house from you. Borrow a house? Ling Qingyu frowned and looked at Wang Meifeng. That's right. Wang Meifeng also sat down and sat on the sofa diagonally opposite Ling Qingyu. You mean? Are you going to come here to stay? Live with us? Ling Qingyu frowned even more. If this is the case, it will not be easy to do. After all, the mother-in-law is coming to live at her son-in-law's house, which is not easy to refuse. Ling Qingyu thought to himself, what kind of reasons should be found to reasonably refuse? Chapter 41, Angry with the mother and sister. I'm not going to move in with you. Wang Meifeng put the curly hair on her shoulders behind her and said, I mean, we will move here for a period of time, and you move out. Let's move out? Ling Qingyu once suspected that he had heard it wrong. Wang Meifeng nodded heavily. Ling Qingyu laughed angrily in an instant. Why do we have to move out of my husband's house? Sister, you are not kind of what you said. Ling Miao Miao couldn't help saying, you're married. I'm not married yet, am I? Is this related to marriage? Ling Qingyu's eyebrows became deeper. How can it matter? Wang Meifeng went straight down. Your house is in a good location and of high value. If Miao Miao lives here, others will look at it when they want to talk about marriage in the future. If you make an appointment to meet your family here in the future, let's see who dares to bully Miao Miao in the future. After a pause, Wang Meifeng said again, and you messed up your third brother's marriage, right? If your third brother wants to date in the future, he also needs such a good house. Don't you have to compensate him if you mess up his marriage? Ling Qingyu seems to have been used to this kind of accusation for a long time. No matter what she does, it is always her fault. She smiled lightly. Ling Jiajin's marriage was due to his own reasons. What he did to me and what I did to him are already very kind. I can tell you with a sense that I don't have to compensate him. As for Miao Miao's marriage, it's good for you to worry about her. You don't need me as a sister. What do you mean by this? Don't you want to lend us the house? Wang Meifeng's voice was a little excited. Don't borrow. I don't have this obligation either. This house is my husband and I's home. We can't move out for your ridiculous reasons. Wang Meifeng was so angry that her face turned pale. Ling Miao quickly stroked Wang Meifeng's back and helped her calm down. Sister, look at how angry you are with your mother. Sisters, as a sister, do you want to argue with me like this? Do you still look like a sister? Ling Qingyu sneered and said, I worked hard to work and saved money. I was never willing to buy myself a dress worth more than 500 yuan. But you like the 30,000 yuan skirt, and your mother forced me to buy it for you. What about the result? A skirt of 30,000 yuan, you wear it for a day, and you say you don't wear it. Saying that you dislike it is not in season, which will embarrass you in front of your sisters. Have you ever thought about my feelings? Have you ever thought about 30,000 yuan? How long should I save it? Ling Qingyu's eyes were sharp and he approached Ling Miao a few steps. Since childhood, how many times have you regarded me as your sister? Always take advantage of me. When you ask for money, you will think of me. When did you care about me? Don't care. Well, if you return my New Year's money from childhood to adulthood, I won't argue with you. Ling Miao was speechless and her face turned pale. Ling Qingyu in front of her is terribly strange, not like the Ling Qingyu she has seen before. When Wang Meifeng saw that her precious daughter was scolded, she opened her mouth to help. Before he could say anything, Ling Qingyu looked at her in shock. Mom, but if you were a little thinner, you wouldn't be able to open your mouth to me. With that, Ling Qingyu got up straight and walked towards the study. Anyway, I don't want to borrow the house. Nonsense, I don't want to say more. I'm going to prepare for the class. Please close the door when you finish drinking tea and leave. After saying that, Ling Qingyu went into the study and closed the door to continue preparing for the class. When decorating the house at the beginning, Luo Xin chose good materials. The sound insulation effect of each room has also been carefully treated. At this time, Ling Qingyu was preparing for classes in the study. It was very quiet. He even thought that Wang Meifeng and Li Miao had left, so he ignored them and continued to focus on the work at hand. An hour later, a faint noise of music came, which made her frown subconsciously. Ordinary sounds can't be transmitted in the study. At this time, you can hear the music of the disco. How loud is the sound outside? Ling Qingyu pushed open the door of the study with doubts. Sure enough, there are two worlds in the study and outside the study. The deafening disco music made the chandeliers on the ceiling tremble. The heating was on in the living room, and several sisters who played well with Ling Miao dressed coolly and sexy. They were drinking and dancing in her living room, making a mess everywhere. The sofa was also stained, and the decoration on the wall was also splashed with red wine. The succulents she bought before were also crushed. Ling Qingyu's heart was bleeding when he saw a good family being made like this. What are you doing? She yelled at Ling Miao's little sisters, but the music was so loud that they didn't hear it at all. Ling Qingyu went straight to the stereo and wanted to turn off the stereo. Ling Miao saw it, stopped her in advance, and pulled her to the next guest room. Sister, what are you going to do? What am I doing? I should ask you what you are doing. Ling Qingyu was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Ling Miao rolled her eyes. Sister, are you so stingy? You don't agree to borrow a house from you. Forget it, my mother and I won't force you anymore. But big talk, I've already said it. I told my little sisters that this house was given to me by my family. So everyone said they would come to celebrate. I can warn you that you must not expose me and embarrass me. Let's go back after having fun. If you invite me in the future, I won't come. Ling Qingyu was laughed at by Ling Miao's shamelessness again. I have never understood why you and your mother can say these shameless words so righteously. Ling Miao, look at what's going on outside. If it's really your home, would you be willing to ruin it like this? Ling Miao didn't care, but it's a little messy. Just clean up later. We young people are different from old-fashioned people like you. Everyone plays like this. I also played like this when I went to my little sister's house. Later, her maid would clean up. Ling Miao, I don't care about other people's houses. This is my home, I have the final say. Please leave here with you and your little sisters immediately. With that, Ling Qingyu rushed out of the guest room regardless of Ling Miao's obstruction. At the right time, the doorbell rang. Ling Qingyu and Ling Miao were stunned. On the contrary, Wang Meifeng reacted and took the lead in opening the door. Several hotel cooks took lobster sashimi, Arctic shellfish, black matzah and other luxurious dishes into the living room one after another. Ling Qingyu turned off the stereo while Wang Meifeng and Ling Miao did not stop him. The whole living room became quiet in an instant, and only the clear voice of the head chef was heard. Miss Ling, all the dishes are served, a total of 80,000 yu. When Wang Meifeng heard the price, she was heartbreaking. Only a few dishes in wooden boxes are actually 80,000 yuan. Ling Miao Miao has always had no money. In WeChat and Alipay, as long as there is money, she will spend every penny, so she subconsciously looks at her mother. Give me the money. Wang Meifeng invested in a Bailey loan company with Lu Ye's mother some time ago. The company was taken away, and her private money was lost. How can she be willing to take out another 80,000 yuan at this time? So, she raised her chin, pointed to Ling Qingyu, and said to the little cook, I'm going to find her. Chapter 42. If you don't have enough money to pay for takeaway, you have no face inside. The music stopped, and the little sisters around faintly sensed something was wrong. Ling Miao Miao was worried about being humiliated, so she hurried to Ling Qingyu and said in a low voice, Sister, give me the money. Ling Qingyu didn't speak and looked at her indifferently. Ling Miao Miao was anxious. Sister, give me the money quickly. Don't embarrass me, please. Ling Qingyu smiled and slowly walked to the sofa and sat down. Whoever orders takeaway will pay for it. At this time, Ling Miao Miao's little sister looked at the mother and daughter with disgust. You can't afford to pay the takeaway for only 80,000 yuan, can you? You can't even afford this, and you say that you are rich in a rich family. Ling Miao Miao's face was full of embarrassment, staring at Ling Qingyu. The head chef watched it. Ling Qingyu glanced at Wang Meifeng again, and reported the room number. Who is the owner of this house? Ling Qingyu sat on the sofa, with a calm posture and not in a hurry to answer, with a faint smile on the corners of his mouth. Ling Miao Miao stared at Wang Meifeng anxiously and motioned her to give money. As long as they don't pay, Ling Qingyu admits that she is the owner of the house, then she will be finished. How can she raise her head in front of her little sister in the future? Wang Meifeng's face was stiff and she walked unnaturally to the back chef. She opened the WeChat payment code and said, Scan it. The back chef took out the POS machine and scanned it. After 2 sounds, the back chef frowned slightly. I'm sorry, madam, the balance is insufficient. Please change to another payment method. The voice fell, and the little sisters around were whispering. Ling Miao Miao was even more anxious. She walked over and scolded, Mom, how can the balance be insufficient? With that, she opened Wang Meifeng's WeChat account to check the balance, which showed only 40,000 yuan, and immediately became a drama. Oh, Mom, did you forget that you just bought a bag of more than 30,000 yuan with your WeChat account yesterday? No wonder there is no money in WeChat. Use your credit card quickly. Sorry, our hotel does not accept credit cards. The back chef politely reminded. At this time, a little sister burst out laughing. Tang Yan is the most famous hotel for making sashimi in Jiangcheng. The biggest feature of this hotel is that all the sashimi ingredients are selected from the highest and freshest seafood. And the most delicious parts are selected, and all the rest are thrown away, so the price is high. Another feature of this hotel is that it does not accept credit and credit cards, because the handling fee of credit card merchants is too high. Miao Miao, the celebrities and rich wives in these circles know it. How can you and your mother not know? Ling Miao Miao's face was as stiff as iron, and she tried to squeeze out a smile. Oh, I ate too much and forgot. Ling Miao Miao poked Wang Meifeng with her elbow and said in a low voice, hurry up and give me the money. But Wang Meifeng took a look at Alipay, and the money was not enough. She can only piece together, asking the back chef to scan 40,000 yen on WeChat first, and then 20,000 yuan in Alipay. No matter how she put together the rest, she can't make it together, and the face inside is all gone. This lady is still 20,000 yuan short. The back chef reminded. Wang Meifeng had no choice but to look at Ling Qingyu and said in an unkind tone, damn girl, give me the money quickly. On what basis? Ling Qingyu looked at her with a faint smile. On what basis? Just because you are the head of the household. Things are sent to you. If you don't pay, who will pay? Wang Meifeng was so anxious that she didn't choose what to say. As soon as the voice fell, Ling Miao Miao stared at Wang Meifeng angrily. At this time, one of Ling Miao Miao's little sisters caught the handle of the story and followed the yin and yang strangeness. Huh? Miao Miao, isn't this house yours? How did the head of the household become your sister? I also praised Heiko to my friend and said that my friend's house was his own. If you want to play later, you can come as you like. Come on, whatever you want. Ling Miao Miao is a very good-faced person. She feels that it is more uncomfortable to be humiliated than to be humiliated. My sister's house is my house. As you all know, when my parents die, even my sister's share at home will be mine. Our family has always been like this. Wang Meifeng felt a little uncomfortable when she heard the words, my parents died. Ling Qingyu's face was completely cold. How to distribute the family's property, the independent rights are in the hands of his parents. I don't care about this. However, I am the owner of this house, and I have the final say. I don't welcome any of your friends. Anyone who wants to come to my house must get my consent. Oh, Miao Miao, just stop talking. This house is not yours. You really don't have this right. Forget it, I'll go first. I don't look at other people's faces. The Ying and Yang girl didn't really want to call her friends. She just wanted to stimulate Ling Miao Miao. She can't get used to Ling Miao Miao's slurring appearance the most. As soon as the Ying and Yang girl left, the other little sisters picked up the fork and ate sashimi while talking coldly. Miao Miao, this is your fault. Obviously, the house is not yours, but you have to make a swollen face and say it's yours. Are you losing face now? That's right, you just tell us that it's your sister's, and we don't have anything. I won't look down on you either. After all, such a large flat floor in the Bund Bay is so expensive. Besides, Miao Miao, didn't you say that your whole family spoils you? On weekdays, you also show off, saying that your sister and brothers will respond to your request. It seems that it's just like that. Little sisters, you said something, I said something, which made Ling Miao Miao jump. She rushed to Ling Qingyu in anger, crossed her waist, and looked at Ling Qingyu sitting on the sofa condescendingly. Are you satisfied? Ling Qingyu slowly crossed a leg and looked at her elegantly, but did not respond. The back chef just listened to it and knew about it. He coughed lightly twice and continued to remind Wang Meifeng and Ling Miao Miao to pay the final payment. Ling Miao Miao glared at Ling Qingyu. Hurry up and give me the money. I don't think it's shameful enough. Ling Qingyu smiled lightly. You and your mother are worthy of being your mother and daughter. Ling Miao Miao frowned and had a vague bad feeling. What do you mean? I mean, you will never learn to be polite. One called me dead girl to give money, and the other called Ling Qingyu without even calling her sister. A family doesn't talk about asking for help, but before asking others to do things, shouldn't they have a basic attitude? At this moment, Lord Yaran, who had encouraged Ling Miao Miao to come to the flat floor, couldn't help but make a sound. Mr. Ling? You are my sister's colleague. I call you Sister Ling. Family, do you want to argue like this? It's just asking my sister's friends to come to my house for a meal. You are so rich, what's wrong? Oh, marrying a rich man will look down on your sister and mother. Do you want to be stingy like this? Is this your hospitality? How can a person like you be someone else's teacher? Ling Miao Miao nodded and agreed, that's it. Like what you did to your family, I will take a picture and post it on the internet to see if netizens will say what you say. Don't forget that you have just been exposed on the internet not long ago. With that, Lord Jiaren took out her mobile phone to threaten Ling Qingyu. She also wants to bring her friends to play next time, so she must hold Ling Miao Miao's sister hard this time. Ling Qingyu was very disgusted with everything posted on the internet, and his face changed slightly when he heard the words. Seeing this, Lord Jiaren raised the corners of her mouth proudly and took her mobile phone to get closer. Give money, or wait to be exposed by netizens on the internet, choose one. Chapter 43. The third master learned about Luya's love token. Ling Qingyu raised his head calmly and smiled at the camera, then you take a picture. The tone was light, and Lord Jiaren was full of surprise. His expression seemed to say, you. Why are you suddenly not afraid? Ling Qingyu knew what Lord Jiaren was thinking and asked her with a faint smile, do you think all netizens have no brains? I'm very curious. How can netizens help you talk about ruining a high-end house like this without the consent of the owner? If it's not your own house, you don't have to worry, do you? With that, Ling Qingyu suddenly got up and looked straight at Lord Jiaren, approaching with a little teacher's momentum. You said you just invited your sister's friend to come back for a meal. First of all, I didn't agree to treat you. If I promise to treat you, I should pay for today's meal, no matter how much it costs. Secondly, this can be described by the word just. It costs 80,000 a year for a meal. How many working class people can't earn this much in a year, but you just say it? I work in the same school as your sister. You can ask your sister, do we have to earn 80,000 yen for a year? You just say that you spend a year's money on a meal for other people's hard work and don't eat or drink. Since you are so sisterly and better at being a person than my own sister, the remaining 20,000 yen will be up to you. I just saw that you ate several mouthfuls of lobster sashimi. I haven't eaten yet. How about it? You pay, isn't it more reasonable for me to pay? Lord Jiaren was frequently hit and retreated, her face was stiff, and she couldn't say a word for a long time. Just kidding, it's better to kill her than to ask her to take out 20,000 yen. Her family is an ordinary working-age family. Moreover, her current clothes and bags are all bought online. How can she have spare money to be such a fool? When the other little sisters saw that they ate something, they all got up and prepared to leave, and said a few words by the way. Meow meow, don't ask me to do this kind of game in the future. Ask me to play and eat, and I have to look at people's faces. What is this? That's all, if it spreads out, I'm afraid of being laughed at. Besides, we are not interested in your family affairs at all. Oh, by the way, do you need me to lend you 20,000 yen? No. No need. Ling Miao Miao's face was stiff, and she tried her best to keep a few little sisters. Are you no longer sitting? My problem will be solved soon. No, several little sisters had enough to eat and drink, and left straight away, leaving only Lord Jiaren to accompany Ling Miao Miao. When Ling Miao Miao saw that all the sisters had left, her face was completely black. She rushed to Ling Qingyu and shouted, are you satisfied now? You vicious woman, do you want to argue with me like this? If you die, I will not inherit this house. This house doesn't mean it's mine. With a snap, Ling Qingyu slapped Ling Miaomia unceremoniously. Even if I die, it's not your turn to inherit this house. I still have my husband. Ling Miaomia, let me tell you, no matter what happens in the future, even if this house is donated, I won't give you a bargain. The voice fell, and Zhou Nan just pushed Luo Xin in. When Ling Miaomia saw Luo Xin coming in, he immediately complained like a child. Hello, did you just hear what your wife said? Let me tell you, you married such a vicious woman. Well, I heard it. I think my wife is right. Luo Xin looked at Ling Qingyu with his eyebrows bent, and his eyes were full of warmth. Luo Jiaren happened to be standing beside Ling Qingyu. She misunderstood that Luo Xin was looking at her, and her little face turned red in an instant. She heard from her sister that Ling Qingyu's husband has a good temperament. Even if he sits in a wheelchair, he can't hide the nobility around him at all. Looking at it like this now, it's really true. Luo Jiaren's eyes are extremely poisonous, and she will see the brands and watches worn by others at the first time. She only glanced at Luo Xin and was basically sure that this man was super rich. Thinking of such a great man looking at her like this, Luo Jia's heart suddenly beat a little faster. Ling Miaomia didn't notice Luo Jiaren's abnormality. She was so angry that she stared at Luo Xin. Your two parents-in-law are both bad people. With that, Ling Miaomia deliberately took out a stone from her bag and smashed it at Ling Qingyu. Here. Luo Yan's love letter to you. Sister, I thought you would never forget this stone. If you lend me the place to have a party, I will bring you this stone from home. Now it seems that you don't deserve me to be so good to you. After saying that, Ling Miaomia turned her head and left. Wonderful. While Mei Feng was going to chase his daughter when he was stopped by the back chef. You haven't paid the final payment yet. The back chef listened for more than 10 minutes and finally understood. The shameless mother and daughter came here to have a party without their consent. In this case, it is impossible for him to get the final payment with the master, and it is unreasonable, so he can only stop Wang Mei Feng. Wang Mei Feng felt ashamed and stared at him. Follow me back to the villa to get the money. We also live in villas. Will we lack your 20,000 yuan? After saying that, Wang Mei Feng left. The back chef had no choice but to follow them back. Luo Jiaren waved to Luo Xin, sister, brother-in-law, then I'll go first. After saying that, she quickly ran out to chase Ling Miaomia. When chasing Ling Miaomia, Luo Jiaren still comforted her. Miaomia, don't be angry. I'm up to you in this matter. It's just that your sister is too much. That's it. It's just that she is not good. Ling Miaomia was so angry that she stamped her feet. Luo Jiaren observed Miaomiao's expression and pretended to show a hesitant expression. Miaomiao, I have an idea to vent my anger for you, but I'm a little embarrassed to say it. When Ling Miaomiao heard Luo Jiaren's words, her eyes glowed instantly, and she turned to hold Luo Jiaren's hand. Say. I must be angry. Beauty, I knew you were the best to me. Everyone else is gone, but you won't leave me. Luo Jiaren nodded. You just need to know that I treat you well. First of all, I came up with this idea for your own good. Don't think too much. All right. Say it quickly. Ling Miaomiao urged. Luo Jiaren looked at Wang Mei Feng, who was not far away, and said in a low voice, why is your sister so arrogant now? It's not because of your brother-in-law. If I seduce your brother-in-law, I will hook your brother-in-law. Do you think your brother-in-law will spoil your sister like this in the future? Ling Miaomiao frowned suspiciously. Is this what you said, okay? And people like my brother-in-law. Can you take it down? It can definitely be. I am younger than your sister. Who doesn't like young men? Even if he doesn't divorce your sister, he will be willing to raise a young canary like me. Besides, do you really think he has any feelings for your sister? It's just because of the defect in his legs. If someone happens to be willing to marry him, he will accept it. That's right. Ling Miaomiao nodded. She just wronged you and wanted to seduce the man in a wheelchair. When Lord Jiaren heard this, the corners of her mouth rose. That's a deal. I'm all for you. You have to be nice to me in the future. Of course. Ling Miaomiao patted her chest and promised that I will buy you a bag next month. When Lord Jiaren heard this, she kissed Ling Miaomiao's face excitedly. On the other side, after Ling Miaomiao and his party left, the living room became quiet in an instant. Luo Xin and Ling Qingyu's eyes fell on the love gift sent by Luo Yan at the same time. Chapter 44 Ling Qingyu's birthday, her ex-fiancé will give a surprise. Ling Qingyu stared at the stone smashed on the ground by Ling Miaomiao, and his heart hurt for a moment as if it had been pulled by something. This stone was found by Luo Yangao's participation in the work. It was legally obtained on the edge of the archaeological pile, which is of great significance to Luo Yan. Moreover, he, a nerd who can't engrave words, studied for a long time, and then engraved on it one stroke at a time. Ling Qingyu, I want to be with you for the rest of my life. The engraving is not good looking, but the intention is very rare. But Ling Miaomiao threw the stone at her in front of Luo Xin. How could she not understand the meaning of it? This is not a good intention at all, but to provoke the relationship between their husband and wife. Ling Qingyu took a deep breath and knew very clearly what he should and shouldn't do at this moment. She bent down to pick up the stone, threw it into the trash can in front of Luo Xin, and then prepared to clean up the living room as if nothing had happened. She rolled up her sleeves and began to clean up the wine glasses on the coffee table, as if nothing had happened. But Luo Xin is not stupid. He saw Lin Qingyu's strong and calmness in his eyes. His fists tightened, and his body instantly became cold. Let it go. Let Zhou Nan handle it. Lin Qingyu was shocked by the coldness in Luo Zhe's voice and looked at him blankly. Luo Xin also knew that he scared his wife, so he restrained a little chill and explained, "There is an aunt at home who comes to clean regularly. It's so messy. I can't bear that you are too tired. You go back to your room to rest first." Luo Xin told the truth. When she was angry, she still cared about the broken stone, but he still couldn't bear to make her too tired. Third uncle, Lin Qingyu can keenly sense that Luo Xin's mood is wrong, and he should care about the stone given to her by Luo Yang. She wanted to explain, but after the third uncle shouted, Luo Xin's face sank even more. Zhou Nan stood in front of Lin Qingyu in time and said politely, "Madam, you'd better go back to your room first. Leave it to me to deal with. Believe me, I have followed the third master for so many years. I know the nature of the third master and how to deal with it. It's best for you to go back to your room now." Lin Qingyu understood the meaning of Zhou Nan's words, so he had to go back to the room first. With a click, the door was slammed, and Luo Xin's face completely cooled down, and the cold around him unexpectedly released, so he didn't need to restrain himself anymore. He pushed the wheelchair to the side of the trash can, glanced at the broken stone inside, and happened to see the eye-catching engraving. "Do you want to live with Ayu for the rest of your life? Are you kidding me? Ayu can only follow him all his life." Luo Xin's hand holding the wheelchair suddenly appeared. He closed his eyes, and the abnormality of Lin Qingyu in the car that day came to his mind. It turned out that someone on the roadside was promoting the activity of carving jade that day. She thought of Luo Yang. Think of this damn and worthless broken stone. Luo Xin's heart was sore and swollen, and he couldn't wait to unload this stone for 8 pieces. But he couldn't. He could only look at Zhou Nan with a dark and calm face. "You. Except for this broken stone, get rid of everything that others have touched." After a pause, he said again, "Leave this stone to your wife to take handle by herself." "Okay." When the ending sound of Zhou Nan fell, the mobile phone rang. He took a few steps away to answer the phone. Luo Xin sat in place and looked at the closed door with a terribly gloomy face. When Zhou Nan returned to the living room, he raised his eyes and asked, "It is said that it is not appropriate for husband and wife to spend the night if they have conflicts. Do I need to go in now?" That look seemed to say, "If you dare to say no, you will die." Zhou Nan stiffened the corners of his mouth and smiled helplessly. "Third master, you really can't go in." As soon as the ending sound fell, it shot over with an eye knife. Touching Liang Yoyo's neck, Zhou Nan quickly explained, "Mr. Zhang of the Public Relations Department just called and said that the partners we met at noon were now being observed in the hospital. The blood test report showed that those people were all infected with the latest epidemic virus. It was suggested that the third master had better isolate from his wife first." Zhou Nanye said in a low voice. Luo Xin said with a calm face that he knew, and then turned to sleep in the guest room. Zhou Nan sighed and accepted his fate to find a familiar cleaning team to quickly tidy up the living room. After dealing with all this and disinfecting, Zhou Nan closed the door and left. Lin Qingyu waited in the room for a long time without waiting for Luo Xin. When it was almost 12 o'clock, she walked out of the door and thought of pouring a glass of water in the living room. As a result, as soon as the light was turned on, I was shocked by the brand new scene in front of me. The coffee table, sofa, carpet, stereo and some furnishings have all been replaced. It doesn't look much different. The style is still exactly the same as before, but the thing is new. Lin Qingyu remembered that Luo Yang had mentioned his third uncle before. He was paranoid, possessive, and did not like others to touch his own things. As long as someone else touches it, he will throw it all away and replace it. Because he likes things that are completely his own. Lin Qingyu seemed to suddenly understand why Luo Xin cared. Because she talked to Luo Yang, the stone touched his reverse scales. Lin Qingyu was full of doubts. He caught a glimpse of light from the crack of the guest room door and was stunned. It turned out that Luo Xin didn't leave and slept in the guest room. "Do you want to sleep in a separate room with yourself?" No. She can't be like Lin Miao Miao. Not long after they got married, they couldn't sleep well in separate rooms. She subconsciously walked towards the guest room. As soon as she raised her hand to knock on the door, she suddenly didn't know what to say to Luo Xin, and she didn't know how to coax the boss back to sleep. After all, Luo Yang is her past, and she can't change this. Lin Qingyu was frustrated and went back. When he passed the trash can, he couldn't help taking a curious look. As a result, he found that the stone was still inside. It seems that Luo Xin asked Zhou Nan to dispose of other garbage, but left this stone to her to dispose of. Staring at the line on the stone, Lin Qingyu finally did nothing and went back to the room. The night was long, and she lost sleep. What she didn't know was that Luo Xin, who was in the guest room at this time, knew all this inside out. He first took out the surveillance in the living room today to find out what had happened all day. Listening to Lin Qingyu when he said that he was reluctant to buy more than 500 clothes for himself, he suddenly felt very distressed and immediately asked Jonan to push in the clothes brands worn by local celebrities in Jiangcheng. He looked at each brand and chose one by one for Lin Qingyu, specializing in the clothes that matched her temperament. After placing all the orders, these brands are required to send the clothes tomorrow. After doing all this, he checked the real-time monitoring again and found that when Lin Qingyu was about to knock on his door, his whole heart was raised. He is vaguely looking forward to it. But when he saw that Lin Qingyu didn't say anything in the end and passed by the trash can and took a few more glances, he only felt that his heart was severely tried by a big hand. No matter how much you looked forward to it just now, how depressed you are now. The night is long. On this night, Lin Qingyu is not the only one who can't sleep. It was not until dawn that Lu Shen fell asleep. The next day, Lin Qingyu got up early to make breakfast and wanted to take the initiative to make peace. She gently knocked on Lu Shen's door, but no one responded. In the end, she had to go to work first. Along the way, Lin Qingyu looked in a trance. When he arrived at the gate of the school, Chen Mianmian rushed over and bumped into her, took out a gift and handed it to her. "Ayu, happy birthday." Lin Qingyu was stunned for a moment, and then remembered that today was his lunar birthday. He took the gift and said, "Thank you." "What's the matter? Ayu, you don't look in a good mood." Lin Qingyu sighed and told what happened yesterday. Chen Mianmian was angry and annoyed after hearing it. "Your mother and your sister are too shameless." Lin Qingyu seemed to be used to it for a long time, and said with a deep eyebrow, "That's not what I'm worried about now." Chen Mianmian immediately came to his senses and asked, "Ayu, you don't have Luo Yan in your heart, do you?" "It's not daring, it's not." Lin Qingyu smiled helplessly. "I knew very well that Luo Yang and I couldn't go back. I also know very well that I am Luo Shen's wife now. But Mian, I have worked very hard to keep myself from thinking about Luo Yang. But we have been together for 3 years, and those memories always come out from time to time. I can't control it either. However, Ayu, Luo Yang really doesn't deserve you to do this. He has been away for 10 days. Has he called to care about you? After you dialed the wrong time last time, the younger sister picked it up, but he didn't reply. In my opinion, Luo Yang is a cold and violent scumbag. Besides, today is your birthday. Did he send you a wish?" Lin Qingyu was stunned for a moment, and suddenly became cheerful. "Mian, thank you for waking me up. Luo Yan did a bad job on this business trip. I think I just lack a sense of ceremony to break up with him. After the breakup, all this should be fine." Chen Mianmian saw that Lin Qingyu was no longer entangled with Luo Yan's affairs, so she followed her into the school. But no one expected that on Lin Qingyu's birthday, Luo Yan would suddenly give such a big surprise. Chapter 45 Must Poke. Lin Qingyu's ex-fiancé asked for marriage. Chen Mianmian didn't have a class in the first class, so she went to the playground alone. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that she had to help the third master. Among Luo Yan and Lu Xin, Chen Mianmian is the third master. Moreover, Lin Qingyu has married Lu Xin, and she also hopes that the good sisters will have a good result with her husband. So Chen Mianmian sent a WeChat message to Jonan, "Hey, ask the third master, do you know what day it is today?" At this time, Lu Xin, who was in the ward, heard Jonan's report and took Jonan's mobile phone and replied in person. "I'm Lu Xin. Today is Ayu's birthday, I know." Chen Mianmian was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Lu Xin to reply so quickly. In such a short time, it is impossible for him to cheat. It can only be said that Lu Xin really knows Ayu's birthday. "That's fine. If you know, behave well." "Lu Xin, I know." Chen Mianmian was a little dumbfounded when she saw Lu Xin's reply. This person is not as unkind as the people in Jiangchang. At this time, Lu Xin in the ward threw his mobile phone to Jonan and asked with a dark face, "Have all the clothes been sent home?" It was sent, and according to the request of the third master, all the price labels were cut off, so as not to put a psychological burden on the wife. Lu Xin's face softened a little. "When will the blood test report come out? I'm waiting to be discharged from the hospital to celebrate my wife's birthday." Jonan looked embarrassed. "The doctor said that you fell asleep in the morning, and it was very likely that you were infected with the virus, and you still need to be quarantined here. Report. It is estimated that it will not come out until the evening. I was sleepy in the morning." When it comes to falling asleep in the morning and forgetting to open the door for his wife, Lu Xin was full of stuffiness. "Hurry up and tell the dean to hurry up, I'm going to be discharged from the hospital." President Wang said it was not fast. Blood analysis takes time. He also said that if you insist on being discharged from the hospital, he can only call the old man. When Lu Xin heard the words, his face was completely black. "Go to book a restaurant first. If the blood report is fine, I can accompany my wife for her birthday immediately. The cake is in the same style as I chose a few days ago." "Okay." Jonan responded and quickly dealt with it. In the school, Chen Mianmian was relieved after Lu Xin knew Lin Qingyu's birthday. At lunchtime, she went to Lin Qingyu for dinner on time. The two walked out together. When they reached the turn of the stairs, they saw several parents stopping Director Wang Mei. Director Wang, our parents didn't think well before, so they wanted to change Mr. Lin's. That's right, we didn't expect that the children liked Mr. Lin so much. Director Wang, just ask Mr. Lin to come back and teach us a class. You see, this is a petition from the parents of our class, and we are willing to sincerely apologize to Mr. Lin. Gao Roy's mother also signed it. There are 45 parents in the class, one of them is a lot. When Lin Qingyu heard the words, he raised his lips sarcastically. The previous petition asking the principal to transfer her to another class is also a lot of parents. At this time, I was not very moved to hear that the parents of a class wanted her to go back to teach. Wang Mei was annoyed by several parents. To put it bluntly, the school has its own rules and regulations. What does it look like to change like this? Moreover, Mr. Lin has gone to teach class 8 and then transferred back. It is unfair to the students in class 8. At this time, some parents retorted, why is it unfair to class 8? Class 8 is a poor student class, and the best educational resources should be left in our top class. Director Wang Mei's not very good looking on the surface. Miss Li Jiao, who teaches the first class now, is also very good. She was an excellent graduate of the normal school at that time. But her guidance in this composition competition is obviously not good. My daughter said that it was much worse than Mr. Lin's guidance. That's right. Some parents should make peace, and Mr. Lin actually guided 2 students from class 8 into the finals this time. Mr. Lin really has 2 brushes. The competition is based on the student's own ability, and the teacher is just an auxiliary role. In the end, it's still about the child. Don't you think that Mr. Lin has too little homework? Just in time, Mr. Li can meet your requirements. Wang Mei was a little fierce. I still say the same thing. Teachers can't be transferred like this, which will affect the stability of students. If you still have any comments, go to the principal. After saying that, Wang Mei forced her to leave. Lin Qingyu and Chen Mianmian also left quietly and did not listen anymore. Along the way, Chen Mianmian said happily, it's time. I think you have too little homework later. Now I know that you are a treasure, it's too late. It's cheap Li Jiao and took over your top class. Lin Qingyu smiled and didn't care. I'm not happy to be cheap for others. Li Jiao is the same as us. I'm happy to be cheap for her. That's true. Chen Mianmian didn't say anything more and asked instead, by the way, did your husband send you birthday wishes today? Lin Qingyu turned on her mobile phone and took a look. She remembered that he ignored her this morning, and suddenly shook her head in frustration. Chen Mianmian didn't seem to believe it. He picked up Lin Qingyu's WeChat list and took a look. Finally, he comforted, some people may want to surprise you. Now, I'm going to suppress it first. I'll ignore you and surprise you after work. You will have an emotional rebound and be very moved. Lin Qingyu looked at Chen Mianmian with a smile. Where did you learn this? Chen Mianmian raised her chin. Just wait. At lunchtime, Lin Qingyu called Li Jiao again, and the 3 of them had a simple meal to celebrate. After 3 consecutive classes in the afternoon, Lin Qingyu felt dizzy after school. After correcting the paper, the sky was basically dark. Seeing that it was almost 6 o'clock, Luo Shen didn't call him. Lin Qingyu felt an indescribable sense of loss in his heart. After thinking about it, she also took the initiative to call Luo Shen to invite Luo Shen to dinner. As a result, Luo Shen, who had just been informed by the dean that the white blood cell value was abnormal and had to stay in the hospital for observation, said bluntly, I won't go back to dinner tonight. I have something to do. Oh. Lin Qingyu was stunned for a moment and asked again, will you come back tonight? I can prepare a late-night snack. I don't know. Luo Shen's tone was slightly cold. Well, then you get busy. Lin Qingyu hung up her mobile phone, and she didn't know whether Luo Shen was still making trouble with her because of the stone thing. Suddenly, she felt a little wronged. After tidying up the desk, she picked up her bag and walked out of the school. As soon as I walked to the school gate, Director Li of Jiangchen Institute of Cultural Relics greeted me. Director Li is the leader of Luoyang. He is a funny and humorous little old man, wearing Zhongshan clothes and black framed glasses. He looks very knowledgeable and cultivated. Director Li greeted Lin Qingyu warmly when he saw him. Ayu, long time no see. My old man came here specially to wait for you this time. There is a newspaper to trouble you. With that, Director Li made an invitation to the car behind him. Lin Qingyu couldn't face Director Li, so he got into the car with him. After all, it's not a difficult thing. The previous publications sometimes asked her to help consider the use of several words from the perspective of the Chinese teacher. After all, this kind of regular publication has a high degree of accuracy in the use of words. Lin Qingyu got into the car with Director Li. Road above, Director Li has been praising Luoyang, a young man who is very practical and a rare good seedling in the institute. Lin Qingyu looked embarrassed all the way and didn't notice that there was a car behind them all the time. The person in the car is Luo Jiaran, who is going to school to borrow money from her sister to repay the credit card. She found that Ling Qingyu got in an old man's car and quickly called a car on the side of the road to catch up with him. Soon, the car arrived at the Cultural Relics Research Institute in Jiangcheng. As soon as Ling Qingyu got out of the car, he felt that the atmosphere was obviously different from before. The sycamore trees on both sides before entering the institute are full of lanterns and various birthday wishes and love cards. The colorful lights are shining, the evening breeze is blowing, and the surrounding atmosphere is full of romance. Ling Qingyu followed the director into the courtyard of the institute blankly. I saw the colleagues in the institute holding heart-shaped balloons of various colors in their hands, consciously forming a circle, with a blessing smile on their faces. And in the middle of the courtyard stands a projection screen as tall as a person. After 2 sizzlings, Luo Yan's figure appeared on the screen. Wearing a black suit, a red tie, holding a bouquet of roses in his hand, and the back behind him is his current archaeological site. Are you? Luo Yan smiled and called out with a serious expression. Chapter 46. Are you? Before the business trip, my mother promised us to get married. With that, Luo Yan cleared his throat nervously, tidied up his bow tie, and kept asking others, is this okay? When others were better than okay, he giggled and looked at the camera. Are you? I have always hoped to propose to you on your birthday. After 3 years and 195 days and nights of knowing each other, I am sure that you are the soulmate I want to hold for the rest of my life. Are you? I know you must be angry that I haven't contacted you for so long. With that, Luo Yan laughed. This is all taught by my younger sister. She said that this was to suppress the desire first. I will ignore you first. When you propose on this day, you will receive double surprises. Are you? Don't worry. My marriage proposal was carefully considered. And before the business trip, I agreed with my mother that we would register our marriage when we came back from this business trip. She also agreed. So, Luo Yan smiled shyly, gently called Ayu, and knelt down on one knee. Will you marry me? Luo Yan's eyes are sincere in the projection screen. The wind around is blowing the sound of bells on the sycamore tree, and everything is like being in a dream. Ling Qingyu's heart was ups and downs violently. At the moment when Luo Yantou knelt on the ground, her heart seemed to be hit by the hammer of the ancient bell, and her breathing suddenly became rapid. The colleagues in the institute are all coaxing. Marry him. Marry him. Even the old man, the director, smiled and clapped his hands. Marry him. Marry him. Ling Qingyu's only remaining reason made her shake her head and stumbled back a few steps. No. I can't agree. I can't agree. The breath of joy suddenly stopped, as if the pause button had been pressed. Ling Qingyu ran away from the research institute in a mistake, leaving Luo Yan's colleagues who looked at each other. No one knows which link has a problem. Ling Qingyu ran wildly all the way, not even passing by Luo Jiaran, who secretly recorded the video. She only knew that she had to leave here immediately. She kept running, and there was the sound of the wind and all kinds of sounds in her ears. For example, what Chen Mianmian said. She said that some people may want to surprise you. Now, I'm going to suppress it first. I'll ignore you and surprise you after work. You will have an emotional rebound and be very moved. After a while, Luo Yan's words sounded in my ears again. Are you? I want to give you a grand proposal ceremony. Are you? I'm sure you are the soulmate I want. Are you? Today is your birthday. Would you like to marry me? Are you? Don't worry, my mother will help me take care of you. Are you? When I go back on this business trip, we will get married. All the voices mixed together, Ling Qingyu finally squatted by the river out of control, covering his face and crying painfully. It turned out that Luo Yan had already decided to propose on her birthday. It turned out that he had already made in good time with Lu Minghua that he would register his marriage with her when he came back from this business trip, so Lu Minghua couldn't wait to push her to Lu Shen's bed. She hates it. She really hates Lu Minghua. I also hate to make fun of people. What can you do if you hate it? Now that the wood has become a boat, she and Luo Yan can't go back to the past. Ling Qingyu only felt that his heart ached as if he was about to suffocate. Luo Yan called one after another. She refused again and again, and finally turned off the phone directly and sat alone by the river. I don't know how long he cried. Ling Qingyu felt as if he was about to cry all his life's tears, and he calmed down. She sat in place and thought for a long time before she turned it back on and called Luo Yan back. Luo Yan, I'm married. Luo Yan, who was on the other end of the mobile phone, was stunned for a moment, and then reacted, it's impossible. Are you? I know you are angry about my business trip. You must have been angry with me on purpose when you said that. No, Luo Yan, we're done. It's my fault. I should have explained it to you earlier. But it happened so suddenly that I forgot to tell you before I was ready. There has always been a lack of a formal breakup ceremony between you and me. After a pause, Ling Qingyu said calmly, listen, Luo Yan, we're done. On the day of your business trip. Before you finished speaking, Luo Minghua, who had just received Ling Miao Miao's proposal video, rushed up, directly snatched Ling Qingyu's mobile phone, and roared excitedly. What did you say to Ian? What did you say to him about me? With that, Luo Minghua excitedly explained to Luo Yan on the other end of the mobile phone, Ian, don't listen to Ling Qingyu. Mom didn't do anything. You believe Mom? For a long time, Luo Ye's doubtful voice came from the microphone of the mobile phone. Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? Ayu, I didn't say a word that you are not good. Luo Minghua knew that he would not do his own trick. He was so guilty that his face turned pale. He quickly coaxed Luo Yan. Mom still has something to say to Ayu, so hang up first. When the sound fell, Luo Minghua hung up his mobile phone and smashed it at Lin Qingyu viciously. I really underestimated you. Marrying Lao San, you can also seduce my Luo Yan to propose to you. If it weren't for Miao Miao told me that I was here in time. Did you just want to tell Luo Yan that I pushed you to Lao Sa's bed? Are you willing to leave our mother-son relationship? Lin Qingyu stared at Luo Minghua with hatred. Look in the mirror. It's ridiculous that you don't do your own tricks. I separated your mother and son's feelings. Isn't what you just said true? Luo Minghua gritted his teeth in anger. Lin Qingyu, anyway, I don't allow it. I don't allow you to tell Iron. I want to ask you, do you still think that my Iron can come back and help you divorce Lao San so that you two can be together again? Let me tell you, you dream? Lin Qingyu smiled calmly. Don't worry, I won't dream like this again. Luo Minghua obviously didn't expect her to answer like this, but was stunned. Lin Qingyu passed by her side contemptuously and glared at her indifferently. Even if Lu Yanqian is as good, there is one thing, that is, with you as a mother, I can't turn back in my life. After saying that, Lin Qingyu walked firmly and left the riverside. She was so confused just now that she didn't expect that Lu Yan would propose to her on her birthday. But when she calmed down, she realized that her feelings for Lu Yan were only unwillingness and regret. The moral and ethical lines between the two make her never have other thoughts about Lu Yan. Moreover, Luo Yan has such a mother, and she will never turn back. Love can consider two people knowing each other and accompanying each other, but sometimes marriage really needs a good mother-in-law. A fighting mother-in-law is enough to ruin a good marriage and a beautiful love. Lin Qingyu understood the truth now, and he knew more clearly that he wanted to cut the chaos quickly. Uproot all the memories left by Luo Yan in his heart. On the other side, in the ward, Duan Xiaobai came to visit Luo Xin with 8 apples. As soon as he arrived at the ward, he looked at the time of his watch and said to Zhou Nan, have you finished your meal? If you haven't eaten, let's go together. By the way, please bring me a lunchbox. After saying that, Duan Xiaobai looked at Lu Xin again. Hey, why do you look like a dead man? Do you want to be so stingy? What's wrong with eating your lunchbox? You are now suspected of being infected with the flu. Brother, I came to see you with 8 apples. What is this? This is a fateful friendship. Get out of here. Lu Xin shot directly with an eye knife. Duan Xiaobai couldn't eat the lunchbox and didn't want to get out. Instead, he went to the south of Zhou and asked, what's wrong with your third master? If you are infected with the virus and catch a cold, you can't go back to accompany your wife, and you are not so irritable. Zhou Nan didn't dare to respond. Duan Xiaobai stared wide-eyed. It can't be the little 2 people who are making trouble, right? Seeing Zhou Nan's strange expression, Duan Xiaobai said to himself, it's true. With that, he went straight to Lu Xin's bedside and sat down. Brother, if you are emotionally confused, ask me. I know how to do it. Lu Xin squinted at him. You? That's right. With that, Duan Xiaobai rolled up his sleeves. I don't need to ask you and your sister-in-law what happened. I can also tell you what's wrong. What? You haven't fallen in love. Duan Xiaobai patted the desktop. Lu Xin frowned and emphasized, but we are married. Take a look. That's the problem. When people get married, they first fall in love, date, and get to know each other. After the flowers and the moon, you and I are excited to hold hands for the first time, kiss for the first time, and then walk into the temple of marriage. But what about you? You go straight to the home run. You say, can it be the same? This is the foundation that has not been well taken. Duan Xiao analyzed his own views. At this time, Zhou Nan's mobile phone jingled, showing that there was a new email in the mailbox. He subconsciously opened it, looked at the video in the email, and his face changed in fright. Third master. Someone sent my wife's video to my mailbox. Maybe I couldn't find your contact information on the official website, and it was sent to my assistant's mailbox. When Lu Xin heard the words, he had a bad feeling in his heart, and his sharp eyes shot at Zhou Nan. Show me the video. Chapter 47. Madam, I can't help but tell you about the third master. The video was sent by Lord Jiaren to Zhou Nan's mailbox. She couldn't find Lu Xin's contact information on Lu's official website and Weibo. In the end, she had to gamble and send it to Lu Xin's assistant's mailbox, hoping that Lu Xin could see it. Lu Xin looked at the video sent, and his handsome face seemed to be frozen. Duan Xiaobai glanced at him secretly, exclaimed that I was going, and quickly bounced a few meters away. Just kidding. After so many years with Lu Xin, he doesn't know what the content of the video is without watching it. He must have knocked over this guy's vinegar jar. In the past, every time he saw Lu Yan and Lin Qingyu talking and laughing, he would be extremely depressed. He would pull him to punch or pull him and Lao Ye to drink. This time, it is also related to Lu Yan. Adhering to the principle of cherishing life, Duan Xiaobai took a few steps away. For a long time, Lu Xin's cold voice sounded in the quiet ward. "Where is your wife?" Zhou Nan hesitated for a while, and finally said truthfully, "The person sent to protect his wife secretly said that his wife was crying by the river." "Okay, very good." Lu Xin squeezed out a few words from his teeth, which scared Duan Xiaobai and Zhou Nan to say a word. At this time, even breathing too loudly is a mistake. The low pressure in the ward continued until Lu Xin's mobile phone rang. Lu Xin took a look, and the coldness around him subsided a little. Zhou Nan and Duan Xiaobai looked at each other without asking. This call must have been made by Lin Qingyu. Lu Xin connected his mobile phone, and his voice was still a little cold. "It's me." The other end of the mobile phone was quiet for a long time before a tentative voice came. "Are you busy?" "You say?" Lu Xin's voice doesn't distinguish between joy and anger. Lin Qingyu took a deep breath and said, "Luo Yan just proposed to me." When Lu Xin heard the words, the ice on Jinrong melted a little. He didn't respond, as if he was waiting for Lin Qingyu to confess. Lin Qingyu's mood has also calmed down now, and it seems that it is not so difficult to say it out. She looked at the bustling night view outside the window and slowly confessed with Lu Xin. "When I got off work, the director of the Cultural Relics Institute came to pick me up and only talked about going to see the publication. After all, he was an elder. He asked me for a small favor. I couldn't refuse, so I went. When I got to the institute, I knew that Luo Yan was going to propose to me. He didn't come back. He proposed through mobile phone projection. At the beginning, I was so flustered that I didn't react, so I listened to his proposal. When I realized, I immediately rejected him." 3. Lu Xin, "I'm sorry, I think I should confess this matter to you. I just called Lu Yan to tell him that I was married, but before I said I would marry you, Lu Minghua snatched his mobile phone. I'm calling this because I hope you don't think too much, and I don't want you to know about it from others. I will definitely keep a distance from Luo Yan in the future." "Okay, I believe you." Lin Qingyu breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the words. After a while, Lu Xin's gentle voice came from the other end of the mobile phone. "Where are you now?" "I'm back home." Lin Qingyu responded frankly. "Okay, then go back to your room and open the wardrobe." Lin Qingyu obediently took his mobile phone and walked back to the master bedroom. He opened the wardrobe and was shocked. She didn't have many clothes. Originally, she only occupied less than a quarter of the wardrobe, which made the whole wardrobe look empty. At this time, the wardrobe is full of seasonal clothes, coats, skirts, undershirts, and all kinds of colors, just like the hanging racks in the store. She is also a woman, so she naturally likes this little surprise. After a while, the sound as warm as the mountain wind came from the other end of the mobile phone. "Happy birthday, Mrs. Luo." Lin Qingyu's heart fluttered. It turned out that Luo Xin really knew his birthday. "Thank you." The corners of Lin Qingyu's mouth rose unconsciously. "So when will you come back?" Mentioning this, Lin Qingyu didn't know why. Luo Xin's voice was a little cold, and he only said, "I don't know." She had to bend the corners of her mouth reluctantly. "Okay, then you get busy. I won't bother you anymore." After the mobile phone was hung up, Luo Xin's face sank again. But Duan Xiaobai and Zhou Nan can keenly perceive the change of Luo Xin's aura. "I used to be cold and want to kill people, but now I'm more sullen." Zhou Nan quickly broke the embarrassment. "Is it your wife's call? Did your wife confess to you?" Luo Xin nodded gently, and his expression did not distinguish between joy and anger. Zhou Nan exhaled. "My wife confessed to you, which shows that she doesn't have a second young master in her heart. Third master, just put 100 hearts." "That's not necessarily true." Duan Xiaobai expressed his opinion. "Again, he has been in a relationship for 3 years. Can he get along with you for more than 10 days? Definitely not. The degree of affection must be different." Zhou Nan wiped a cold sweat. This man really dares to say. "Have you bought it from Feng Shui Baodi?" However, Duan Xiaobai likes to help others analyze their feelings and continues to immerse himself in the feeling of an expert. "So, I think it's because of responsibility and morality that my sister-in-law confessed to San. If you want to say that the little sister-in-law has 3 in her heart, I don't think. Necessarily." Luo Xin's face sank a little when he heard the words. How could he not be clear? Lin Qingyu's confession just now is more responsible for this marriage. At best, she can only say that she cares about this marriage, not that she loves him. But since he had her, Luo Xin became very greedy and wanted more. Not only her people, but also her heart. He hopes that Lin Qingyu can belong to her completely. Duan Xiaobai sighed. "It's the same. Third, you have to pursue others." "How to chase?" Luo Xin asked. Duan Xiaobai said with a smile, "That's simple. You ask Zhou Nan to buy me a lunchbox first. I'll give you a detailed plan when I get home." Luo Xin gave Zhou Nan a gin, and Zhou Nan immediately called to arrange a boxed lunch. Duan Xiaobai was overjoyed in an instant. The boxed lunch in Nangding this week has always been delicious. He exchanged 8 apples for a meal. "It's worth it." As soon as the lunchbox was arranged, Zhou Nan looked at Lucian with a stiff smile. "Third master, the report is out. You're fine. It's just a common cold. Maybe you were tired of staying up late before, so you fell asleep in the morning and slept more deeply." When Lucian heard the words, his face was as black as coal. "Won't you tell me tomorrow? My wife just asked me when I would go back. I said I didn't know. You just told me that it was okay." Zhou Nan came over and quickly said, "Leave this matter to me." Lucian snorted. Zhou Nan agreed and immediately called Ling Qingyu in front of Lucian and Duan Xiaobai. "Madam, I'm Zhou Nan. Have you slept yet?" Ling Qingyu's sober voice came from the other end of the mobile phone. "No. It's like this. I can't help but want to tell you about the third master." When Ling Qingyu heard this, he was a little more energetic. "You say?" Zhou Nan cleared his throat and looked embarrassed. "That's right. The third master didn't mean not to go back. The customers we contacted before carried infectious viruses. The hospital asked the third master to isolate you first. The third master didn't enter the room until last night." Hearing the words, Lucian nodded his head slightly with satisfaction. Zhou Nan keenly sensed Lucian's satisfaction and continued to be a substitute. "And in the morning, the third master didn't deliberately ignore you. He fainted and didn't know that his wife was knocking on the door." When Ling Qingyu heard the words, his heart tightened. "Is it okay for others now?" Zhou Nan sighed. Alas. Chapter 48. The mouth is online for Zhou Nan, and Lucian is very good at flirting with his wife. After sighing, Zhou Nan didn't say whether Lucian was okay. He continued to whet Ling Qingyu's appetite and turned to say, "There is one more thing that I really can't stand. I think I have to tell my wife. The third master is so pitiful." Lucian. Duan Xiaobai. Zhou Nan shook his head and sighed. "Madam, someone just sent the video of the second young master's proposal to the third master. The third master was very sad before you called to explain to the third master. He feels that he ruined the relationship between you and the second young master." Duan Xiaobai, isn't this a fart? With that, Zhou Nan's voice choked a little. "Third master. He also asked me to liquidate the property to see if there was any real estate that could be sold. He said that if you were going to divorce, he would give you 2/3 of the property. He just needs to save some pension money by himself." Madam, the third master is really kind to you. Just now, before the blood test report came out, he saw the proposal video of the second young man. He was discouraged and wanted to make a will, saying that he wanted to set you free and let you live the life you wanted. Duan Xiaobai was speechless when he heard the words. "Is this what people said?" And Lucian nodded with satisfaction. When Ling Qingyu heard Zhou Nan's words, his heart was sour and anxious. He hurriedly asked, "Which hospital are you in now?" "I'll be there right away." Zhou Nan took a look at Lucian and reported the name of the hospital after getting the consent. "Your wife hasn't eaten yet, has she? The third master actually booed a restaurant today to celebrate your birthday. It's just that the blood report hasn't come out, so I dare not ask my wife out. How about I ask the restaurant to deliver the food?" "Okay." Ling Qingyu responded and hung up his mobile phone. At this time, Duan Xiaobai in the ward was shocked. "Damn, you two masters and servants have more than 800 hearts and eyes. Who can play?" With that, Duan Xiaobai sighed and took Lucian's shoulder and said, "No, listen to me, you still have to pursue others seriously. What you can calculate is not love, but sympathy." When Lucian heard the words, his face sank a little and looked at Zhou Nan. "This month's bonus has doubled." Zhou Nan smiled and bowed. "Thank you, third master." As soon as Duan Xiaobai heard about money, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he didn't have time to say anything. Lucian wintered at Zhou Nan. "Throw this guy out and I'll give you a bonus of 10,000 yuan." Zhou Nan nodded and walked out of the ward with Duan Xiaobai. "Mr. Duan, I'm sorry, please don't affect the dining of the third master and his wife." Duan Xiaobai was taken out and shouted to the ward, "No, 3, listen to me. I can be your love consultant, and you just need to give me some consulting fee. It's not rice meal. I haven't got my boxed lunch yet." Soon, Duan Xiaobai was taken away by Zhou Nan. Duan Xiaobai was sent away. Just as Zhou Nan was about to walk back, he saw a familiar girl pulling with the nurse. He squinted slightly and observed for a while. Lord Jiaren was carrying a fruit basket and kept bowing to the nurse. "Please. The other party is my respected uncle, nurse and sister. Just let me in. I just want to surprise him. I won't affect your work, just for a while." The nurse refused with an expressionless face. "No. This is the VIP ward. You must tell me which floor and room you want to visit. When I dial the phone to confirm with the patient can only let me go if he agrees to see you." Lord Jiaren was soft and hard for a long time, but the nurse still didn't get the oil and salt. Lord Jiaren finally had to give up and gave the fruit basket to the nurse. "Since I can't see my elders, give this fruit basket to the nurse." "No need, thank you." The nurse refused coldly. Lord Jia was so popular that she rolled her eyes. She heard from Ling Miao Miao that an acquaintance met Lucian in the VIP area of this private hospital and wanted to see if he could meet him by chance. Unexpectedly, this damn nurse refused to let her in, ruined her plan, and let her waste a very expensive fruit basket. Luo Jiaren turned around and wanted to leave, but then she came up with a clever idea and asked, "Nurse, there happens to be an old man in my family who needs to rest. I think your VIP environment is quite good. I would like to ask how the cost here is calculated. The minimum consumption of the basic suite is 100,000 yen. No matter how long you live, 1 day's stay is the bottom of 100,000 yen. There will be a detailed list of other expenses. But there are basically no vacant rooms here, and private rooms are booked all year round." When Lord Jiaren heard the words, her eyes widened. The minimum consumption is 100,000. It's enough to buy a bag that can support the scene. It seems that she guessed correctly. The third master of the Luo family in a wheelchair is still very rich. Luo Jiaren carried a fruit basket and left happily humming a little song. She felt that although the chance encounter was not successful, at least she found useful information. This trip is not a loss. Zhou Nan took a deep look at Luo Jiaren's back and quickly went back to the room to tell Luo Xin about the matter. "Third master, I just visited the window and saw a girl who went to my house that day. She seems to be endearing about you." "Insect?" Luo Xin's eyebrows were slightly unhappy. "Well, we were chartered here today, but she told the nurse that she wanted to visit an elder. It's too coincidental that we met in the apartment that day and appeared here again today." Luo Xin responded indifferently and didn't take such a little girl to heart. "Go and check the person who sent the video to your mailbox." "Okay." As soon as Zhou Nan responded, Lin Qingyu took some fruit and walked into the ward. Because of Luo Ye's marriage proposal just happened, Lin Qingyu was more or less embarrassed. Zhou Nanqi greeted Lin Qingyu. "Madam, please sit at this table." With that, Zhou Nan helped Luo Xin into the wheelchair again, pushed him to the table, and left after serving the lunch box for the two. As soon as Zhou Nan left, the ward became quiet in an instant. Luo Xin said first, "Let's eat." "Okay." Lin Qingyu responded awkwardly, quickly opened the takeaway package and handed one of them to Luo Xin. Then, both of them ate in a muffled voice and said nothing more. Luo Xin ordered a boxed lunch from a high-end Western restaurant. The box is made of wood, and there are many small grids inside, and there are also customized iron plates in the larger grids. There is a piece of cut steak on the iron plate, and it is still steaming when it is opened. Other dishes are also very rich, such as heart-shaped foie gras sauce, black matsutake dumplings, etc., which are all very luxurious dishes. But Lin Qingyu didn't know why, as if he couldn't taste anything. Especially when she saw that Luo Xin didn't eat a few mouthfuls of rice, she lowered her head and poked something behind the wooden box with a toothpick. She was even more uneasy. After dinner, Lin Qingyu took the initiative to open the topic. "Thank you for sending me so many clothes. Buying clothes for my wife, this is what I should do." Luo Xin lowered his head and continued to use his toothpicks. He didn't know what he was playing with. The box is 5 or 6 centimeters high, and Lin Qingyu can't see what he is doing, so he can only continue to talk about clothes. "Some of the brands of those clothes I know seem to be quite expensive. That cabinet of clothes went to someone else to get it," Luo Xin said lightly. "Huh?" Lin Qingyu was stunned. Luo Xin explained with an extremely natural expression, "A clothing general distributor owes me money. Since I got down, he was not afraid of me and refused to pay back. I can only get his clothes to pay off the debt." Oh, when Lin Qingyu heard Luo Xin's words, he felt strangely distressed and couldn't help saying that those clothes should be sold for some money. Or, don't take clothes from him next time, take something else valuable, which can be realized. Before Lin Qingyu finished speaking, he was interrupted by Luo Xin. "Mrs. Luo," Lin Qingyu raised his eyes in a daze and saw Luo Xin's serious expression. "I, Luo, still have the ability to buy a few clothes for my wife. I don't mean that." When Lin Qingyu was told this, he was a little flustered, afraid of hurting his self-esteem. Before he could say anything, he saw Luo Xin take out several big cherries from behind the wooden box and put them in front of her one by one. Each heart-shaped cherry is scratched with a toothpick and engraved with words, "Happy birthday, Mrs. Luo." Chapter 49, Mrs. Luo, can I apply several times a week? Lin Qingyu only felt that his heart was filled for a moment. It turned out that Luo Xin had been carving words on the cherry just now. Luo Xin looked at Lin Qingyu's stunned expression, pushed a few cherries forward, and said with a strong desire to win or lose, "I can also engrave words. As long as you like it, I can learn it." Lin Qingyu was a little moved and funny. She looked up at Luo Xin, took a deep breath, and was about to say what she wanted to say, but she didn't expect that Luo Xin spoke at the same time as her. "Ayu, let me chase you." "Luo Xin, let's fall in love." When the voice fell, both of them were stunned. With a click, President Wao pushed open the door of the ward and came in. Hearing this, he was also stunned. He pulled the corners of his mouth in disgust. "Little girl, are you going to fall in love with this black heart?" When Luo Xin heard the words, he shot with an eye knife. "Wang Chongyang, shut up. Don't open your mouth, don't open your mouth. Get out of here." As soon as Wang Chongyang heard it, he got excited and pointed at him to complain to Lin Xingyu. Little girl, look, this kind of person is so rude to the old man. Don't fall in love with him. Why don't you talk to my son? My son is much more polite than him. Wang Chongyang, you want to die? She is my wife. Luo Shen was so angry that he almost stood up and hit him. President Wang's eyes widened and looked at Lin Qingyu. I see. It turns out that you are the unlucky one who married Luo Shen. Lin Qingyu nodded with an awkward smile. Wang Chongyang shook his head regretfully. Alas, what a flower, put on this smelly and hard thatched stone. It's a pity. Luo Shen's eyes were so cold that he wanted to bury President Wang. What are you doing here? Get out of here if you have nothing to do. President Wang liked to see the old boy shrivel and said with the posture of a dean, as the dean of this hospital and your attending doctor, what do you think I should do? He must be here to care about you. When Lin Qingyu heard the words, he hurriedly asked, Dean, how is Luo Shen's health? How could I faint in the morning? Luo Shen has always been in excellent physical condition and proud of him. When he heard his wife mention her bad things in the morning, he quickly explained, it's not that he fainted, but he slept too deeply. Alas, don't lie to your wife. President Wang sighed. Your body is too weak to faint. These are all sequelae of car accidents. I was thinking, wasn't you well treated by me before? How could it be like this all of a sudden? After thinking about it, there is only one reason. Lin Xingyu quickly asked, what's the reason? Overindulgence. Dean Wang spoke seriously. When the voice fell, Luo Shen almost wanted to bury his whole family. And Lin Qingyu's face burned again, and he looked at the ground awkwardly. President Wang patted Luo Shen on the shoulder. At your age, you are almost 3 years old. With a car accident, it is not as good as before. You still have to take your time. I just heard you two talk about falling in love. That's great. Let's not do that first. Let's hold small hands first. How nice. With that, President Wang looked at Lin Qingyu. You can't always listen to this old boy. He should take care of his body. After saying that, President Wang almost laughed out loud and found an excuse to slip away. Don't mention how happy I am in my heart. Tell this boy to plot with him if he has nothing to do. It should be. After President Wang left, the ward became quiet again. Lin Qingyu was embarrassed for a long time, and then took the initiative to walk to Luo Shen and bowed his head to ask, does what you just said still count? Luo Shen didn't react. Lin Qingyu took a deep breath and said with courage, Luo Shen, I want to fall in love with you. I want to get along with you seriously, like a lover, from strangeness to understanding each other. We are equal. You are Luo Shen, not anyone's third uncle, and I am Lin Qingyu, and I am not anyone's fiancé. Let's slowly accumulate our memories, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 10 years, okay? Luo Shen stretched out his hand and pulled the person to sit on his lap. He said in a low voice, yes, but, Mrs. Luo, I have no experience. You need to teach more. But. Luo Shen deliberately paused and rubbed his lips against the side of Lin Qingyu's face, but. Men should take the initiative to fall in love. You are waiting to be chased by me. With that, Luo Shen's lips were about to cover Lin Qingyu's lips. With a click, President Wang opened the door again and broke in. Little girl, I just forgot to remind you. An old man like Luo Shen is chasing you. Don't agree too soon. Look, this is not a slippery mouth. There is no one who wants to kiss on the first day of chasing someone. You can't tell him. My old man is risking his life to remind you. After saying that, President Wang slipped away again. Lin Qingyu burst into laughter. She can feel that the dean has a good relationship with Luo Shen. At this moment, Luo Shen's lips were about to fall again, and Lin Qingyu quickly stood up to avoid it. The dean is right. If you want to pursue me, you have to respect me. Don't move your hands and feet. Falling in love starts from scratch. Luo Shen's expression choked. Lin Qingyu smiled and said, I'll push you to bed to rest. With that, Lin Qingyu took the initiative to take care of Luo Shen, pushed his wheelchair to the bedside, and helped him go to bed. As soon as Luo Shen lay down, he reached out and pulled Lin Qingyu down. He held his wife in his arms, pressed his chest against her back, and put his chin against her shoulder with satisfaction. Mrs. Luo, stay with me tonight. Lin Qingyu hesitated. Didn't you just say that you would fall in love? Can't you spend the night with me when you fall in love? Luo Shen took it for granted. He held Lin Qingyu's soft body a little tighter and almost rubbed the person into his body. Lin Qingyu's neck was scratched and twisted like a caterpillar. He explained with a smile, of course not. Luo Shen, don't do this. Don't move. Luo Shen's body stiffened a little, and his voice was a little hoarse. He didn't dare to deal with her here. Who knows if the old guy surnamed Bastard will rush in casually. Luo Shen will really want to give Wang Chongyang an ATM. Lin Qingyu could keenly feel the changes in Luo Shen's body, and was too scared to move, muttering in a low voice. Of course, you can't fall in love like this. Luo Yan, and I didn't do this either. Luo Shen endured it very badly and hummed, it's really boring to fall in love. Lin Qingyu. After a while, Luo Shen defended himself again, but we are husband and wife. Ling Jingyu turned his head slightly to look at him, but you just said that you should start from the beginning. You have to start from scratch. Now, we are still in the stage of just getting to know each other. Luo Shen, you asked a girl to spend the night with you as soon as you met him. This is a scumbag. Luo Shen snorted, then we won't start falling in love until tomorrow. Not counting tonight. And Mrs. Luo, aren't you worried that I will faint again tonight? There must be someone to take care of me. Ling Jingyu also thought it was reasonable, so he agreed. She was silent for a while and boldly proposed, well, let's sleep in separate rooms from tomorrow night. You go to the guest room. In this way, you can also listen to Dean Wang and take good care of your health. Do you want to sleep in separate rooms? Luo Shen's voice is a little higher. Mrs. Luo, my health is fine. Very good. Don't listen to that stinky old man's nonsense. Sleeping in separate rooms is for my life. But it's meaningless to fall in love and sleep together. Luo Shen. For a long time, Luo Shen felt that he had taken several steps back and opened his mouth. Mrs. Luo, can I apply several times a week? Chapter 50. She doesn't want to cause trouble, but it doesn't mean she's afraid of trouble. How many times a week? Ling Qingyu's face instantly turned red like a boiled crayfish. How can anyone ask so bluntly? From Luo Shen's perspective, he saw a small crimson ear with short thin hair on the outline, which looked so cute. He couldn't help holding Ling Qingyu's warm little earlobe. Ling Qingyu reacted very much and trembled straight. Luo Shen seemed to be very satisfied with her reaction and smiled in a low voice. Mrs. Luo, you haven't told me how many times a week you can go back to the room. Huh? Is this what you just said? Ling Qingyu didn't even think about it, but said it in a daze. After saying it out, she couldn't wait to bite off her tongue. Luo Shen was slightly stunned, and then laughed openly. What does Mrs. Luo think? If you need it, several times a week, I can also cooperate. Luo Shen's cheerful laughter sounded in his ear, and Ling Qingyu felt the heat wave on his face. She covered her ears and said angrily, don't talk anymore. Anyway, falling in love is, I don't agree, you can't enter my room. Luo Shen felt that his little wife was so cute. His cheeks were red and his delicate appearance was so cute that he really wanted to swallow it in one gulp. He also seems to have found new fun. The new and lively Ling Qingyu quickly hugged the person a little, kissed her on the back of her head, and said solemnly, Mrs. Luo, I will definitely chase you from tomorrow. Ling Qingyu's heart jumped. Luo Shen made another sentence, strive to enter the house as soon as possible. Ling Qingyu. Why didn't she find that Luo Ya's third uncle was so rude before? But I don't know why, every time she nestles in his arms, she always feels inexplicably at ease. Too many things happened all day. As soon as Ling Qingyu relaxed, he fell asleep. When she breathed evenly, Luo Shen quietly took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Zhou Nan. All four wheels of Wang Chongyao's car were punctured. After a pause, he felt relieved and made up for it. All the wheels of his garage were punctured. Zhou Nan. The next day, Ling Qingyu had breakfast in the ward and rushed to school. She is wearing a pink and purple tweed coat given to her by Luo Shen today, with a white scarf. She looks gentle and youthful. As soon as she entered the teaching building, she was stunned. Director Wang Mei wore the same coat as her and was praised by a group of teachers. Oh, Director Wang, this dress really sets off your temperament. The texture of this dress is really good. Isn't it quite expensive? This color looks good on your skin. Ling Qingyu listened to these praises and subconsciously wanted to leave in a low-key way. She doesn't want everyone to find out that she bumped into Wang Mei. As soon as she turned around, Lord Jiaren's sister stopped her. Ah, Mr. Ling, what a coincidence, you wore the same clothes as the director today. Ling Qingyu's body was slightly stiff, and naturally, he could hear that these words were deliberately provoking trouble. She doesn't want to cause trouble. She has always kept a low profile and avoids some small troubles as much as she can, but it doesn't mean that she is afraid of trouble. It's quite a coincidence. Ling Qingyu turned around with a smile and walked towards Mr. Luo generously. Mr. Luo's eyesight was really good. It's not like a person who repeats the wrong grades at all. When Lord Jiaren's sister heard the words, her face suddenly sank. Last time, she miscalculated the total Chinese score of the class, thinking that she surpassed the class led by Ling Qingyu, and became the first place in the grade in Chinese, so she snaggered in the office. As a result, not long after, the Academic Affairs Office informed her that she had counted repeatedly, and the total score was not so high at all. That incident was brought out again, and Lord Jiaren's sister was a little unbearable. But she was not a fuel-saving lamp, and soon continued to provoke. Let's see, is this dress good-looking for Director Wang or Ling Qingyu? As soon as these words came out, there was no doubt that Ling Qingyu was roasted on the fire. Several teachers all look embarrassed and don't know what to say. Wang Mei and Ling Qingyu, not to mention the age difference, the difference in their appearance is not half a star. When Ling Qingyu first entered the school, she was known as a rare school beauty teacher in the school for 10 years. And Wang Mei not only has a mediocre posture, but also a little too thick waist. The two of them wear the same clothes, and people with clear eyes know who looks good. But Wang Mei's identity is there, and no one wants to tell the truth. Teachers, you look at me, I look at you, both of you are quiet. Lin Qingyu looked at Lord Jiaren's sister with a gentle smile, since the question was raised by Mr. Luo. Let Mr. Luo answer it for all of us. When everyone heard it, they echoed. That's right. Yes, Mr. Luo, you say it. At this time, Wang Mei also looked at Lord Jiaren's sister curiously, and her scalp was stiff. Sister Lord Jiaren didn't expect that Lin Qingyu would hit the ball back to her. In the end, she could only say stiffly, of course, each has 1,000 autumns. However, this dress is expensive, and it takes people who are a little older to wear this kind of aura. The meaning is that Director Wang is better. Lin Qingyu smiled, I don't think so. When Lord Jiaren heard the words, her eyes widened. She couldn't believe that she looked at Lin Qingyu and thought she was crazy. Refuting her doesn't mean saying that Wang Mei doesn't look good in this dress. Does she look good when she wears it? Facing the shocked eyes of the crowd, Lin Qingyu explained slowly. As Mr. Luo said, clothes need people to wear them to show their aura. But I personally don't think Mr. Luo said that Director Wang wore this kind of aura because he was old. Personally, I think it is Director Wang's own experience and cultivation that makes her wear this aura. When the voice fell, Lord Jiaren's sister realized that something was wrong and quickly explained, Director Wang, I didn't mean that you were older than Lin Qingyu. After saying that, Lord Jiaren's sister fanned her big mouth angrily. Wang Mei glared at her and said nothing more. Everyone laughed secretly. Just as they were about to disperse, a group of two parents came over strangely. It's really strange to see the teacher wearing the latest season coat of the V family in school. These two parents were the parents who had begged Wang Mei several times before to transfer Lin Qingyu back, but they were both rejected by Wang Mei. At this time, the two rich wives looked unkindly on Wang Mei's clothes. Sister Lord Jiaren immediately protected Wang Mei and said, what's so strange about this? Together, our teacher can't wear any V coats. One of the parents walked to Lord Jiaren's sister and raised the corners of his mouth. Yes, but I'm curious about how much the teacher's monthly salary is and how can he buy a coat of 150,000 yuan. When the voice fell, everyone was so shocked that their eyes were about to fall off. 150,000 yuan for a coat. Lin Qingyu himself was also scared. The noblewoman's parent smiled, and her inquiring eyes fell back and forth between Lin Qingyu and Wang Mei, continuing to be yin and yang strange. Mr. Ling heard that she married a good husband and wore a pink heart diamond ring priced at tens of millions, so she naturally could afford to wear this coat of 150,000 yuan. When the voice fell, Lin Qingyu was stunned and looked at the ring in his hand. A pink heart worth tens of millions. Chapter 51. Director Wang hit himself in the face. Yu Cheng envied that the parent's target was Wang Mei. He didn't notice Lin Qingyu's shock and continued to be strange. But some people take an ordinary salary and wear such an expensive coat. Shouldn't they be greedy for money? Hearing that her parents were vaguely hinting at her corruption, Wang Mei's face turned pale in an instant and quickly explained, my clothes are not from these. It was given by a good friend, and it was said to be more than 1,000 yuan. It's not so expensive. Wang Mei's words are true. This dress is a high imitation she bought, and it only costs more than 1,000 yuan. Oh, the parent's voice was long. It turned out to be a high imitation. That's reasonable. With that, the two parents took a deep look at Lin Qingyu. Mr. Lin's clothes are really beautiful. The two praised each other and left together, leaving Wang Mei, who had just admitted to wearing imitations, with a hot face. Although it was said to be an imitation, the price of more than 1,000 yuan was also taken down by her after thinking for a long time. How can she not be angry when she is slapped in the face in public now? Wang Mei's face was gloomy. She turned her head and stepped on high heels and went back to her office. Seeing this, Lin Qingyu was also about to walk into the teacher's office, but before he could take a step, he was surrounded by his colleagues. Ayu, let me touch your clothes. I haven't touched 150,000 clothes yet. That's right, let me open my eyes. Ayu, do you want tens of millions of this ring? Oh, my god. What does it feel like to wear a large flat layer on your hand? Several female teachers touched Lin Qingyu with a word of you and a word of me. Lin Qingyu was tickled by everyone. This dress was given by my husband, and it may be an imitation. As for this diamond ring, the parent must have read it wrong. My husband said that this is worthless. It can't be 10 million. Lin Qingyu was also shocked just now, but when he thought of Luoxin's loss of power and depression, he felt that it should be impossible to take out such an expensive diamond ring, so he didn't pay attention to it. The female teachers around don't understand, and no one can say a letter. At this time, a married female teacher looked at Lin Qingyu's diamond ring and said, Mr. Ling, don't be modest. Like your husband, it is not impossible for you to buy the large flat floor in the Bund Bay worth hundreds of millions and buy you this diamond ring worth more than 10 million yuan. When the female teachers heard the price of the large flat floor, they exclaimed again. Lin Qingyu was also stunned. That large flat floor should not be that expensive, right? She also privately estimated according to the market price, which is about 10 million. But the value of tens of millions and the value of hundreds of millions are two different concepts. Other female teachers also responded, yes, 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 the big flat floor looks really luxurious, but according to the square unit price passed down from outside, it should be 7 or 8 million. The married female teacher smiled, you know that my husband is the chief engineer of the Bund Bay, right? Everyone nodded one after another and almost forgot about it. That day, after I went to Mr. Ling's house, I took a photo to show to my husband. My husband is a knowledgeable person. He is very sure that the house, including the decoration and furnishing, can't be taken down without hundreds of millions. Because Mr. Lee's house has the best landscape and is also the most expensive in the whole property, and it is specially designed for customers of rich families in Cheongchong. To get a quota, it is not only necessary to compete internally, but also to see who has a stronger relationship, who has a higher status in Cheongchong, and also to afford the internal price. When the voice fell, the teachers all felt that the credibility of the words was very high, and they exclaimed with envy again. Ayu, I envy you so much. Having such an awesome husband. Ayu, your husband is really willing. Such an expensive house, I'll give it to you. When Lord Jiaren's sister saw this scene, she was so jealous that she almost broke her teeth. On what basis? Why is Lin Qingyu's class? Her Chinese grades are overwhelming everywhere, and her married husband is still so rich. There is a flat floor in the Bund Bay, and she also bought her such an expensive diamond ring. Lord Jiaren's sister's eyes sank, and she sent a WeChat message to her sister, have a good relationship with Li Miao Miao. Her brother-in-law is a great person. I just heard that the house they live in is worth hundreds of millions, and the diamond ring in Mr. Ling's hand costs more than 10 million ye. After sending the message, Lord Jiaren's sister looked contemptuously in the direction of Ling Qingyu. Last night, she accidentally overheard her sister's conversation with Li Miao Miao, and learned that she wanted to help Li Miao Miao her anger and seduce Ling Qingyu's husband. She was well aware of what her sister's urine was. When she saw a rich man, she wanted to, so she just said that on purpose. She is waiting now, waiting for Ling Qingyu to become an abandoned woman crying. Soon, the class bell rang, and the teachers surrounding Ling Qingyu were also scattered. Ling Qingyu returned to the office, turned on the computer, and started the day's work. During the lunch break, Chen Mianmian came to her for dinner and went to the mall by the way. Just after dinner, Luo Ye's annoying phone call came again. Ling Qingyu connected his mobile phone generously in front of Chen Mianmian. Chen Mianmian came over and eavesdropped on the side of his mobile phone. Luo Ye's gentle voice came from the other end of the mobile phone. Ayu, have you calmed down? Chen Mianmian. What kind of brain-damaged opening is this? Ling Qingyu also frowned subconsciously. Luo Yan, I made it clear to you last night. I broke up and got married. Ayu, don't be angry with me again, okay? I know, you were scared on the day of my business trip. You must be very flustered when you encounter something like the high situation. But, Ayu, I can't help it. People are like this in the workplace. You are also an office worker yourself. You should know very well that when the company asks you to go on a business trip, you can't refuse. Besides, haven't you always supported my archaeological work? I also often tell my colleagues that we have to find a considerate and understanding wife like you. Luo Yan. Ling Qingyu is tired of talking to Luo Yan's chicken and duck. When you come back, I need to give you an explanation, and my husband and I will give you an explanation together. Now, I don't want to say any more. Here you are again. Ayu, is it interesting for you to stimulate me like this? Luo Yan's voice was a little irritable. I said that I would go back in less than a few days. If you stimulate me now, I can't fly back immediately. Ling Qingyu felt a little uncomfortable when he heard this. Before he could say anything, Luo Yan continued to say to himself. By the way, Ayu, I talked to my mother on the phone last night, and she said that you don't live in the old house anymore. Tell me the truth, is there any misunderstanding between you and my mother? Chapter 52 Lord Jia seduced Luo Shen, and was caught on the spot by Ling Qingyu. Ling Qingyu's lips were slightly open. Just as she wanted to say something, Luo Yan said bitterly. Ayu, my mother is an elder. If there is anything wrong, you can let her do more. I also know that my mother doesn't do well in some things. But people of her age group are like that. Since ancient times, the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law has been the most difficult. My mother has such a precious son as me. She will definitely think that you are going to rob her son. However, Ayu, I always think you are a very sensible person. You can definitely understand my mother and make her not have this sense of crisis, right? When it comes to Luo Minghua, Ling Qingyu's heart is still full of hatred. She gritted her teeth and said, yes. I won't let her have such a sense of crisis in the future, and I won't let her think that I will rob his son. Because she can't be with Luo Yan at all. That's right. As a man, it is my greatest happiness to see you two getting along well. Before Luo Yan finished speaking, Chen Mianmian couldn't listen any longer. He directly snatched Ling Qingyu's mobile phone and shouted directly at the microphone. Luo Yan, you must being stupid. Ayu got married, I've seen her husband. It's not fake. Put away your self-righteousness. Ayu, I don't have to marry you. She deserves better treatment. Also, are you a person who reads too many books and is stupid? What did you just say? You said that you were scared to know that Ayu encountered such a thing on the day of your business trip. You know that she is scared, and you still leave. You are still a human, can you be regarded as someone's boyfriend? What do you say? You can't help yourself in the workplace. You. Forget it if others say this. You are the second young master of the law family. If you don't go on a business trip, isn't it a problem that you can solve in one sentence? Since you know the high situation. Since the phone call just now, have you asked if the High Bureau has retaliated against Ayu? Have you asked Ayu if he is safe? No, you are always explaining why you are on a business trip, and you always ask Ayu to let your mother. Let me tell you, you really have to ask your mother about Ayu's marriage. Ayu is the party involved. She doesn't want to talk about this embarrassing thing on the phone, and it's inconvenient for me to say anything. But Lu Yan, let me tell you, your mother, or Ayu, won't serve you. After saying that, Chen Mianmian hung up her mobile phone and stuffed it back into Ling Qingyi's hand. She was not embarrassed to steal her phone. She took a look at Ling Qingyi with anger on her face. What are you looking at? Why, are you angry that I stole your mobile phone? Are you angry with me for such a scumbag? Ling Qingyi couldn't help bending the corners of his mouth and pulled Chen Mianmian's cheek with laughter. I'm thinking, it's good that you, the sister, have said everything I want to say in my heart. Otherwise, I will regret that I didn't play well just now. Chen Mianmian raised her chin proudly. That's a quarrel. You, Mr. Chen, I have never lost. With a jingle, Ling Qingyi's mobile phone rang. A text message came. Ayu, I'll tell you seriously again. You are a very cultivated person. In fact, you are not suitable to get too close to Chen Mianmian. Eavesdropping on other people's phone calls and stealing other people's phone calls are very uneducated behaviors. Ling Qingyi and Chen Mianmian looked at the text message at the same time. Chen Mianmian was angry again and wanted to say something when she saw Ling Qingyi's decisive reply. Lu Yan, please don't judge my best friend. In addition, I also want to blacklist your mobile phone number, so I don't need to contact you. When you return to Jiangcheng, if you need me to give you an explanation, see you at the old house. After sending WeChat, Ling Qingyi also blocked Lu Yan's mobile phone number. Chen Mianmian gave her a thumbs up. Awesome. It's crisp enough. I'll treat you to this meal. Chen Mianmian bought the bill, and the two walked out of the restaurant. Chen Mianmian proposed to stroll around first and digest. But without taking a few steps, Chen Mianmian was suddenly stunned when his eyes touched a figure sitting in a wheelchair. Ayu, isn't that your husband? Ling Qingyi looked in the direction pointed by Chen Mianmian and saw Zhounan pushing Lu Xin into a women's leather bag store. Following closely, Lord Jiaren also walked in. Chen Mianmian frowned and said to Ling Qingyi in a low voice, let's go and take a look behind the big pillar over there. There happens to be a large humanoid sculpture next to the store, and there is a very thick marble pillar next to it. Behind the pillar is a wrought iron chair where you can rest. The two of them walk over and sit down, just to peek at the situation in the store. Ling Qingyi was also a little curious and agreed to Chen Mianmian's proposal. The two quietly walked to the back of the pillar and sat down. At this time, Lord Jiaren is excitedly walking into the famous store. She just received a WeChat message from her sister in the morning, saying that Lu Xin had bought a diamond ring worth tens of millions for Ling Qingyi, which was so envious. She kept praying in her heart, asking God to give her a chance to meet Lu Xin. But I didn't expect that when I was shopping at noon, I could really meet it. Lord Jiaren pretended to be shopping and walked into the store. When she walked to the wind mouth, she said delicately, oh, why is the heating here so hot? With that, she naturally took off her long-haired coat and only showed a sequined skirt with white suspenders. The suspenders of the skirt are extremely thin and the design is low-breasted. If you lean over a little, you will reveal a large area of the scene. The skirt is extremely short, which can show a pair of slender legs. This skirt is Lord Jiaren's battle skirt. She often wears it to the disco and linger in various famous stores, just to catch a rich man by relying on it. I didn't expect to meet Lu Xin today, which was just useful. Chen Miaomia's fists became hard when she saw this. What a shame. The weather in Jiangcheng is now 8 degrees Celsius outside. Teacher Luo's sister is going to seduce someone like this. She doesn't just take it off, it's even more straightforward. Ling Qingyu's face also sank a little. There are two men in this famous store, Lu Xin and Zhounan. The purpose of Lord Jiaren's move is obvious, and she must have gone to the two of them. Judging from the urine of Ling Miaomiao's friend, it is more likely to land at Lu Xin. Lord Jiaren, who didn't know that his every move had fallen into Ling Qingyi's eyes, pretended to take a few glances at the bag and walked towards Lu Xin. She deliberately calculated the distance, hurt her foot, cried out delicately, and then fell straight into Lu Xin's arms. With a trace of pride in the corners of her mouth, she was very confident in her young figure. She didn't believe it. If she dressed like this and fell into the man's arms, the man would not be moved. Lord Jiaren closed her eyes and fell down with peace of mind. She seemed to be able to imagine the scene where Lu Xun bought her a bag. Buy a diamond ring for Lin Qingyu worth 10 million yen and spend hundreds of thousands of yen for yourself. Isn't it okay? Seeing this, Chen Mianmian was so excited that she almost rushed out. But Lin Qingyu calmly stopped her. She wanted to see what Lu Xun would do. At this time, Lin Qingyu held his heart and saw. Chapter 53 Husband and wife joined hands to hit Lord Jiaren in the face. That's amazing. Just before Lord Jiaren was about to fall to Lu Xun turned the direction of the wheelchair sensitively and deviated from Lord Jiaren's design. Bang! Lord Jiaren smashed straight to the ground. The sound hurt a lot when I heard it, but it made Lin Qingyu and Chen Mianmian very happy. At this time, Zhou Nan looked at her cautiously. Who are you? Why do you want to attack the third master? With that, he asked the counter lady for a pair of disposable gloves. After putting them on, he quickly cut Lord Jiaren, who fell to the ground, behind him with one hand and subdue him on the ground. Say, who sent you to attack the third master? Lord Jiaren's body was in great pain, and one hand was going to be cut back. She almost wanted to swear. What kind of brain circuit is this person? Who would dress like this to attack people? But she still thought that she could seduce Lu Xun, so she didn't curse. After calming down, she said delicately, Mr. Lu, don't you remember me? I'm the sister of Ayu's colleague. I've been to your house before. Oh, Lu Xun responded indifferently and focused on the bag in his hand. Seeing this, Lord Jiaren shouted a few times in a sobbing voice, Arto, it hurts, it hurts. She shouted enchantingly, with a little deliberate seduction in it. When she heard the cabinet's sister roll her eyes, Lord Jiaren knew that the man would eat this set. After a few shouts, her eyelashes trembled slightly and looked at Lu Xun. Brother Lu, I just got a foot. I really didn't mean to attack you. Can you let your men go of me? Lu Xun's face with an expressionless hand raised. Zhou Nan let go of Lord Jiaren, took off the disposable gloves in front of her in disgust, and threw the gloves into the trash can. Lord Jiaren's face stagnant and she stared at Zhou Nan secretly. At least she is a beauty in a nightclub. She has never been so disliked. Straight men don't know how to appreciate. After suppressing his inner complaints, Lord Jiaren walked enthusiastically to Lu Xun. Brother Lu, do you want to choose a bag for Sister Ayu? Since we met by chance today, why don't I recommend some bags suitable for Sister Ayu's age from the perspective of women? With that, Lord Jiaren casually pointed to a bag. This one, versatile, very suitable for Sister Ayu. Lu Xun looked at the bag pointed to by Lord Jiaren and looked at Lord Jiaren indifferently. How old is my wife? Lord Jiaren was stunned and didn't expect Lu Xun to ask this question. What's the problem? Before she could think about how to answer, she heard Lu Xun's low and contemptuous voice. My wife doesn't need to be versatile. As a husband, I have the ability to let her have bags of different colors to match her clothes. Moreover, she can afford any bag in this store. These bags should be honored because they are in her hands. Lord Jiaren's face was slightly stiff, and she saw Lu Xun pointing to the bag she recommended and looking at the cabinet lady. The cabinet sister quickly put on white gloves and walked towards the bag. Lord Jiaren's face only softened a little at this time, thinking to himself, it turned out that this man was playing to catch up. She opened her lips. Just as she wanted to recommend the highlight of this bag to Lu Xun, she saw Lu Xun raised his hand and wrote lightly. I don't want this bag. The rest of the bags in this area will be packed for me. Lord Jiaren and the cabinet sister were dumbfounded in an instant. Bags in this area? Hundreds of them. The cheapest bag here is more than 100,000 yen each. With such a big wave, he bought a whole cabinet of bags. Obviously, the cabinet lady has never seen this scene and asked again and again, Sir, are you sure you want all the bags in this area? Lu Xun nodded faintly and opened his mouth slowly and logically. What's wrong? Can't it? The cabinet sister seemed to see several digit bonuses whacking to her, and quickly smiled and said, yes. Okay. At this moment, Lin Qingyu couldn't hide any longer, so he rushed out and stopped the cabinet sister. My husband is joking. Wait a minute, don't wrap it first. Wait for me to communicate with my husband. After saying that, Lin Qingyu pushed Lu Xun aside and said in a tone of teacher reproach, why do you want to buy so many bags? What a waste of money. Life is not like this. Lu Xun was taught a lesson for the first time. He was a little awkward. He restrained the momentum of the boss just now and explained slightly aggrievedly, she laughed at you. I just want to tell her that you don't have to be versatile. You can afford any bag. Lin Qingyu was stunned when he heard the words. I never thought that Lu Xun wanted to buy so many bags purely for himself. Very good, this way of doing it is very good. Lin Qingyu's heart was slightly warm. Looking at Lu Xun's awkward appearance, he was funny and distressed. She half squatted down and communicated with Lu Xun gently, just like she usually calls students to the office. I know you are angry, and I also know that you did this for my own good. However, if we want to live, we can't be as wayward as you. Money should be spent on the blade. Lin Qingyu didn't forget that Lu Xun said before that he was a little tight recently, and he would make up the dummy for her later. Luo Xin said sullenly, if it were me, the whole store would be taken down. Lin Qingyu. Besides, I don't want to live. When Lin Qingyu heard the words, his eyes widened in an instant. I want to pursue my girlfriend. My friend taught me that if you send a bag a day, you can catch up with your girlfriend. Lin Qingyu was angry and funny, thinking to himself what kind of friends these are. At the right time, Luo Xin jinted at Zhou Nan. Zhou Nan hurried over and said in a low voice, Madam, this store is actually Duanshao's store. The bags here are relatively valuable, even second-hand bags are very valuable. During this period, the project money owed to the third master before was refused to pay back. The third master also wants to get back some losses. When Lin Qingyu heard that the bag here was valuable, he thought of Duan Xiaobai's arrogance before. He straightened his waist in an instant and said to the cabinet lady, please, wrap everything you just said, and also wrap the bag over there for me. Luo Jiaren's eyes widened, she was simply stupid. The result of the couple's communication is to buy the bag over there. Luo Jiaren is going crazy with jealousy. When she saw that Luo Xin and Lin Qingyu's sweet appearance was really eye-catching, she walked out of the specialty store silently. Seeing this, Chen Mianmian shouted, hello, Mr. Luo's sister, right? Did you drop your things? Luo Jiaren turned her head to the ground and found that there was nothing on the ground, and then looked at Chen Mianmian doubtfully. Chen Mianmian smiled openly, face. You lost face. Why don't you pick it up and leave? Luo Jiaren instantly felt that her cheeks were hot. She glared at Chen Mianmian fiercely and turned her head to leave. When I walked out of the store, I also sneezed because of the cold and hot problems. People around her looked at her cool clothes and only thought she was crazy. Where did such a shameless woman wear a suspender skirt in the middle of winter? Luo Jiaren quickly put on a fur coat and ran away. Chen Mianmian's heart is so happy. Luo Xin couldn't help raising the corners of his mouth. Lin Qingyu thought he was making fun of Luo Jiaren and asked unexpectedly, what are you laughing at? Be happy. Luo Xin raised his eyebrows slightly. Happy? Well, I'm very happy to spend money for my wife. Luo Xin raised the corners of his mouth slightly and looked at Lin Qingyu. I don't know if Mr. Ling is satisfied with this answer. Lin Qingyu's cheeks were hot, and he felt that he had been flirted with by Luo Xin. Who said that this guy can't fall in love? Will he be good? Lin Qingyu lowered his head to hide the abnormality on his face. I won't tell you, we are going back to school. With that, Lin Qingyu hurriedly pulled Chen Mianmian away. She didn't take a few steps, and she received Luo Shi's WeChat. Mrs. Luo, have you decided how to fall in love? My friend gave me several sets of plans. How about you choose one? Chapter 50 for the third master is indeed an old fox. Lin Qingyu doesn't know why what. When I saw Luo Shi's WeChat, I felt as if I heard his warm voice in my ear, and I suddenly felt that my cheeks were a little hot. Chen Mianmian rolled his eyes when he saw this. I can't stand you. I sent WeChat messages as soon as we separated. Hey, your third master is a little clingy. Lin Qingyu had no secret from Chen Mianmian and was embarrassed to say, last night I confessed to him about Luo Ye's marriage proposal, and then we both said at the same time that we were going to fall in love. He will be asking for my advice. Chen Mianmian felt that his teeth were a little sore and trembled. Hey, Lin Qingyu, have you noticed that you and Luo Yan didn't spread dog food to me like this before? Really? Lin Qingyu didn't feel anything. Chen Mianmian rolled her eyes. What kind of love do you want to fall in love again? Aren't you in a relationship now? I'm so bitter, a bachelor. With that, Chen Mianmian said to himself, however, as a best friend, I think Luo Xin is many times better than his nephew. Lin Qingyu didn't pay much attention to what Chen Mianmian said, and replied to Luo Xin as he walked. Okay, what's the plan? She thinks it's better to listen to it, otherwise his friends will teach him how to send bags and so on. Luo Xin quickly replied, my friend said that if you want to fall in love, you have to start with acquaintance. I know that there are several schemes. A blind date, B online love, C encounter in the rain, D campus encounter, E friend dinner, F participation in outdoor activities. Lin Qingyu took a quick look. Considering the condition of Luo Xin's legs, he finally chose a more reliable one. Let's go on a blind date. Luo Xin, okay, Miss Ling, see you at the lakeside dinner at 7 o'clock tonight. I'm the one wearing gold-rimmed glasses and holding pink roses in my hand. Lin Qingyu bit his lip and looked like it really like that. He replied, okay, Mr. Luo, see you tonight. After replying to the text message, Lin Qingyu and Chen Mianmian rushed to school. When she arrived in the office, she checked the blind date strategy on the internet. She has never had a blind date, and the engagement with Luo Yan was made by the old lady of the Luo family. That year, she accidentally saved the old lady. The old lady was grateful and arranged such a marriage for her. During college, Luo Yan took the initiative to ask her to meet. The first time we met was at the Archaeological Research Institute. Luo Yan introduced a lot of interesting cultural relics to her, but she didn't feel embarrassed. Now, he is going to officially meet Luo Xin for the first time. Lin Qingyu thinks it's better to do his homework. On the other hand, after Lin Qingyu left the famous store, Zhou Nan went to settle the account, and then pushed Luo Xin away. Third master, the woman just now was named Luo Jiaren. She was the girl who wanted to meet you last time when she went to the hospital, and she was also the one who sent you the proposal video of the second young master. Luo Xin responded in a low voice, looking for someone to keep an eye on her to make sure that she couldn't hurt her wife. Huh. Zhou Nan was a little surprised. Don't you solve it? Luo Xin's slender knuckles casually knocked on the handrail of the wheelchair and said leisurely. Not for the time being. After all, I know someone in my wife's circle of friends. I don't want to overdo it. It will scare her. Besides, I also want to leave a good impression on my wife. After a pause, Luo Xin added, find someone to beat her. If she doesn't know how to come up, she will push out this chess piece by the way, when she has a chance. Zhou Nan understood at once. The third master means that he hasn't thought about how to deal with this person properly for the time being. When there is a suitable opportunity to clean herself, push her to death. I learned. It's really a scheming old fox. In addition, I just received the news that there is only some final work left on the archaeological team. Luo Yan seems to be interested in asking for leave from the research institute. And if you can't ask for leave, Luo Yan will come back in less than a week at most. So fast? Didn't you say 3 months before? Luo Xin was stunned. Yes, it was originally the tomb of the twin emperors. Now a cemetery has been developed, and another core tomb cannot be accessed. It is said that it is difficult and the funding gap is relatively large. The institute was worried that the tomb would be destroyed after the large investment, so it decided not to conduct in-depth research for the time being. Luo Xin frowned and said decisively, find a way immediately, find the right person to invest in the project, find excellent talents to reinforce, and hold Liang back at all costs. Zhou Nan said yes. Luo Xin's long eyes behind his gold-rimmed glasses were full of color. He must not let Luo Yan come back early to destroy them. Luo Yan can't come back until he completely wins Lin Qingyu's heart. Zhou Nan sent Luo Xin back to the office. 3 p.m., Luo Xin summoned all the senior executives of the head office to the conference room of the broken company and secretly held an emergency meeting. These people are all from the third master. They were suddenly summoned, excited and anxious. The third master suddenly called us over. It should be a big project. It must be. The third master is still lying down and trying to summon us for a meeting at the risk of losing the horse. It is definitely a 10 billion project. The executives came to a dilapidated conference room, but their hearts were boiling. There is a feeling of rubbing fists and palms to make a big deal. As soon as he sat down, Luo Xin, who was in the right seat, asked, tell me about your blind date. Say it one by one. All executives are full of question marks on their foreheads. At this time, an executive quietly pulled other executives into a WeChat group and sent a message into it. Good answer. I guess the third master must want to do game development about blind date. Blind date is a very hot topic now. Yes. It must be so. The single issue is indeed a social topic nowadays. There is a head to this project. Most of the executives are men in their 40s. At this time, they expressed their experiences one after another, and Luo Xin carefully recorded them one by one. Look, the third master is so serious, and he still says it's not a big project. On the other side, Baiwei Tea House. A young man around the age of 27 walked into the box in a fancy dress. He is Wu Haotian, the head of Bailey Company, Luo Minghua's distant nephew. Wu Hao walked into the box in a bad mood. When he saw Luo Minghua's old face, he immediately poured a cup of tea for her. Auntie, who messed with you? Luo Minghua didn't respond and asked, why did you ask me to come out? Wu Haotian sighed for a long time. What else can he do? I'm just grateful to my aunt for reminding me to find a legal representative for the ghost. Otherwise, I would have eaten in prison by now. However, I can't take out your investment of 10 million now. Luo Minghua glanced at Wu Haotian and found that he didn't know that it was he who caused his company to be killed, so he said arrogantly, forget it, I don't know what's going on with your family. It's hard to come out to start a business and encounter this. You don't have to pay back the 10 million. That's what he said, but in fact, Luo Minghua knew that even if his cousin killed him, he wouldn't be able to return her with 10 million yuan. It's better to do a good favor. When Wu Haotian heard the words, his eyes suddenly lit up. It's still my aunt's righteousness. Auntie, if you need anything in the future, Wu Haotian, you can say it directly. I, Wu Haotian, must put my liver and brain on the ground. When Luo Minghua heard the words, his face was happy, but he didn't expect this unexpected harvest. So, she said, to be honest, my aunt really has a headache recently. Auntie, just say it. Luo Minghua and Wu Haotian were the same kind of people, so they didn't hide it from him, and directly told him about his design of Lin Qingyu. What annoys me now is that when Ian comes back, this bitch doesn't know how to sue him. Wu Haotian raised the corners of his mouth and smiled blatantly. Isn't it simple? Auntie, you can take care of this on me. It's not easy for a woman to be obedient. Really? Do you have any good solutions? Sleep with her, take a video and threaten her with that. I don't believe it. When Luo Yan comes back, she dares to chew her tongue. Luo Minghua's face sank, and he said, this Is not good, is it? Oh, auntie, just pretend you don't know. This matter is on me. When Lu Minghua heard the words, the corners of his mouth curled up faintly and said nothing more. Soon, it was time for Lu Xin and Lin Qingyi's first blind date. Lu Xin changed several sets of styles, bought pink roses, and waited in the restaurant half an hour in advance. Chapter 55. After the third master's blind date, Lin Qingyi specially went back to the apartment to change clothes. When I opened the wardrobe, I found that the clothes given by Lu Xin, from coats to bottom sweaters to skirts, were all sorted and hung, and they were arranged according to the color from dark to light, which was very careful. But on the far side of these clothes, there are a few clothes that are different from these dignified styles, which are a few colorful and floral skirts. Lin Qingyi tentatively put on one of the patterned dresses, which looked unexpectedly good, so she put on a cashmere coat on the outside to prepare for the appointment. Before going out, she looked at the perfume sent to her by Chen Mianmian, sprayed it a few more times, and went out with a red face. I thought to myself that it really seemed like that. Entering the agreed restaurant, Lin Qingyi looked around. At a glance, he soon saw Lu Xin sitting in the chair by the window, holding a glass in one hand and on the table in the other. His posture looked casual, but the clear-sighted person knew at a glance that he was different from other guests in this restaurant, exuding an innate nobility. Lin Qingyi was a little stunned, and his heart beat a little faster. Why didn't I find that Lu Ye's third uncle was so beautiful before? At this time, Lu Xin's eyes were looking at the entrance. When he saw her, his eyes seemed to tremble slightly. Lin Qingyi's little face turned red in an instant and nodded to him, and his heart became inexplicably tense. Walking to the edge of the dining table, before she could open her mouth, she heard Lu Xin ask in a gentle voice, "Is it Miss Ling?" With that, he pressed one hand on the table and barely stood up. Only then did Lin Qingyi find that Lu Xin was extremely tall, which should be 1.85 meters tall. He stood in front of her, half of her head tall, looking handsome and safe. I am. Worried that Lu Xin's legs could not stand for a long time, Lin Qingyi made an invitation and hurriedly said, "Mr. Lu, sit down quickly. I heard from the introducer that your legs are not very convenient." She thought to herself, acting and making a full set. In this way, Lu Xin should think that she is an individual woman, right? But as soon as the voice fell, Lu Xin's face darkened a little. Zhou Nan, who was sitting behind the seat and looking at the wheelchair, covered his mouth and almost laughed out loud. He can completely imagine what the third master's face turned black at this time. Originally, I wanted to be handsome in front of my wife, but I didn't expect to be pierced by my wife. Haha, that's right. After Lin Qingyi sat down, he found that Lu Xin's face didn't seem to be very good. He asked doubtfully, "Mr. Lu, what's wrong?" Lu Xin restrained his emotions and still wanted to leave a good impression on Lin Qingyi, so he tried to raise the corners of his mouth. "No, let's get to know each other formally. I'm Lu Xin." With that, Lu Xin politely stretched out his hand. Lin Qingyi held it lightly. "Hello, Lin Qingyi, nice to meet you." After the two formally introduced, the scene was a little stiff. Neither of them probably knows what to say. I have done a lot of homework, but when I really want to have a blind date, my mind is still blank. Lu Xin picked up the menu and handed it to Lin Qingyi. "Miss Lin, how about seeing what you like to eat first?" Lin Qingyi ordered a portion of noodles and several snacks. After ordering the meal, the two suddenly became quiet again. The two suddenly laughed when they looked at each other. In the past, I often heard colleagues say that blind dates were quite embarrassing, but I didn't expect it to be true. Lin Qingyi opened his mouth with a joke. Lu Xin apologized quite as a gentleman. "It made Miss Ling feel embarrassed, and the problem must be with me. It was my impreparation that embarrassed Miss Ling." "Well, or if Miss Ling wants to know anything about me, you can ask first." Lin Qingyi thought for a while and opened his mouth. "Mr. Lu, what kind of requirements do you have for your future partner?" Chapter 56. After the old man was very good at seductive questions, Zhou Nan squeezed a cold sweat for Lu Xin. "This question is not easy to answer. Let's say there is no request. It seems too fake. It can be said that there are requirements, and I'm afraid that I can't answer your wife's point. It's really worthy of a Chinese teacher. This question can be more tricky, ha ha ha." Lu Xin thought for a while, and the situation of their first meeting came to his mind, and he suddenly laughed out loud. "Miss Ling, your question is really difficult to answer. For the requirements of the other half in the future, I think it is more of a feeling, which is close to me, comfortable to get along with, and has a momentary feeling, which makes me very sure that it is this person, and I want to spend my whole life with her." When Lin Qingyi heard the words, his heart sank slightly. Lu Xin answered sincerely. Didn't she ever have such a fantasy? But the two of them were tied together by fate and forced to become husband and wife. In fact, this situation is quite unfair to Lu Xin. What's the matter? Did I give a bad answer? Lu Xin stared at Lin Qingyi's worried look, couldn't help rimping, and immediately said to himself that Miss Lin didn't have to be under psychological pressure. I feel that this kind of thing is illusory. Since we are on a blind date, there should be more places. Everywhere, maybe the feeling will come out. Lin Qingyi felt Lu Xin's encouragement and nodded. "Then I'm going to ask Mr. Law, another sharp question. Assuming that you are married, what do you want from your wife? Luo Xin seemed to capture Lin Qingyu's sly side and couldn't help laughing. If I don't ask for my wife, you may think it's a bit false. But in fact, as he said, Luo Xin looked straight at Lin Qingyu. As long as I like the person, I am 100% tolerant of her. She doesn't have to look like, because I like all her looks. Lin Qingyu's heart fluttered. He felt that Luo Xin was also very cunning, so he took advantage of her question to flirt with her. Although I'm not sure whether Luo Xin's words are true or not, as a wife, my heart is really angry when she hears it. Of course, if I have to say that there is a requirement, I hope she can trust me, believe that I love her, and not doubt my love and loyalty to her. With that, Luo Xin smiled frankly. To be honest, it is estimated that no man likes his wife to be wary of himself everywhere, doubt himself everywhere, and check his own things. Lin Qingyu nodded in recognition. It seems that she really underestimated the third master who was 5 years older than her. The answer is perfect. But she still asked, then will you ask your wife to be a full-time wife? If your wife's career conflicts with having children and taking care of children, what will you do? After asking the question, Luo Xin's eyes deepened a little. He was a little glad to have such a blind date. It turned out that the girl had a lot of uncertainty about him, and she didn't feel safe enough. It just so happens that by falling in love again this time, we can establish a sense of affection and trust that belongs to the two of them. What's the matter? Lin Qingyu was stared at by Luo Xin like this, and suddenly felt a little guilty. These questions are indeed her own questions. It's nothing. Luo Xin looked at her with a gentle smile. When you asked me this question, I suddenly wanted to say a few words to my future wife. I want to tell my future wife what kind of person she wants to be, and I will recognize and support her. She wants to be a full-time wife, and I will support her. As a man, I will try my best to ensure the daily expenses of the family and give her a stable life. On the contrary, if she wants to make a career, I will also support her and do my best to help her with my resources. I respect every way of life she wants, and I also respect the different life choices she makes at different stages of her life. In my opinion, marrying a person is to live hand in hand and achieve each other, not to make the other party sacrifice to satisfy himself. As for the conflict between having a child and a career, you said, it means that pregnancy is not suitable for the agenda, and you can slow down. As for taking care of children, I don't think I can say that I can take care of children full-time, but I will try my best to help take care of the children, and with my financial strength, I can ask a nursery teacher to help take care of the children and reduce the burden on my future wife. I don't know how many points Miss Ling gave me. Chapter 57. Lin Qingyu, the lover in the dream, was stunned and did not expect Luo Xin to answer like this. This answer is completely on his own point, which is simply his dream lover. She asked herself that if Luo Xin could really do this, he would definitely beat Luo Yang. Chen Mianmian even joked with her that it was likely that when she gave birth to a child, Luo Yandu was still archaeology. After thinking about it, Lin Qingyu answered without stingy, I give full marks. Now it's Mr. Luo who asked me a question. Luo Xin smiled and said, the same question as Miss Ling asked the same question. Lin Qingyu was stunned and found that Luo Xin was also very cunning. But since she had already answered, she thought about it and planned to answer seriously. I want to find someone who is completely different from my father. Luo Xin was stunned when he heard the words. Lin Qingyu curled the corners of his mouth and laughed at himself. I also once discussed this topic with my best friend, and this is also the answer. My father is a big man and has a good face. He always scolds my mother and scolds me. From childhood to adult, he is right, and it is always us who are wrong. I want to find someone who won't scold me, respect me, and never blame me for anything. I wish I had fallen. My husband would ask me if it hurt, instead of scolding me at the first time why I didn't walk well. I want someone who can listen to my opinion and respect my opinion, instead of always helping me arrange my life and telling me what to do. Luo Xin knew that Lin Qingyu was telling the truth and said gently, don't worry, I won't. Lin Qingyu nodded and asked mischievously, Mr. Luo, have you ever had a girlfriend before? No, then I have to confess to Mr. Luo that I used to have a boyfriend with whom I have been dating for 3 years. Because after the previous failure experience, I added an extra requirement for my future partner. What? Luo Xin suddenly became a little nervous. He has learned that Luo Yan wears gold-rimmed glasses. What other requirements does Lin Qingyu have? Is it possible that he still has to study archaeology? Lin Qingyu saw that he looked a little nervous, and suddenly she smiled. I hope my future partner, no matter how busy my work is, can find time to accompany me and my children. Well, I can do it. Luo Xin obviously relaxed his breath, put a piece of steak into his mouth, and asked, has Miss Ling ever thought about what kind of appearance and personality the other half will be like in the future? With that, Luo Xin held the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose and asked with a strong desire, for example, the man wearing glasses. Lin Qingyu smiled. Mr. Luo is so anxious to ask me to take the right seat, but points will be deducted. Luo Xin. However, Lin Qingyu still thought about Luo Xin's problem seriously. In fact, she doesn't seem to like glasses men, does she? It's just that Lu Yan happened to be. Compared with the man with glasses, she actually prefers the domineering and secure man. She seemed to have looked at Lu Xin from afar on an occasion before. At that time, Lu Xin had not had a car accident. He could stand with both legs, did not wear glasses, and walked with the wind, which was full of domineering. That image is quite good. However, Ling Qingyu won't say it, otherwise she will look like a. The two talked about some more hobbies. Lu Xin thought for a term and replied, keeping pets, fishing, reading books, and collecting things. Keep a pet. So what kind of pet do you have? Dog. Really? Ling Qingyu's eyes lit up. I wanted to have a dog when I was a child, but Meow Meow was afraid of dogs, so my family didn't let me keep them. Is your dog cute? Lu Xin thought about the brown Tibetan Mastiff General weighing more than 100 kgs and replied, cute. Zhou Nan in the back seat almost spit rice when he heard the words. Ling Qingyu suddenly became a little more interested. Is there a chance to let me meet? Can. As soon as Lu Xin responded, he sent a WeChat message to Zhou Nan, arranging for someone to take the general to take a shower and make a cute look. Zhou Nan wanted to cry. I'm too difficult. The most fierce dog in Jiangcheng. How cute. After talking about their hobbies, the two of them had almost eaten. Lu Xin took out the WeChat QR code and handed it over, and said politely, Miss Ling, since we chatted so happily, why don't you add a contact information? Ling Qingyu thought to himself, didn't we add WeChat earlier? She glanced at the QR code doubtfully and laughed out loud. Chapter 58 Tang Tang Sanye turned into Xiaosen's WeChat name turned out to be Xiaosen. Ling Qingyu couldn't help laughing. Lu Xin said seriously, after thinking about it, it's better to separate the two identities. Different identities say different words. For example, when the sound fell, Ling Qingyu's mobile phone jingled. She subconsciously took a look and found that Lu Xin sent her a sentence on the original WeChat, Mrs. Law, the dress you are wearing today is very beautiful. Ling Qingyu's cheeks became hot again in an instant. She scanned Xiao Se's QR code and added the new WeChat account registered by Lu Xin, which seemed to have a little cheating. Flirting with her husband's WeChat and chasing her with Xiao Se's WeChat. How did Ling Qingyu not know that Lu Xin was so good at it? After adding WeChat, Ling Qingyu also learned something and replied to Lu Xi's WeChat message, it's the first time I've met you. If you do this, you will expose the nature of a cheating scumbag. Points will be deducted. Lu Xin, my heart for Mrs. Law can be learned by the sun and the moon. Even if it's cheating, only Miss Ling will appear. Ling Qingyu's cheeks were a little hot again. Blushing, she couldn't help asking, so what should we do now? I also had a meal. Lu Xin thought for a moment, Miss Ling, shall we make an appointment next time? Ling Qingyu was stunned for a moment, reacted, and nodded politely, okay, let's make an appointment next time. Out of the restaurant door, Ling Qingyu thought that Lu Xin would see her off, but Lu Xin only called a car to see her off. Ling Qingyu thought to himself that Lu Xin really pretended to be on a blind date. But not long after, he sent a message on WeChat with his husband's identity, I wanted to send you home, but something went wrong with the dog, and I'm going to pick him up. Wait for me, and you will see our dog tonight. Ling Qingyu replied with a good look, and there was a faint expectation in his heart. She has always wanted to raise a fluffy and spoiled dog. I didn't expect that my wish would come true when I married Lu Xin. The car was parked at the gate of the community. Ling Qingyu was a little full. He took a walk around the community, thinking about going around the back door of the community, which also helped digestion. I didn't expect to regret it when I walked out of a short slope. The path is a little quiet, and it's very dark all the way. I don't know if she is too nervous, but she always feels that there is a sneaky figure behind her. Ling Qingyu looked back and really saw more than one man. It's 3. Ling Qingyu's heart trembled and he weighed it calmly. 2/3 of the journey has been walked. There is a security guard at the back door of the community. You can call for help and go back now. If you anger these 3 men, it will not be easy to run to the intersection, so you will continue to walk. She pretended to be calm and called Lu Xin. As soon as the phone was connected, she deliberately said loudly, Huh? Honey, are you coming to pick me up? No, I'm just a few steps away from the back door. What? You are already on your way. Several men behind Ling Qingyu looked at each other and secretly shouted bad. One of the men owed usury. Wu Haotian, Luo Minghua's nephew, promised him that as long as the person was kidnapped, the usury owed would be written off. He crossed his heart and said to the 2 brothers, Up. Pull her into the car immediately. Otherwise, there will be no chance in the future. The 3 of them rushed up. Ling Qingyu picked up the bag, smashed it on the face of the man who rushed up, and shouted loudly, What are you doing? What are you doing? Someone wanted to do it and hired our brothers to tie you up. The man in the head touched his face that was hit by the bag, quenched his phlegm, and rushed up to pull Ling Qingyu's hair. You bitch, you just deliberately lied us. Where is your husband? It's here. You let go for me. In the dark night of the winter, the cold wind brushed through the bones, but the 3 minions found that the voice of the man behind him was a little colder than the cold wind. The leader's minant was so scared that he let go of Ling Qingyu's hair. Ling Qingyu rushed behind Lu Xin. Several minions turned to look at the man behind them and couldn't help laughing. A cripple? That's all. Chapter 59. When the third master's crazy minion saw Lu Xin sitting in a wheelchair, they couldn't help laughing. Lu Xin didn't care about the ridicule of the three ants at all. All his concentration fell on Ling Qingyu's white little face. He took her cold little hand and asked in a gentle voice, "But are you scared?" Ling Qingyu's heart was ups and downs. For a moment, she really felt that it was over. "I haven't recovered yet." Lu Xin rubbed her hand distressedly. "Don't be afraid, I'll be with you." As he said, he covered Ling Qingyu's hand and asked like a big boss, "Tell your husband, where did they touch you?" "Touch it, chop it." The corners of Lu Xin's mouth were slightly raised, and Sven's eyes were gloomy behind the lens. Ling Qingyu's heart trembled slightly, remembering what Lu Yan had said that Lu Xin was extremely possessive, and he subconsciously shook his head if he didn't like others to touch his things. Just pulled off the hair. Lu Xin curled the corners of his mouth and looked at the three minions. "Good, you can prepare to wear a wig." When Ling Qingyu heard the words, he felt that Lu Xin's words were a little crazy. She subconsciously looked at the three tall men, and her heart was still at a low. The man in the head quenched his mouth and pulled up the corner of his right mouth with a smile. "Just by you. You are a useless person. Do you want to teach us a lesson?" The other two minions also laughed. Lu Xin looked at the leader indifferently. "Just because of you, you don't deserve me to do it myself." The leader was angry as soon as he heard it. He rolled up his sleeves and walked a few steps towards Lu Xin. "I've never seen you with such a hard mouth. Don't get too close." Lu Xin glared at him faintly. The leader was happy when he heard it. "Are you scared?" "The main reason is that you are ugly to my eyes." Lu Xin's expression was real, and he didn't look like he was lying. Ling Qingyu was so anxious that his heart was about to jump out. She subconsciously touched Lu Xin's shoulder and signaled him not to anger him anymore. But Lu Xin calmly patted the back of her hand. "Don't worry. As long as I have a breath, no one will bully you." The lead man shook his head as if he had heard a joke. "You are still so crazy." He pointed to his face. "Did you see it? Your woman smashed it. Originally, you were a coward, called a grandpa, and then let me smash your face and take away your woman. That's how it happened. But now, I tell you, it's not over." Lu Xin looked up at Ling Qingyu. "Did you smash it?" Ling Qingyu nodded his head. Lu Xin frowned and scolded. "Why is it so light? Smash to death next time. If something happens, my husband will carry it for you." Ling Qingyu couldn't laugh or cry, and his heart was moved and anxious. "What's the matter? There is no one to support it before and after. Is it so crazy?" Sure enough, the words completely angered the leader, and he raised his hand and rushed over. "I fucking blew your head directly." Lu Xin was sitting in a wheelchair and whistled calmly. Then, a huge thing flashed in the darkness and rushed over like flying. "Open your mouth and bite Lu Xin's wrist accurately." Then the whole volume hit the leader man, banging the man to the ground, and biting the man's wrist with his mouth. The man couldn't react until the back of his head hit the ground. There was a sharp pain in his wrist, and then the man screamed in fright. Dogga dogga, the man shook his hand desperately, but General he bit the man's wrist, and his nostrils roared unhappy. The man howled in pain. "Hurry up, help me. The hand bone is about to break." Ling Qingyu was a little scared. Lu Xin glanced sideways at her and warned in a low voice, "General, stay cute." "General. My 180-pound Tibetan Mastiff, you want me to stay cute? Can you show me a cute one?" Chapter 60. Ayu, a general with good driving skills, rarely lost his mind. The corners of his mouth loosened, and the man was able to break free. At this moment, the three minions stepped back with their legs trembling. The general roared at them fiercely. Thinking of the third master's reprimand again, he whispered tentatively a few times, "Wow, wow, wow." Ling Qingyu only saw the appearance of the big dog in front of him clearly with the help of the street lamp. Brown long hair, large size, strong limbs, looks majestic, but I don't know why, the hair all over the body is tied with various bows. It looks very awkward. The famous minion tentatively wants to run back. The general stared with his hind legs and rushed up directly, overwhelming the person. "Try to run another one. Our lovely general makes you doubt your life." The three minions showed horror. "This is not so cute. Now, who is Grandpa?" You are. The three minions almost cried. "You have a dog, you said it earlier." After a while, Zhou Nan ran over. "Third master, I have called the police. The police are probably almost here." Lu Xin glanced at the three minions, walk downhill obediently and wait for the police at the intersection. "Understand?" "Got it, I got it." The three minions nodded in fright. When the general saw that the task was completed, he rushed to Lu Xin and Ling Qingyu excitedly, wagging his tail and asking for a touch. As soon as the big head came over, Lu Xin pushed it away in disgust. "You are stained with the smell of those people. Go far away." With that, Lu Xin turned his head to look at Zhou Nan, took him to the pet store, washed him again, styled him, and then sent him back. When Lin Qingyu heard the words, his heart jumped. As expected, as Luo Yan said, the things of the third master of the Luo family don't like to be touched by others and smelled by others. She recalled Luo Shen's expression when she asked someone to touch her just now. It seemed to be gloomy, and she suddenly felt a little confused. In case Luo Shen is a step late and she is met by these people, will he not want her anymore? Lin Qingyu's heart became more and more confused. Someone used to say that the third master of the Luo family was the king of Jiangcheng. At this time, she seems to have the feeling of accompanying you like a tiger. Luo Shen looked up at Lin Qingyu. He didn't understand why she suddenly lost her mind. Thinking that she was still in fear, he took her hand and pulled her to sit on his lap. Lin Qingyu exclaimed and subconsciously hugged Luo Shen's neck. The two warm bodies fit tightly together, and the corners of Luo Shen's mouth rose with satisfaction. Mrs. Lu, let me take you downhill. No, no. Lin Qingyu wanted to stand up, but was held down by Luo Shen. Don't worry, this wheelchair is customized, with good carrying capacity and fast driving speed. Lin Qingyu still struggled to get up and whispered in Luo Shen's ear, it's not good, there are so many people here. She is really not used to being intimate in front of outsiders. But Luo Shen does things at will. He has always ignored other people's eyes. He smiled and clicked her back. What's the matter? As he said, he looked at Zhou Nan. Did you see anything? No, I didn't see anything. With that, Zhou Nato turned to the other side, patted the heads of several minions and said, go, follow me down, no one is allowed to peek. Several minions were very obedient, their heads turned to the other side, and they followed each other downhill. The general was also very sensible. He turned his head to the other side and walked downhill. Luo Shen held Lin Qingyu's back with satisfaction and whispered, Mrs. Luo, there is no one here. Lin Qingyu's ears were hot, and he still felt ashamed. Luo Shen pressed the forward button, and the wheelchair suddenly opened. It was originally a downhill road. When the wheelchair moved forward, Lin Qingyu had a feeling of leaning forward and quickly hugged Luo Shen's neck. Luo Shen enjoyed Lin Qingyu's embrace and said with a loud laugh, Mrs. Luo, don't be afraid. The driving skills of a husband are very good. Sure enough, it looks like a small wheelchair, but it can also drive a small electric speed. The shirking night breeze passed through my ears. Lin Qingyu held Luo Shen tightly, which felt a little exciting. When the wheelchair arrived at the downhill intersection, it turned over a stone and turned to one side unbalancedly. Luo Shen quickly hugged Lin Qingyu and controlled the force to make himself fall to the bottom of the ground. Seeing this, Zhou Nan burst into laughter. I told you to be handsome, and overturned.